The golden tree that rises in the world of Teyvat. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. The two people had a pleasant conversation. No need to be so polite. Since she is Liusu's follower, she is equivalent to my friend. Just call me Zhongli like Liusu. Zhongli said. Liusu said, this is her first time as a follower. She has no experience and is not as good as Ruotu and Teverin. So Ruotu and the others have to teach her well. That's not necessary. After hearing Liusu's words, Zhongli frowned and said, I think she is very good. Really? I don't believe it. I have to teach her well. Zhongli thought about his and Wendy's followers. One is Ruotu and the other is Teverin. One often says, do something serious, Barbatus. And the other is, Morax. It's time to settle everything. Zhongli couldn't figure out why Liusu thought these two followers were good. Obviously, a loyal follower was better than these two, and Aang's followers were not easy to deal with either. Zhongli had discovered this when he came to Liu last time, so at this time Zhongli could only attribute Liusu's abnormality to her severe wear and tear, and could no longer be viewed with a normal eye. By the way, Zhongli, where are you going? Liusu asked. Zhongli replied, the Kwanu Pavilion is preparing a celebration banquet at this time, so you want to go for a free meal, right? Liusu took over Zhongli's words and said. Zhongli. Before Zhongli could speak, Liusu continued, let's go for a free meal together. Zhongli nodded and said, that's good. So the two gods took Losha to the Kwanu Pavilion for a free meal. The road to the Kwanu Pavilion was unobstructed. Ningguang's secretary saw Liusu coming and knew her purpose, so he smiled and led the few people to the Kwanu Pavilion. After arriving at the Jade Pavilion, Liusu pointed to where Aang and Shen were and said, Aang is over there, let's go and share a table, there's room. Huh? Liusu, Zhongli, why are you here? Paimeng asked in surprise when he saw Liusu and Zhongli sitting down with Losha. Liusu replied expressionlessly, I heard from Zhongli that I could eat at the Jade Pavilion, so I came with him. So that's how it is, it's really Zhongli's style. Paimeng said with a smile. Zhongli, you two are really, one is worse than the other. I'm really impressed to have friends like you. Hey, Liusu, who is the one next to you? Paimeng asked in confusion. Liusu replied, this is my friend, Losha. Friend? Of course, isn't it, Losha? After saying that, Liusu hooked Losha's neck. Losha was panicked by Liusu's sudden action, and then a grass seed fell from Losha's shoulder. Zhongli, Aang, Paimeng, ahem. Liusu kicked the generated grass seeds away calmly and said slowly, she is my follower. I was too nervous just now. I'm so sorry. Your action just now made me feel a little surprised. I won't do it next time. Losha said hurriedly. Liusu silently let go of Losha and said, no problem. After the conversation, Shen greeted nervously, Xianjun, you, hello. You call me Liusu in Liu Port. You should also learn from Ganyu. Why are you so inflexible? Liusu looked at Shen with a nervous face and comforted him. I know. Shen stammered. But I understand the truth. But Ganyu seems to call you Xianjun, right? So Shen still couldn't call Liusu's name at this time. While the few people were chatting, the people invited by Ningguang arrived one after another. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ningguang stood in the center and greeted everyone. You are all my guests. Come here today, please have a good time. Guests who can't drink, please drink instead. Good wine is pleasant, but it's not just good wine that is pleasant. I believe the beautiful scenery on the Kwanu Pavilion can also intoxicate the heart. After Ningguang finished speaking, discussions began to be heard from the neighboring table. Have you heard? It seems that Mr. Yun will be on stage today. Another voice echoed. To be honest, I came here for this. I will never miss any of Mr. Yun's plays. It is said that the play this time is The Goddess Splits the View, a play written by Mr. Yun's father. I haven't slept well for 2 or 3 nights. Look, Mr. Yun is on stage. A female voice said. The few people who heard the voice turned their heads and saw Yunjin walking towards the stage that Ningguang had built for him. Shenhe put down his hands and looked at Yunjin on the stage, who was about to start performing with a serious face. Under the expectant eyes of the crowd, Yunjin on the stage began to perform a song The Goddess Splits the View. After listening to half of Yunjin's song, seeing that Shenhe looked a little strange, Aang asked softly, "Shenhe, are you okay?" "No problem, I have let it go now, but I still feel a little emotional when I hear it again." Shenhe shook his head and said softly, "Hey, Shenhe, don't think about the past anymore. We are still here, and life will definitely be better in the future." Paimeng smiled and comforted. After listening to Paimeng's words, Shenhe smiled and said, "Yeah, I believe it too." After Shenhe finished speaking, Yunjin on the stage pondered for a moment and continued to recite loudly, "The goddess splits the temple should have come to an end here, but today I will add one more stroke, sing it to you all listen." Yunjin continued to sing after reciting. A high-pitched song may not be unknown to others, as it has its own soulmates. The clear lyrics, the red tassels, the fluttering swords, the shooting stars, point directly to the raging waves, to wash the sea clear. After the song was finished, Yunjin recited again. At that time, the crane returned, with no one to rely on in the vast world, and left alone. We meet again today, with new and old friends sitting in the hall, gathering together at this time. After the song ended, and the people dispersed, Yunjin walked up to the front of the few people with a happy face and said, "How about it? Did I sing well?" Paimeng praised excitedly, "It sounds great. If there is a chance, Paimeng also wants to learn." "Yeah, you sing very well," Zhongli commented with a smile. Yunjin said in surprise, "Really? Thank you, Mr. Zhongli." "Liusu, what do you think?" Zhongli asked Liusu, who was bewildered. It sounds nice." Liusu came back to her senses and replied, "Although I don't quite understand it, the emotions that need to be expressed are all sung out from Yunjin's lyrics and music. I guess the few sentences Yunjin added later are about the changes in the events after Aang and Paimeng met Shen." "Wow, you understand everything. And how did you hear that Shen was singing about us?" Paimeng asked in confusion. Liusu replied calmly, "I heard it, so it's nice. Even an amateur like me can understand the meaning, which shows that Mr. Yun's musical skills are very high." Yunjin was flattered and said, "Thank you for your compliment, but you are still too modest. Since you can understand the full meaning of the lyrics and music I added temporarily, you must not be an amateur." Shenhe said, "It's very nice. And thank you." "You're welcome. Thanks to you, the goddess splits the view can become more complete." Yunjin thanked Shenhe. "The play will end, but life will not. I believe that in the future, you will be able to smoothly integrate into Liu Port." "Thank you. I think I have found an opportunity to change," Shenhe said, and glanced at Aang, who was drinking water next to him. Aang, noticing Shenhe's gaze, Aang's hand holding the cup froze, feeling a little helpless. "Mr. Yun, hiccup. So you are here." Suddenly, a drunk fan of Yunjin stumbled towards Yunjin. This white-haired girl looks so special, just like an immortal." He turned around and saw Shenhe and said with some surprise, "Could it be that you are the goddess? And this one, isn't this a famous traveler?" "Hehe, it seems that this trip is really worthwhile. Do you mind adding a chair? Come, let's chat together." After saying this, the big brother sat down directly on the empty seat next to Shenhe. Shenhe was silent for a while and said lightly, "If you don't want to drink the rest of the wine with your nose or eyes, it's better to leave quickly." After hearing Shenhe's words, Paimeng said with a tangled face, "This familiar feeling. It seems to be back to the first time I met Shenhe." Aang, what do you want to do?" Hearing Shenhe's words, the man was shocked and stood up quickly, even sobering up. Shenhe gradually couldn't suppress his anger and looked at the man in front of him with a bad face. "Calm down, Shenhe, calm down." Paimeng looked at Shenhe, who stood up and said hurriedly. Then, in front of everyone, Shenhe still beat up the man. Paimeng tried to dissuade him, saying, "Hey, it's wrong to hit people, Shenhe, I think it's good," Liusu said, touching her chin. Shenhe, who was a little drunk, was venting his emotions. Suddenly, he heard Liusu's voice, and hurriedly stopped what he was doing and said, Zion, Liusu, it's not like that. The man saw Shen. He stopped beating him, and hurriedly ran away. As for the trouble, he didn't dare to think about it, because he was the one who provoked others' anger when he was drunk, and the most important thing was, that his idol Mr. Yun was still here. Liusu saw Shenhe's nervous look, shook his head and said, people, live in the present, do what you want, you are a human, not a fairy, and you will be real, only if you have your own emotions. Besides, he deserves it, and you have been very measured in your actions. Thank you, Shenhe said. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back first. Liusu stood up and said. After saying that, Liusu took Losha away. Yes, I should leave too, traveler, you did a great job. After saying that, Zhongli also turned around and left. Can't you just finish what you are saying? Huh. Seeing Liusu and Zhongli leave, Shenhe breathed a sigh of relief for no apparent reason. What's wrong, Shenhe? Peimeng asked in confusion. Nothing, I was just a little nervous sitting so close to her, Shenhe explained. Peimeng comforted him. Hey, Liusu is a very nice person, you don't have to be so nervous. Yes, she is very nice and takes good care of me, but I think she is too far away, just like the stars, that can be seen but not touched. Maybe it was because of my mentality at the time, so I won't think about it anymore. Shenhe shook his head and said. Liuan, I'm back, and I brought a fish this time. After returning to her own courtyard, Liusu shouted inside. Liuan was surprised and said, did you catch a fish? What kind of fish can you catch without a hook or bait? You'd better release it quickly. I think it will cause problems if you eat it. Lotcha. Who is this? Liuan looked at Lotcha in confusion. Liusu explained, this is the fish I brought back. So the fish you are talking about is her. Liuan suddenly realized, but who is she? The second follower I caught. Lotcha, this is Liuan, my first follower. Liusu introduced them to the two. Her ability is water. Hello. Lotcha whispered. Liuan nodded and said, hello. Liuan saw at a glance that Lotcha was the kind of person who was easy to get along with, and immediately greeted her. Liuan, Lotcha is in your hands. This child is a little introverted. You should communicate with her more, Liusu said. Hearing Liusu's words, Liuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly assured her, oh, introverted. I like introverts the most, leave it to me. You can teach her about Liu with your own way first. Isn't this troublesome? Liusu continued. No trouble, we are all family, why bother? Liuan's eyes narrowed into slits when he heard Liusu's words. Okay, I'm going fishing. Losha, you and Liuan should learn some common sense. She will teach you. Liusu said this, and turned to look at Losha. Okay. Losha answered seriously, I will study hard. By the way, has Nashida come back? Liusu suddenly asked. No, I guess she and Klee went crazy somewhere. They also brought a small tent and a bunch of seasonings. I guess they won't be back for a while. Liuan shook his head and said. Huh? Klee is still with Nashida? Didn't Mondstadt come to ask for her? Liusu asked in confusion. Liuan replied, they came here once not long ago, but you went fishing at that time. When they heard that Klee was taken by Nashida, they were relieved, and went back to report happily, so I was a little confused. I see, I know. After saying that, Liusu disappeared and went fishing again. In Liusu's courtyard, Liuan smiled and looked at Losha, who was curiously looking around. Losha, right? Liusu said that she would give you to me to teach. Do you have any questions? Liuan asked Losha. Losha shook her head and said, no, as long as you teach, I will study hard, because this is her task. Don't be so polite, relax, we will be colleagues in the future. It's not easy for you to communicate like this. After listening to Liuan's words, Losha nodded and said, yeah, I know. Okay, the first step is to let you understand your own cognition clearly. Liuan said. What is the cognition of yourself? Losha asked in confusion. Liuan explained. That is, what kind of person do you think you are? What do you think can make you feel comfortable, etc. But, I'm not a person, I'm water. Lotcha said with some doubt. I know you are water, which means that you should now treat yourself as a person, and then extend your own ideas, your own way of thinking about problems, etc. Oh, I understand a little bit. Treat yourself as a person, but the people I met before are all people who want to disturb the water of kings. Then listen to me, and I will talk to you. Liuan said to Locha with an unfathomable face. Locha nodded seriously and said, yeah, I will remember it. This. Liuan said seriously on the side, and Locha listened carefully on the side. Liuan was very satisfied with Locha's reaction. See, you said I can't speak, but didn't I chat with this newcomer very happily? Thinking of this, Liuan spoke more enthusiastically, and from time to time, Lotia would agree with Liuan's views, or ask questions about things she didn't understand, which made Liuan feel that his efforts were finally not in vain. Do you understand this aspect of people? Liuan took a sip of tea, and said to Lotia. She was so excited just now that she didn't drink any water. She talked for 2 or 3 hours in a row, which made her mouth dry now. I understand a little, but I still need to practice. Lotia nodded thoughtfully. Liuan nodded and said, well, you are right. It's useless to just listen. You still need to practice. When the time comes, I will take you to Liu Port to understand and practice it. I believe you will be able to understand it quickly. Thank you for your guidance. Lotia thanked Liuan. You're welcome. I should thank you. This is the first time you have spoken so freely and continuously. Liusu is really amazing. Now I have found a soulmate for me. I think we will get along very happily in the future. Liuan sighed. Yeah, I will study hard. Lotia nodded. She also thought that Liuan's style made her feel comfortable. Moreover, as Liusu's followers, the two of them would have a lot of interactions. After learning from Liuan, she also learned some subtle ways of the world. Why is it subtle? Because Liuan herself doesn't understand the ways of the world. She is a social terrorist. What does she know about the ways of the world? Looking at Liuan, who was talking to her happily, Lotia couldn't help but be infected by Liuan, and showed him a beautiful smile. This new life is like a paradise on earth for Lotia, compared to being trapped in King's village. Come on, let me show you my newly developed mechanism. Let's study it together. The person Liusu found must have good vision. After a while, Liuan smiled and invited Lotia again. Lotia smiled and said, yeah, okay. So the two walked into the room and began to study the mechanism, and Liuan's voice could be heard from time to time. Let me tell you, I have 2 apprentices. One is called Ganyu and the other is called Shen. By the way, Liusu also has an apprentice named Keking. I will introduce you to her later. Yeah. Lotia nodded and said, does she have an apprentice too? Is she also a demon god? No, Keking was a mortal before. In the end, she gradually became stronger because she was accepted as a disciple by Liusu. Liuan explained. So that's how it is. Liusu is really incredible. Haha, you're incredible too. I didn't expect that you were the pure water elf of King's Manor before, and then you were enlightened by Liusu and became like this. Liusu is called the Immortal King in Liu, so you can be considered to have met the Immortal. After hearing Liuan's words, Lotia said with emotion, yes, after hearing what you said, I also feel that I'm lucky. My current life is something I couldn't imagine before. I have my own thoughts and I can live a life like a human being. Okay, let the past go, and the future life will be more colorful. Now, let me talk about my 2 apprentices. Liuan said to Lotia, they don't let me talk about them, but I have to share my beloved apprentices with others, right? Lotia replied, I understand your feelings. It's like showing off your most proud child. After hearing Lotia's words, Liuan said happily, right. They can't understand my painstaking efforts. I just want to tell you about their interesting things. Then can you tell me about them? I really want to hear it. Lotia said to Liuan. Of course you can. I'm so happy that you are willing to listen. Liuan brewed his emotions and said with a smile, then let me tell you about Ganyu's childhood. I tell you, Ganyu was so cute when she was a child. She was like that at that time. So, Liuan shared interesting stories about Ganyu and Shen's childhood with Lotia all night. Chapter 202. Nashida in trouble. It has been a while since the last incident in the Guanyu Pavilion. Liusu. I got into trouble. Liusu, who was fishing that day, suddenly received a message from Nashida. Liusu answered without thinking. Run away after getting into trouble? Do I need to teach you this? Didn't you teach me that I have to take responsibility for my own troubles? Nashida asked in confusion after hearing Liusu's words. Really? Forget it. What kind of trouble did you get into that you can't handle yourself? Why do you still contact me? It's like this. When Zio Kelly and I were frying fish, we accidentally blew up the Church of the Order of Zumi City. Nashida said embarrassedly. Liusu asked in confusion. How did you bomb the Church of the Lord? It's the same as the last time in Inazuma. Little Kelly and I blocked the sound of the waters north of Zumi City. As a result, Little Kelly threw too many bombs. When the bombs exploded, many of the bombs that did not react were blown to Zumi City behind us. This is the result. Can't you just deal with it casually? It's just a Church of the Lord. I want to, but now Kelly and I have been discovered. In order not to expose our identities, it's better to ask you. Nashida said in a low voice. Maybe your identity has been discovered. Liusu said helplessly. It shouldn't be. I don't remember this person either. Nashida said hesitantly. Sister Nashida, what should we do? We are in trouble again. If Liusu finds out, you will be in trouble, and so will Kelly. If this matter is passed to Captain Kin, I don't know how many days Kelly will be locked up. What should I do? Kelly was so anxious that she turned around in circles. Klee wanted to run away, but now she was caught. If she ran away, it would still get to the ears of Captain Jane. Then she would be charged with fleeing for fear of crime. Klee didn't know how to live in the future. Moreover, the magnificent building on the tree looked like a building similar to the West Wind Cathedral in Mondstadt. It belonged to the gods. Thinking of this, Klee couldn't help but feel a little desperate. I don't know either. Nashida whispered. After hearing what Nashida said, little Klee cried out, woo woo woo, it's over. Klee is done. I will spend the rest of my life in the confinement room. If I blow up a building belonging to the gods of Zumi will blame it, and Captain Jane will not forgive Klee. How did Klee know that this was a building of the gods? Nashida asked curiously. It's very simple, because this is similar to the West Wind Cathedral in Mondstadt, so it can be seen at a glance. Little Klee answered seriously. The great disciplinary officer, Sino, looked at the two children talking with a headache. He did not expect that it was two children who blew up most of the Order Institute. One of them had a Mondstadt-style fire-attributed God's Eye on his school bag, and the other had a Liu-style grass-attributed God's Eye on his waist. Because of the tassels, Nashida's clothes became a cute short skirt with a white background and green stripes in Liu style, which made Sino think that the two children were from Mondstadt and Liu. As for whether Nashida was the god of grass, Sino did not think about it at all, because he had never seen the little auspicious grass king. Where are your adults? Sino said with a serious face. Klee replied, Mom went on a trip, and Klee could not find her. Well, Mom is in Liu now. Nashida heard Klee's answer, blinked and replied in a low voice. Sino. Then where is your dad? Sino continued to ask. Dad? What is that? Can I eat it? Klee asked curiously. Nashida also answered. No. Sino. After hearing the answers of the two little ones, Sino couldn't help but cover his forehead. He originally thought that the church was attacked and that some enemy had attacked. When he rushed over, he saw Klee, who looked flustered, and Nashida, who looked sullen. Combined with the pile of bouncing bombs piled up next to him, Sino also knew the ins and outs of the matter, and couldn't help but sigh that this matter was a bit outrageous. Then do you know the adults' contact information? You blew up the Church of Zumi, so of course I can't just let you go. Although the two little ones are very cute, they have committed a serious crime, and Sino didn't dare to let them go on his own initiative. I'll contact someone. Nashida used Skynet to contact Liusu and Liu. Sino looked at the golden earrings on Nashida's ears that were 80% similar to the void, and his eyes sparkled. He learned from some returning Zumi scholars that this was Liu Skynet, set up by the rock god Morax. Its main function was communication, and there was no knowledge inheritance, so Zumi didn't take it to heart. After all, the Skynet was set up like this to fit the ears perfectly. Sister Nashida, how is it? How is it? Can the tassels handle it? Klee doesn't want this to reach the ears of Captain Jane. Looking at Nashida, who was in contact, Klee said anxiously, "Don't worry, I'll ask." Nashida said, "Captain Jane?" After listening to little Klee's words, Sino was thoughtful. If his guess was right, combined with the Mon Shikigami eye hanging on Klee's backpack, the Captain Jane mentioned by Klee should be the current Mon's acting Captain Jane. But who is this tassel? Sino thought with some doubt. Seeing that Nashida was contacting the parents, Sino was not in a hurry, because it seemed that the other party did not do it on purpose this time. It was enough to catch the culprit. He would not use other harsh methods to deal with the two little ones. He only needed to get the contact information of their parents from them. It seemed that the family background of the two little ones was not simple. He could talk about some compensation at that time. "Sino, has the culprit been caught?" While Sino was waiting, a voice came from behind Sino. "Great Sage, why are you here?" Sino said. "The attack on the Order House is of great importance. We also need to look for the traces of terrorists nearby." The Great Sage Azza replied. "The person has been caught, but," Sino said to Azza, "where is the person?" Azza asked seriously. Sino showed the figures of the two little ones and said, "Here, it's you." Azza said in surprise. Nashida changed her worries and replied to Azza calmly, "TSK, Great Sage Azza, long time no see, I didn't expect to see you here." Hearing Nashida's words, Sino asked in confusion, "What's going on, Great Sage?" "Sino, you may not have seen this person before, but we will never forget her appearance. She is the current grass god of Zumi, Little Auspicious Grass King." Azza replied calmly. "Sino, Little Auspicious Grass King?" Sino looked at Nashida in disbelief and asked, "I don't like the name Little Auspicious Grass King." Nashida shook her head and said, "My name is Nashida, I was before, and I will be in the future. Little Auspicious Grass King, it's just as I thought, you joined Liu." As a Sidon said, "I was curious, when you heard that Liu had Skynet before, you kept silent. It turns out that all this was caused by you. Wait, if she is Little Auspicious Grass King, then who is her mother?" Sino thought of an answer that made him unbelievable. "Oh, Mom, I'm surprised that the Little Auspicious Grass King actually recognized a human as his mother." Azza shook his head after hearing what Sino said. "Have you fallen to such a state now? Not only did you not gain wisdom for Zumi, but you also joined Liu to develop for them, and now you recognize someone else as your mother." "Nashida," Azza said to Nashida with a fanatical look, "alas, I don't know who used some dirty and despicable means to deceive you, but I believe that you, who are smart, will definitely be able to detect her deception. Come back soon. Zumi needs your wisdom now." The moment Azza saw Nashida, he knew what was going on with Liu's development to the present, and the so-called Skynet. This is an improved version of Zumi's Void Terminal, which is more convenient to use than the current Void Terminal. This also shows that Nashida's wisdom is growing rapidly. Zumi doesn't need the previous Nashida, but the current Nashida makes him look at her with new eyes. Nashida's eyes are no longer as pure as before, but reveal the light of wisdom, just like the previous Great Compassion Tree King. After hearing what Azza said, Nashida shook her head mockingly and said to Azza, "Why do you think she deceived me? Because you are a high god. Except for the other 7 rulers of the mortal world, no one can be more noble than you. The mother you know in Liu must not be the rock god Morax, right?" Azza replied, "Of course not Morax, but how can you prove that she is deceiving me as you said?" Nashida said this, already a little impatient. The people of Zumi are indeed, as Liusu said, greedy, ignorant, and only know how to seek so-called wisdom and immediate benefits. If she hadn't met Liusu, she must still be like a bird in a cage, imprisoned in the Genshin Palace, right? Azza continued, "My lord Little Auspicious Grass King, the people of Zumi need you. You can't fall into her scam. You are so smart that you should know that she is just using you, taking advantage of your identity as the god of grass." After listening to Azza's words, Nashida nodded and said, "If it is true as you said, she is using me." Azza said excitedly, "Yes, have you noticed it too? She is using you." quickly break up your relationship with her and return to Zumi to take over the throne again. If, as you said, she is using me, then let her use me. I'm also very happy to be used by her. Nashida shook her head and continued, I now want to live as a human being, rather than a god. You are confused. Your existence will bring greater changes to Zumi, just like Liusu is now. Your people will also sing praises to your great achievements. Isn't this what you want? Asa continued to persuade. Nashida, Sister Nashida is a god. Like Lord Barbatus, the god of wind. Little Klee was at a loss when she heard what Nashida and the great sage Asa said. After hearing what Klee said, Nashida reached out and touched Klee's head, who was as tall as her, and said with a smile, Sister Nashida is not a god. Nashida is Nashida, Klee's sister. Sino stared at the fanatical face of the great sage and Nashida, who was comforting little Klee. He hadn't reacted yet. He received an order to capture a culprit who destroyed the church order, but the other party turned out to be the god of Zumi. This result made him a little unacceptable, just like suddenly finding out that the other party was the legendary Dual King while playing cards. I will tell this to everyone in Zumi. Let the people of Zumi know of your existence, and also put pressure on Liusu, because their gods are gone, and they will surely let you go after knowing that you are the god of Zumi. Asa thought for a while and said, it's still the same, Asa. It's just like what mother said. The methods of the Zumi people are still disgusting. After hearing Asa's words, Nashida said with disgust, what are you talking about? Lord Grass God, we do this for you. Seeing Nashida at this time, Asa also felt the pressure. The Nashida in front of him was no longer the ignorant new god before, but had grown into a real god. Sumeru is your kingdom, how can you abandon it? If the great kind tree king knew about it, he would be very sad, because it was built by her and the red flower god. Looking at Asa's appearance, Nashida also understood the undisguised disgust that Liusu had when she talked about Zumi before, as if she was looking at something disgusting, but at that time she still felt a little strange. Now it seems that Zumi is controlled by the great sage, and it is actually rotten to the core. How could she not know the great sage Asa's thoughts? It is not because he sees that she is valuable at this time that he treats her like this. From Asa's address, Nashida can sense that the little auspicious Grass King and the later Lord Grass God all show Asa's ugly face. Nashida couldn't help but recall the conversation with Liusu one night. Liusu, why don't you let me govern Zumi? I have the ability to change Zumi now. Nashida asked Liusu, who was holding her. Liusu replied, because even if you suppress them with your strength now, this kind of thing will still happen in the future. Even if you replace the sages with a new batch, you can't solve the problem from the root. Why? Wouldn't it be better to expel all those who have ideas in their hearts? Nashida continued to ask. Liusu touched Nashida's head and explained with a smile, because people's words are terrible. Although they can't have any substantial impact on you, they will disgust you from all directions. If you do this, the sages of the order will use another method to resist your behavior, saying that you are a tyrant, etc. Well, Liusu, I don't understand. Nashida frowned and said, then what should I do now? Don't do anything. Let the wind blow for a while, and wait until the problem of Zumi breaks out. If you show up at this time, you can catch all the problems. If you want to be the grass god again, you can also take this opportunity to control Zumi. Let the wind blow for a while? Is Liusu talking about the scattered soldiers? The guy who took away the heart of the thunder god? Nashida suddenly thought of something and asked. Yes, Nashida is really smart. Liusu said with a smile. I'll be embarrassed if you do this. No matter how smart you are not as smart as you, Liusu. Nashida said a little embarrassedly after hearing Liusu's words. Liusu continued, so now you are just a child, just like little Klee. You just need to be happy, and I will help you solve any difficulties. Nashida turned over and hugged Liusu with her backhand, shouting happily, yeah, Liusu, I like you the most. Liusu hugged Nashida's small body and smiled and replied, I like you too, you are the cutest. Thinking of this, Nashida came back to her senses. Although she thought so much, it was only a moment outside. Nashida came to her senses and said to Asa, no, you are wrong. If I do this, the great compassion tree king will be very happy. Since Lord Grass God is so stubborn, then our order will take necessary measures to welcome your return." Seeing that Nashida was unmoved, Azza shook his head and said, "Without the people's faith, how much strength can you exert now?" Azza knew that Liu still believed in the rocking emperor. Although this god had passed away, this could be learned from the scholars who returned, because the Liu immortal king also died with the rebellious Ruota dragon king a few hundred years ago. According to the description, the other party was an adult woman who also used gold and divine power, which was completely inconsistent with the grass god. "Sino, take her," Azza said to the stunned Sino next to him. Sino. After hearing what Azza said, Sino was shocked. "What a guy. Is it really okay for you to force a god like this? And it's our native Zumi god. What if the other party recovers his divine power and troubles me? Lord Grass God, everything that happened today was for Zumi. I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts. If you feel offended by what happened today, after you have recovered your divine power, it will not be too late to deal with me then." Azza said to Nashida sincerely, and those who didn't know him would think that he was really a loyal person. "Sino, right? Will you obey Azza's orders?" Nashida looked at the troubled Sino next to her and said expressionlessly, I won't." After hearing Nashida's words, Sino came back to his senses and said to Nashida seriously, "Lord Grass God, please leave quickly. I will cover you. The current Zumi is no longer the same as before, but I believe that when you grow up, Zumi will definitely become better." "Sino, what are you doing? Don't you know what you will bring to Zumi by doing this?" After hearing Sino's words, Azza said in disbelief. Sino said to the great sage seriously, "I'm doing this because I know what I will bring to Zumi by doing this." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Another Lantern Festival. Sino, I thought you would understand my behavior as a great disciplinary officer, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Azza shook his head and sighed at Sino. "Come on, take them down." As soon as Azza finished speaking, a group of people rushed up. "Lord Grass God, you go first, I'll stop them," Sino said to Nashida. "Go? Why should I go? With so few people, they are not as good as the Thousand Rocks army." Nashida looked at the 30 people who appeared and said to Sino with a puzzled look, "It's true that the 30-man group is not as good as the Thousand Rocks army of Liu now, but it's enough to deal with you." Azza said, "Hey," as Liusu said, "It's true. Sometimes force is better than brains." Nashida sighed and then condensed a long sword condensed by grass element. Nashida raised the sword and waved it at the group of 30 people who surrounded in front. A strong air wave swept towards everyone, and the huge impact force knocked everyone, including the Great Sage, out. Sino. Come on, Great Sage, this is what you told me, that Lady Grass God is not strong, and she is nothing without the people's faith. But can you explain to me what this suffocating pressure is? Azza wanted to struggle to get up, but the severe pain in his body made him fall back again. He stretched out his hand to Nashida and said, "Lord Grass God, Zumi needs you." "Sorry, I don't need Zumi." Nashida shook her head and said, "Zumi should also become an era of human rule like Liu, instead of living under the protection of gods." Sino. That's because the gods of Liu are dead. Okay. Our gods of Zumi are not dead. Then you can just assume that I'm dead. Nashida said, noticing Sino's thoughts. Sino. Lord Grass God, this. Sino opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Nashida, I finally found you. Suddenly a gentle voice came into Nashida's ears, making her turn her head in confusion, and she saw a strange blue-haired woman. Nashida asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "My name is Liusu. Liusu asked me to help you deal with the follow-up matters." Liusu replied. Nashida smiled and nodded. "Oh, so that's the case. Thank you for your help. But how do you plan to deal with it? Are you going to compensate Mora directly?" Nashida continued to ask. "No," Liusu said, "it would cost too much money, and that my role can only be reflected in this aspect." Liusu said this with a somewhat unhappy look. Nashida. Looking at Losha, who looked unhappy, Nashida didn't know how to comfort her and could only laugh dryly. Losha stretched out her hand to the order house in the distance. The blue water element power emanated from her hand. The destroyed order house was repaired quickly, as if time had gone back. After a while, it became intact. After doing all this, Losha looked at the group of people lying on the ground and asked Nashida in confusion, "Who are these?" "These people were just beaten by me," Nashida explained. Losha asked in confusion, "Do we need to treat them?" After hearing Losha's words, Nashida was a little confused and was about to speak. Losha continued, "Then you can beat them up again." Sino. After hearing Losha's words, Nashida's eyes lit up, and she said happily, Why didn't I think of it? Just do as you say." Then the great sage and others recovered under Losha's treatment. Before he could speak, Nashida raised the grass elemental sword in her hand and slapped Azza on the forehead. Azza felt a blackness in front of his eyes and lost consciousness in a burst of pain. Suddenly, in the dizziness, Azza felt a comfortable force awakening him again. He opened his eyes in a daze and sat up. What greeted him was Nashida holding the sword with a happy look on her face. Then, Azza fainted again. In the stunned surprise of Senor, Azza was like being played whack-a-mole. He was healed by Lodia, and then knocked unconscious by Nashida. This went on and on. Seeing that Lodia was about to revive Azza again, Nashida retracted her weapon and said, "Okay, Lodia, let's stop here. Have you calmed down?" Lodia asked. Nashida smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I feel much better. Sister Lodia, and Klee also wants to play whack-a-mole. Grandpa Azza is a bad guy, and Klee wants to do the same." Little Klee jumped aside and said to Lodia, "Okay, then I'll listen to you." Lodia replied, "Well, but Klee doesn't have anything to hit the bad guys, and the bouncing bomb doesn't seem to be suitable." Little Klee thought for a while and said, "Then I'll help you." After that, Lodia condensed a hammer with water element and handed it to Little Klee. After receiving the hammer from Lodia, Klee said joyfully, "Thank you, Sister Lodia. Sister Lodia is a good person." After experiencing Nashida's attack, the great sage Azza continued to be tortured by Klee with the hammer given by Lodia. Sino said cautiously, "Lord Grass God, it's okay. With Lodia here, he won't die." Nashida said, "Sino, that's not what I asked. I just want to know if you will beat me like you did to the great sage. If I had known, I would not have come out today." After a while, it feels good. "Thank you, Sister Lodia." Klee handed the hammer in her hand to Lodia and said with a smile. Losha replied, "You're welcome." Nashida looked at the unconscious people and frowned and said, "Well, it seems that the great sage has discovered me in advance. No, this will ruin Liusu's plan. Let's just seal his memory." After that, Nashida stretched out her hand to the people lying down, and the grass elemental power corroded Azza and others. Sino looked at Nashida's actions with horror. If someone said that the grass god was just a show off in the future, he would fight with that person on the spot. However, after today, it seems that he will no longer remember this matter. In the future, he will also be like the great sage, and his memory will be sealed by Nashida. Thinking of this, Sino was a little sad. "Child, don't worry, I won't seal your memory." After doing this, Nashida comforted Sino. "Lord Grass God, Sino was surprised after hearing what Nashida said. However, he still shook his head and said, "Please help me seal my memory of today's events, Lord Grass God, because my memory is connected to the void, and this matter will also be noticed." "Haha. Have you forgotten who created the void?" Nashida said with a smile. I'm sorry, I forgot." After hearing Nashida's words, Sino felt a little ashamed, because under the influence of the Order Institute, they gradually forgot their belief in the grass god. "But don't tell anyone about this, because now is not the right time." "Don't worry, Lord Grass God, I will definitely not tell anyone. But what does the right time mean?" Nashida explained. "The decayed Zumi needs a wind from another world to push it at this time, so that Zumi can regain its vitality. When this wind reaches Zumi, it will be the right time." "I see. I will follow the teachings of Lord Grass God." Sino knelt on one knee and said seriously. He had also heard about the wind from another world that Nashida had mentioned. She was referring to the golden-haired traveler. When the traveler reached Zumi, that was the right time as mentioned by the grass god. Now the traveler had finished his journey to Inazuma, and the next stop was Zumi. On this day, Sino didn't have to wait for long. Losha, is there anything else? Nashida asked in confusion, looking at Losha who was still standing there waiting for her. Losha answered, Nashida, the Lantern Festival is coming. Liusu is calling you back. After hearing this, Nashida turned to the little Carrie next to her and said, the Lantern Festival is coming. Little Carrie, let's go back quickly. The Lantern Festival is very lively. Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back. Carrie also happily echoed. In Sino's eyes, Nashida and the others were led back by a golden light. Looking at the disappearing people, he sighed, but thinking of what Nashida said, his eyes became firm again. Lord Grass God has not given up on Zumi, but is very disappointed with the current Zumi, so I have to do something about it. Saying this, Senor looked at Asa who was still fainted on the spot, and said with some disgust, Great Sage, Liusu, we are back. Nashida shouted to the inside, after entering the door. Liusu looked at Nashida and said, if I didn't call you, would you have forgotten that the Lantern Festival is coming? After hearing Liusu's words, Nashida scratched her head a little embarrassedly. Liusu, do you need my help with anything? Nashida asked. No, there are some things to do during this year's Lantern Festival, but you don't need to do it. Just take Klee out to play. The bill will go to Keking. Ganyu is not in Yuhei Pavilion. Yeah, I know, Klee, let's go out to play. After hearing Liusu's words, Nashida said to the little Klee next to her, let's go out to play. Great. After that, the two little ones ran out in a hurry. Seeing Nashida leave, Liusu asked Losha, nothing happened there, right? This is what happened. Losha told Liusu everything she saw. Liusu heard Losha's words, touched her chin and said thoughtfully, the matter of Zumi should be put on the agenda. Okay, you should also go to the Lantern Festival. It's better to drag Liuan out. She studies the mechanism every day, and is completely useless. Okay. Losha ran into the house, and dragged Liuan out. Hey, Losha, what are you doing? My mechanism is not finished yet. Liuan said while struggling. Lotii replied, Liusu said that she wanted me to take you to the Lantern Festival, so that you can't stay at home and make machines anymore. After hearing what Lotii said, Liuyan stopped struggling and said with some emotion, is it the Lantern Festival again? Time flies so fast. Let's go. It's a good time to tell you something about Liu. Liuyan took Lotii and left. Looking at the people who left, Liusu looked at the empty courtyard and fell silent. No, why do I feel like a lonely person now? No, I have to find some fun. Liusu murmured. Don't you still have me? The voice of the great compassion tree king sounded again in his mind. Liusu complained. TSK, you're still here. I almost forgot that you didn't talk for so long. The great compassion tree king. If the emotions you expressed in your heart were not completely different from what you said, I would really believe it. By the way, you have been touching the fish for so long. It's my turn, right? Liusu continued. After hearing what Liusu said, the great compassion tree king immediately refused and said, no, don't even think about it. Liusu went out and thought while saying, but where can we go to have fun? Aren't there a lot of interesting things happening at Aang's place? Why don't we go to her place? The great compassion tree king suggested. Liusu nodded and said, you're right. Walking on the street, observing the streets and alleys around, Liusu's passing made everyone on the street look over. After Liusu went away, everyone returned to their previous behavior, as if Liusu had never passed by. The one just now was an immortal, right? A vendor whispered. Yes, she must be an immortal, if she is so extraordinary. The vendor continued, but I can't even remember what she looks like. This is naturally the method of the immortals. She doesn't want us to remember. If you can see her appearance clearly, it means that you have a destiny with the immortals. Another vendor continued. Immortal fate. Can you tell me about this in detail, brother? Ahem. Since you want to hear it, then I will tell you the folk rumors. The thing is, there is a white-haired immortal living in seclusion in Liu Harbor, the one before. No one knows where she lives, but her figure will appear in Liusu harbor from time to time. The most strange thing is that, even if people have seen her, they only know of her existence, but cannot remember her appearance carefully. The peddler said with some concern. This can't be a bad thing, right? Of course not. You know Miss Ganayu of Yuhei Pavilion? The secretary of the Liusu 7 stars. She is also an immortal. She has been in Liusu harbor for more than 1,000 years. Some curious people once found her and asked about the deeds of this white-haired immortal. The answer we got was affirmative. That is, this person is indeed an immortal, and from Secretary Ganayu's mouth, we learned that she has a good relationship with this white-haired immortal. I see. Even if we don't remember the immortal's appearance, seeing this reclusive immortal again today at the Lantern Festival also means that our business will definitely be booming next year. Haha, I thought so too. Liusu walked towards the direction of Wanmin Hall. She had a hunch that she would meet Aang here. As for why she didn't use positioning to find Aang directly, because knowing the result and then looking for it with a purpose is never as comfortable as coming directly. Zhongli, Guoba, Xiangling, and Huteo, why are you eating here? Liusu saw the 3 people sitting at the 3 bowls, but not guarding, and Guoba standing next to them. Liusu is here. We are just about to eat. Come and sit down. Xiangling smiled and greeted Liusu. After Liusu was done, Xiangling replied, I prepared a new dipping sauce, and I saw Mr. Zhongli and Huteo here. So I came here to test it. Xiangling, you didn't make something weird again, did you? Huteo was very suspicious of this. Xiangling replied confidently, of course not. This dipping sauce is definitely delicious. Oh. Liusu, you actually remembered to come out for a walk. I thought you didn't know that the Lantern Festival is coming soon. Zhongli said to Liusu. Liusu replied, well, although it's true that fishing made me forget the time, I can still feel the big scale of the Lantern Festival. Liusu, our Wangsheng Hall is already struggling to make ends meet. Do you want a few more set meals? Hu Tao said to Liusu. I've already ordered 100 set meals from you. You should find someone else. There aren't that many people in my family. Liusu said helplessly after hearing what Hu Tao said. After hearing what Liusu said, Hu Tao's face, which was full of excitement, also darkened. She sighed and said, that's right. Hey, since the beginning of Genshin Impact, the business of Wangsheng Hall and Liu has been getting worse and worse. I have to start working. The main reason is that Wangsheng Hall has 2 guest officials who only know how to eat but not work. Alas, I'm worried. Wangsheng Hall has less business. Shouldn't you be happy? Liusu asked. Hu Tao replied, that's true, but I have to eat. Liusu thought for a moment and said, how about you change your career and sell clay dolls? This doesn't fit my profession. How can Wangsheng Hall become a small shop selling clay dolls? No, absolutely not. Hu Tao hurriedly refused after hearing Liusu's words. You can do this, and then this. Hu Tao's eyes lit up after hearing Liusu's suggestion. Oh, so it can be done this way. I understand. Thank you very much. Otherwise, you can also come to Wangsheng Hall as a guest official. I will also give you a share of the money. You are much more reliable than Zhongli and Uncle Iuotuo. Ahem, no need. I don't like working. Liusu refused. There is nothing wrong with being a guest official of Wangsheng Hall. It's just an identity. Look, although Zhongli is a guest official of Wangsheng Hall, he still drinks tea and walks his bird every day. He is so comfortable. He just sends all his daily consumption back to Wangsheng Hall. I feel that he is ahead of Wangsheng Hall, and I'm just an employee. Having said this, Hu Tao glanced at Zhongli faintly. Zhongli ignored Hu Tao's gloomy eyes, picked up the cup of hot tea in front of him expressionlessly, took a sip and said calmly, this tea tastes good. Seeing Zhongli trying to change the subject, Hu Tao sighed helplessly, let's eat. Hearing Hu Tao's words, Zhongli silently put down the teacup in his hand, picked up the chopsticks quietly, and started to eat. Hu Tao. Chapter 204, Loyal Customers of Wangsheng Hall. I'm full. Hu Tao said with a satisfied look. Guoba, Lu, Xiangling, it's amazing that you can come up with a new way to eat grilled fish with dipping sauce, especially the dipping sauce. It tastes so good. After hearing Hu Tao's words, Xiangling smiled and replied, that's my special dipping sauce. Of course it tastes good. Zhang Ke commented, grind the dry juan pepper into powder, add mashed garlic and scallions, mix well, then add salt, vinegar, soy sauce, and finally boil it in boiling oil. Behind the seemingly rough method is the chef's precise understanding of the ratio of taste and seasoning. One more point is too much, one less point is too little. This is called the way of refinement. You make sense. Liusu nodded. Zhangli. Hu Tao nodded and agreed. Yeah, that's right. What do you think, Xiangling? I've praised you to your heart, right? Xiangling was a little embarrassed by what Hu Tao said and replied, I'm quite shy. Thank you, Mr. Zhangli. I think I'm already very eloquent, but I didn't expect that I'm still not as good as you. Hu Tao turned to Zhangli and said. Zhangli replied indifferently, why should you be polite to me, Hall Master? The whole Liu Harbor has witnessed your eloquence. Guoba listened to Zhangli's words and agreed. Lu hearing Guoba's voice, Hu Tao lowered her head and said to Guoba at the table, Guoba, would you like something? You're welcome, this Hall Master will treat you. Just put the bill on Xiangling's head. Guoba. What delicious food are you discussing again? Hearing the familiar voice, several people turned around and saw that it was indeed Aang who brought Pei Meng over. Hey, it's the traveler and Peiman, what brings you here? Hu Tao called out to Aang and Peiman. Wait, don't tell me yet, let me calculate it carefully. Well, they are here to celebrate the Lantern Festival. Peiman couldn't help but complain, I can tell at a glance, do I still need to guess? Master Hu, the traveler and Peiman have been in Liu all this time. It's a bit inappropriate to say they are here to celebrate the Lantern Festival. Zhangli took a sip of tea and said. Hu Tao asked in confusion, really? I thought they were traveling again. After all, I haven't seen them many times in Liu. Xiangling said to Aang and Pei Meng, you came at the right time. I was inviting everyone to try the new dishes. The owner of 3 Bowls No. 4 Port gave it a good review. Liusu, Mr. Zhangli and Hu Tao were also satisfied, but I always feel that I have to invite more people to try it. How about it? Do you want to try it? After hearing Xiangling's words, Pei Meng replied with a look of surprise, yes. Aang said, we are here to find Mr. Zhangli. After hearing Aang's words, Pei Meng said a little disappointedly, no, not to eat? Well, let's get down to business first. Long time no see. Is your trip going well recently? Aang replied with a smile. Not bad. I made a lot of money. The commission from Liu is really great. Zhangli nodded and said, that's great. So, what do you want to do with us? The guest official. Hu Tao asked. Let me make it clear first. We have some serious business to attend to today. Tasting food is just a side job. After hearing Hu Tao's words, Pei Meng was a little surprised and said, business? It can't be the business of the Wansheng Hall. It's obviously a festival. Hu Tao said, there are birth, aging, sickness and death during festivals, right? Don't make a fuss. Seeing that his words made Pei Meng look shocked, he continued, okay, I'm just trying to scare you. I thought that the weather is good today, so I came out to see the street scene and promote my business. You guys chat. Xiangling and I will go to the boss's place to get some tea. Zhangli, remember to find me when you're done. After saying that, Hu Tao asked Xiangling and Guoba to leave together. Zhangli nodded and said, okay, master, take care. Traveler, what happened? Zhangli saw the two leave and asked Aang. No, I just heard that your statue is now under construction. So I wanted to ask if I can be counted in. Aang said, if you want to go, just go find Ningguang and the others. So, you probably have something else that needs my help. Well, Peiman, why don't you tell me? Aang said to Peiman next to her. Huh? Why me again? Peiman pointed at himself and asked in confusion after hearing what Aang said. Peiman turned around and said to Zhangli a little embarrassedly, okay, it's like this. We actually came here to find Liusu, but we couldn't find her whereabouts, so we came to ask you, but she is here now. Zhangli. Noticing Zhangli's silence, Payman continued. Didn't Hu Tao finish her words just now? We didn't have time to react before this happened. What do you want from me? Liusu asked in confusion after hearing this. It's like this. Payman told Liusu about Keking. Liusu touched her chin and said, oh. Keking actually secretly worked overtime? Yes. She also took down Skynet and ran around Liu for fireworks. Ganyu was also there. Paimeng nodded and said, although Keking is very strong now, she will definitely be exhausted with her current sleepless working style. Liusu, please persuade her. After hearing what Paimeng said, Liusu touched her chin and said, well, if that's the case, then the 100 meal packages I ordered from Hu Tao will also come in handy. Zhongli. Paimeng. Liusu, why did you order 100 meal packages from Hu Tao? Are there so many people who need to be buried? Aang asked in confusion. Liusu replied, prepare for the future. If I want to die again one day, maybe it will come in handy. Can the meal packages in the Hall of Rebirth be used like this? Paimeng exclaimed. Liusu glanced at Paimeng and said, why not? Next time, just pretend to be dead and then lie down again. You are worthy of it. Zhongli said silently. Same here. By the way, I've also ordered 100 meals for you. Zhongli. Liusu continued, we are old friends. I can still help you with this little favor. I won't forget you when I ordered the meals. By the way, I've also ordered meals for Wendy and Aang. Thank you so much. Zhongli was silent for a while and spoke. Liusu waved her hand and said, you're welcome. Zhongli sighed and said, I was wondering why the funds of the Wansheng Hall suddenly became sufficient during that period, and Master Hu didn't go to the Wanmin Hall to help. It turned out that you ordered all the meals. Take care of the business. After all, there are not so many places in Liu that need the services of the Wansheng Hall now. We can't let Master Hu fall to the point of doing odd jobs to pay your wages. Zhongli, who did you learn this kind of indirect criticism from? Although you didn't mention my name in this paragraph, my figure is everywhere. So you are here. Hearing the voice, Paimeng was surprised and said, huh? Keking. Keking was about to say something, but when she saw Liusu sitting there silently, she was surprised and said, Master? Liusu greeted, well, happy Lantern Festival. After hearing Liusu's words, Keking replied blankly, well, happy Lantern Festival. Seeing that Liusu did not mention her overtime, Keking breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Mr. Zhongli, I didn't expect you to be here too. Zhongli replied, I came out with Master Hu to deal with some things, and happened to meet Liusu and the traveler. Seeing Keking suddenly appear, Paimeng and Aang's expressions were a little stiff, and they felt embarrassed, as if they were caught on the spot for telling someone something. Keking looked at Aang and Paimeng, who were a little surprised, and asked, what's wrong? Why are your watches so strange? Did I come too suddenly and interrupt your conversation? No, I'm just curious why the busy Keking appeared here. Paimeng said hurriedly. Keking, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not busy at all. It's just, I just worked a little overtime. Keking hurriedly explained. Master and Emperor are here. If they know that I have worked overtime for several days, then it's over. Yu Hengxing needs to take good care of her body for Liu and not overwork. Zhongli said lightly. Keking. Well, it's over. Zhongli knows it. Then Master must know it too. It must be Paimeng who told it. Thinking of this, Keking cast her eyes on Paimeng. Feeling a little uncomfortable with Keking's eyes, Paimeng changed the subject and said, ahem. Keking, why did you suddenly think of looking for us? Keking replied faintly, I needed to find you before, but not now. Paimeng scratched his head a little embarrassedly, looking up at the sky. Keking, I heard that you are preparing fireworks. Liusu suddenly said. After hearing what Liusu said, Keking stiffly replied, yes, Master, what's wrong? Liusu opened her mouth and replied, Little Klee and Nashida are back. When you prepare the fireworks, take them with you. They are very interested in this. Yeah, I'll contact them now. Keking replied, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. One more thing. Although you have impressive strength, you should still pay attention to your body, as Zhongli said. Liusu continued. I see. Thank you, Master. Keking heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Liusu said. By the way, traveler, Paimeng, if you have dealt with your affairs, come to the Jade Pavilion to find me. I have something to tell you. Yeah, we'll be there soon. Paimeng replied. Seeing Keqing leaving, Paimeng asked Liusu with some confusion. Liusu, why did Keqing look so scared of you just now? Liusu replied, isn't this very simple? Because now she has violated the contract with Skynet. Then why didn't you say it just now? Keqing seemed to know that we were the ones who informed on her. Paimeng scratched his head and said, since she wants to do this, just give her a long vacation. Paimeng scratched his head and said, yes, is that so? It's the Lantern Festival again, and I have to prepare some things. Now is the moment when people's wishes are the strongest, and we can't miss it. Liusu said, touching his chin. After hearing Liusu's words, Zhongli's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, oh, Liusu, are you making any big moves again? Almost. I've been away for a few days and you've been watching Liuan and Losha. Zhongli asked in confusion, what do you mean? In short, the current Liuan and Losha are equivalent to a group of Paimeng. Zhongli, I know, I'll pay attention. After hearing Liusu's words, Zhongli rubbed his eyebrows and said with a headache, hey, what do you mean by adding up to a group of me? That's so rude. Paimeng, who was standing next to him, said angrily, hey. Liusu replied with a smile, okay, goodbye. After that, Liusu left in a flash. Paimeng. But, doesn't the Losha Liusu said look normal? Why did you say that Liuan Jifeng's engine and Losha are equivalent to a group of me? No, am I so troublesome? Aang, say something. Paimeng said this, looking at Aang next to him angrily, hoping that she would give him an answer. Aang, you are fine, except that you can talk a little. Thinking of this, Aang fell silent. Seeing Aang didn't answer him, Paimeng said angrily, I'm so angry. I didn't expect you to think so. Since Yu Hangsing is still waiting for you, you should leave first. Zhongli said. Paimeng said to Zhongli, then let's go. Zhongli nodded and said, okay. At this time, Liusu stood in the space of the golden tree. A green light screen appeared in front of her. She stretched out her hand and clicked on the light screen in front of her, as if she was compiling something on a computer. While controlling the compilation station, Liusu could not help but complain, why is this tree so troublesome? Why did I design it this way? It's really troublesome. The Great Compassion Tree King walked out of Liusu's body and said to her with a smile, because the golden tree itself is another world tree, you can only use a fixed and cumbersome method to tamper with the information, otherwise the world tree will change with your thoughts, which is not conducive to the perfection of the law. Alas, it's still not strong enough. It would be great if I could really make flowers bloom and fall with a thought. Liusu sighed. The Great Compassion Tree King approached Liusu and said with a smile, haha, you have done a good job. Isn't the process of you writing the golden tree now another kind of creation of the world? Liusu did not appreciate it at all. She glanced at the Great Compassion Tree King next to her and said, don't say sarcastic words. Come and help me. Alas, you are really unromantic. After hearing Liusu's words, the smile on the face of the Great Compassion Tree King froze. You know me. Come quickly. Liusu continued. The Great Compassion Tree King said helplessly, okay, I'll help you. That's right. Liusu nodded with satisfaction. Liusu, this tree seems to have evolved outside the world. The Great Compassion Tree King said while operating. If this continues, the main body will leave Teyvat. It was originally intended to leave the world. This is just right. You can grow better outside the starry sky, and you will become real. Liusu replied, in this way, the world will no longer forget you. After listening to Liusu's words, the Great Compassion Tree King sighed. Alas, it suddenly became like this, and it still feels a little unreal, just like a dream. As a Tree King, what kind of dream would you have? All this must be real. Liusu said. You are right. If all this is a dream, I hope I will never wake up in the dream again. The Great Compassion Tree King replied with a smile. Boom. Ouch. What are you doing? The Great Compassion Tree King covered his head with an incredible look. Liusu took back his hand and said, I want you to distinguish between dreams and reality. Although, this is an act against Nashida, don't use it on me. Thank you. The Great Compassion Tree King smiled politely at Liusu. It's just a little bit short, and the data will become real. These changes will definitely be noticed by the law of nature. It's really troublesome. Liusu frowned while compiling the golden tree. It's okay, just fight it. The two of us will definitely beat it. The great compassion tree king replied indifferently. Liusu frowned and said, we can fight, but Teyvat can't bear it. Teyvat is now like a bubble in the smoke. If it weren't for the law of nature to maintain it, this bubble would dissipate directly. This is not the result I want. What should we do? The process of reality is irreversible. How about taking them and running away? Anyway, the golden tree can be used as an ark now. The great compassion tree king also frowned and said, how about this? I'll go outside the starry sky. You wait for me here. I'll go outside to open a hole for this world. You take this tree out at this time. Liusu thought for a while and said, that's fine, but you're directly exposed to the starry sky. Won't be noticed by people in other worlds. Dassy Tree King said with some worry, I don't know, but if we don't go out, this world will limit our development. After we go out of the world, we can develop rapidly, and then we won't be afraid of foreign forces. Liusu said. Then you have to be careful. Dassy Tree King replied. Liusu listened to Dassy Tree King's words, and flew directly outside the starry sky. In the process of crossing, Liusu felt as if he had broken through an invisible barrier. When he came out again, he saw the vast stars and the world. Hiss, is this the imaginary tree? Although it is a conceptual body, it's too scary, isn't it? Liusu looked at the imaginary tree in surprise. The tree was shaped like a giant tree, and the leaves on it were not leaves, but a world that contained stars. Below the imaginary tree is an endless sea of stars. Liusu observed that many points of light on the imaginary tree fell towards the sea of stars below. I know it's beautiful here, but don't sigh. Hurry up, if you don't take action, the world of Teyvat will be broken. The voice of the great compassion tree king came from Liusu's mind. Liusu. Chapter 205. Golden-haired Archbishop. I know. I'll do it right away. Liusu came back to her senses and said hurriedly. She stretched out her hand and scratched the wall of the world. A space crack extended from the world. The golden tree sensed the breakthrough of the world barrier and extended directly from this crack. In the end, only a branch remained in the world, and the body of the golden tree had already left. The consciousness of the great compassion tree king returned again. She observed this world with Liusu's eyes, and said in surprise, is this the outside of the world? It looks like it, but I didn't expect that this big world is really divided into a tree and a sea as assumed. Liusu answered. Well, wait, is someone spying on me? Liusu's golden eyes emitted golden light, and looked at the target who was spying on her. What's wrong? The great compassion tree king asked with some concern. Did something bad happen? Liusu's eyes passed through the sea of stars, and passed through one world after another. Finally, her eyes were fixed on a dim room. A blond man was supporting his chin with the back of his hand, and looking at the screen in front of him thoughtfully. TSK. Seeing the man's appearance, Liusu sighed. Alarm. Alarm. A strong reaction of Hankei energy is detected in the space. The strength of Hankei energy is suspected to be the advent of the 14th Hersher. Who are you? The man looked at the screen in front of him, and a pair of golden eyes suddenly appeared, and the alarm suddenly appeared in the room. He stood up suddenly, supporting his hands on the table. The 14th Hersher, that is, the last Hersher, is also the Hersher of the end who destroyed human civilization. However, this unknown existence has such great power with a consciousness coming from outside the world. It doesn't matter who I am, but I'm curious, how did you, who is so weak, spy on my existence? Liusu replied lightly. Are you the incarnation of Hankei will? The man asked seriously. Liusu replied, congratulations, I guessed wrong, I'm just an ordinary person. Blonde man. Who are you? The blonde man listened to Liusu's words, and stared at the screen in front of him. Liusu sighed, it doesn't matter who I am, but you, who are mocked by fate, are really pathetic and lamentable. What do you mean? The blonde man asked. Liusu thought for a moment and said, I think your life experience is quite interesting. How about a deal? I won't make a deal with the incarnation of the will of Hankei. The blonde man refused directly. I've already said that I'm not the will of Hankei. Why are you so stubborn? Liusu sighed. The blonde man didn't believe Liusu's words at all. The Hankei energy reaction brought by your consciousness appeared to be suspected of the arrival of the 14th Aisha. You still say that you are not the incarnation of the will of Hankei. You are lying. Forget it. It's a bit difficult to communicate with you. I also have my own things to do. I'll give you this little thing. You will need it one day. When you use it, it means that the deal has been reached. After Liusu finished speaking, he retracted his gaze and left a golden branch at the same time. Damn it. The blonde man saw the golden eyes disappear on the screen in front of him, and he hammered the table hard. Archbishop Otto, what happened? Otto calmed down and replied, nothing. The Hankei energy reaction just now. The man continued to ask. It's just that the machine has a little problem. If the 14th Aisha really comes, do we have the power to fight back now? Otto replied calmly. After the visitor left, Otto reached out and grabbed the golden branch left on the table. When he held the branch, he felt a strong power, but this power was not Hankei energy, but a more mysterious and profound power. Otto held the golden branch tightly in his hand and murmured, trade? If there is a day when I need it as you said, then I will have nothing to lose by then, right? Liusu saw Otto put away the branch and smiled and said, alas, another thing has been solved. I will go back to fishing. Liusu, it seems that your work is not yet completed, right? The Great Compassion Tree King suddenly said. Liusu. Hearing the words of the Great Compassion Tree King, the smile on Liusu's face collapsed. Alas, why can't this tree operate on its own? You are already a mature world tree. You should know how to help me solve problems. Liusu said to the golden tree. Golden tree. Ha ha ha. Seeing Liusu's funny behavior, the great CI Tree King couldn't help laughing. Liusu said faintly, don't laugh. Do you think I really talk to the tree? You're wrong. I'm waiting for you. Come and help me work. The great CI Tree King. Hearing Liusu's words, the great CI Tree King couldn't laugh anymore and was caught by Liusu again inside the golden tree and forced to work on the Jade Pavilion. Seeing Aang and Paimeng coming, Keking said, you are here. Keking, what did you call us for? Paimeng asked in confusion. Keking answered, it's like this, I'm going to prepare some gifts for the immortals, so. Isn't Keking very familiar with the immortals? Why do you need me and Aang for help? Paimeng asked in confusion. It's not this reason, because some immortals have strange personalities, and I'm afraid that I will say something I shouldn't say at that time, but if Paimeng is here, I can say less. Keking explained. Paimon. Ha ha ha, Keking, I understand what you mean. You need someone to speak for you, right? And Paimon is the right person. Aang said with a smile. That's right. I will also give you some rewards for this trip. Keking nodded. Aang said, no, this is what we should do. We also need to visit the immortals who helped us before during the Lantern Festival. In this way, we will be on the way, so this time it will not be considered a commission, and no reward is required. Thank you. Then, let's go. The first person to visit is Jechen Langshi's engine, also known as Grandma Ping. Keking said this, and her brows suddenly frowned. Keking, what's wrong? Paimon asked. Nothing, it's just that every time I think of Jechen Langshi's engine, I feel weird. Keking shook her head and replied. We are the same. Grandma Ping is obviously very beautiful, but she has to disguise herself as an old lady. If you don't know what Grandma Ping looks like, it's okay, but it feels very strange after knowing it. Paimon spread his hands and echoed Keking. Then let's go to Yujingte to visit Jechen Langshi's engine first. Keking suggested. Yeah. Let's go. After the few people finished talking, they walked towards Yujingte. When they got closer, they saw Grandma Ping and Yanfei talking about something. Grandma Ping said to Yanfei, it's a big festival, don't run around, be more content. Grandma, most of my clients are happy events. Yanfei replied. It's the Lantern Festival, who would rush to see you? This child. After hearing what Grandma Ping said, Yanfei said with a little emotion, you can't say that. After the few people approached, Paimeng stretched out his hand to Grandma Ping and greeted naturally. Grandma Ping. Happy Lantern Festival. Seeing Paimeng's behavior, Aang and Keking looked at each other and couldn't help but secretly praised Paimeng. Aang quickly agreed. Happy Lantern Festival. Master, long time no see. How have you been? Keking greeted Grandma Ping a little awkwardly. She really couldn't call her Grandma Ping. Grandma Ping greeted with a smile. It's you. It's a pleasure to see you during the Lantern Festival. Yan Fei said to Aang, traveler, long time no see. After greeting, Yan Fei continued to say to Keking next to her, Miss Keking is here too. Keking put the gifts in front of Grandma Ping and said, the festive season is approaching, and we at Keixing have prepared small gifts for you too. Some sea goods, 2 rolls of high quality silk, and rare flower seeds specially prepared for Zenjin. I have brought all the light goods. The silk is still on the way, and the cloth shop has just picked up the goods, and will send a clerk to deliver it later. This is a small gift as a token of respect. I hope it suits your taste. After hearing what Keking said, Yan Fei smiled and praised, wow, that's great. Keixing is thoughtful, thank you. Grandma Ping nodded and said, okay, since the flower seeds were selected by Kejing, they must be very good. Thank you very much. I'm glad you two like it. We still have to meet other immortals. We won't bother you anymore. Keking said quickly. Seeing Keking preparing to leave, Granny Ping suddenly said, wait a minute, Keking, did your master say anything about the Lantern Festival? Master? Master didn't tell me. Keking thought for a while and replied, by the way, Aang, did master say anything after I left? Keking asked Aang. Let me think. Liusu said that she would be busy with that matter during this period, because the Lantern Festival is when wishes are strongest. Aang thought for a while and replied, that's good, Keking, you guys go. Lisan Dishu, Zuiang should live near Xianheng Mountain. I don't need to say anything about Liuan. As for Yixio Daoshan, he should be in Juanjian now. Granny Ping said. Grandma Ping continued, I heard that all the decorations on the street were designed by you, Keking. You made the city so beautiful, but you ran to the mountains instead of going to the streets to have a look. What a pity. Yan Fei really likes that street. She goes there for a stroll when she has nothing to do. After hearing what Grandma Ping said, Yan Fei put her hands on her waist and replied unhappily, Grandma, I didn't go there for a stroll. I was consulting clients at that time. Grandma Ping exposed her. Oh. Then you stayed in front of the grilled tiger fish stall for so long. Were you also consulting? Yan Fei explained. That's because I was helping them calculate prices. Calculating prices is troublesome, and you have to check a lot of terms. During the Lantern Festival, you were still working? Aang asked in confusion. Well, because our business is a bit special, there are no days off, but the working hours every day are relatively short. Yan Fei said with her eyes wandering. Really? Then Yan Fei, where is your Skynet? Payman pointed at the empty ears on both sides of Yan Fei and said, this, I'll make it up to you later. It's because I'm very busy during the Lantern Festival, and the working hours are even less than before. I had to do this. Grandma Ping said with a smile. Haha, Yan Fei, this is the intention of the rocking. The main thing is that you don't want to be too tired, and he is not forcing you to rest. You should be busy when you should be busy, but you must also take care of your health. This is why the rocking limits working hours. If you don't do this, some people will be busy all their lives and have no time to watch the beautiful Liu now. I know. Don't worry, I will make up for the rest time. Otherwise, if I go to meet clients with a tired face, others will definitely have a bad first impression of me, let alone cooperation. Besides, how does the sentence go? Rest is for better work. Haha, if the rocking knew what you were thinking, he would definitely be unhappy. Grandma Ping said with a smile. Yan Fei said, Grandma, we have no choice, and Keking is still not wearing the Skynet. Keking scratched her head a little embarrassedly and said, ahem, well, I'm just busy during this period of time. I'm still resting most of the time. By the way, has Keking been walking around the street during this period of time? Aang asked. Keking replied, I walked around many times when I was supervising the construction, but I haven't been there since it was completed. I was planning to take a good walk after the work was finished, but things happened one after another. Besides, Ganyu has something to do now, so I forgot about shopping. Pei Meng nodded and said, "Oh, I was just saying, Ganyu went to do something else. No wonder I didn't see her. You were always together before." "Not always together," Keqing said a little embarrassedly after hearing what Pei Meng said. "After we finish these, we will have a good look around, but now we have to go to Xianheng Mountain in Juanjian. You two, we'll take our leave first." When Keqing and Ying went to look for the three true lords, they came up empty-handed because they met Ganyu, who was just about to return in Juanjian. From her, they learned that these people actually went on a trip. Keqing, why do you want to go on a trip during the Lantern Festival? Really? Pei Meng said angrily. "We specially came to ask for this, which really pissed me off." "Forget it, since the true lords are not here, let's go back to Liu Harbor," Keqing said, rubbing her aching head. Ganyu asked with concern, "Keqing, are you okay? Are you too tired these days?" "No, I'm done with my work. I can have a good rest in the remaining time," Keqing replied with a smile. "Well, according to your schedule, you should go to visit Master and the others now, right?" Ganyu said after thinking for a while. Keqing nodded and said, "Yes, Master lives with Master Liuan. We can just go visit them." "Yes, I heard from the travelers that Master is not at home these days. We can only see Master Liuan if we go there." "Ah, where did Master go? Did she go traveling too?" Ganyu asked in surprise. "No, she is dealing with the matter about the golden tree. She will be back before the Lantern Festival," Keqing replied. Ganyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Huh, that's good. Then let's go to Liusu's house now. I wonder if Nashida and Little Klee are there," Pei Meng suggested. Everyone teleported back to Liu Harbor and stopped at the door of a small courtyard with a tree in the yard, then turned and walked in. "Huh, you're here?" Liuan was surprised to see the newcomers. "Why did you bring so many gifts?" Keqing explained, "This is a gift from the 7 stars to the immortals. I'm still a member of the Liu 7 stars, so I have to do this. Ningguang has to do other things. Since it's the 7 stars intention, I'll accept it. But where is your master? She disappeared when I came back from going out today. I didn't see her at the place where she often fished." "This is what happened." Keqing told Liuan about Liusu from Ying. "So that's why. She's only busy at this time." After hearing what Keqing said, Liuan knew what Liusu was doing at this time. "Master Liuan, who is this?" Ganyu asked Losha, who was sitting with Master Liuan Jifeng. "Let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Losha." Losha waved to the few people and said, "Hello, Master Liuan. Is Losha also an immortal?" Keqing asked in confusion. Liuan replied, "Yes, she is also your master's family." Keqing, "Oh, this. Speaking of which, Lotia and I get along very well, and I also shared with her the story about you and Shenhe when you were young." Liuan Jifeng Zhenjin said. Yes, from what Liuan said, Ganyu was very cute when she was young. Lotia agreed with a smile. Ganyu said with a look of discomfort. "Zhenjin Liuan, you." Liuan said nonchalantly, "What's the matter? We are not outsiders. Letting Lotia know about your story will help to increase feelings. You are all my precious disciples. What's wrong with me showing off my disciples?" "Master, I prepared some things." Liuan heard the voice and said in surprise, "Oh, Shenhe is here. I just happened to talk about you." Hearing Liuan's words, Shenhe's hand holding the basket froze, and the handle of the bamboo basket was pinched by her to leave 5 finger marks. "Master, you didn't talk about the childhood of me and senior sister Ganyu?" Shenhe asked stiffly. Liuan nodded and said, "Of course. I have something else to do. I'll leave first." After that, Shenhe took the bamboo basket and left quickly. Seeing Shenhe hurriedly leaving, Liuan said in confusion, "Hey? Didn't you say you had prepared some things? Why did you leave suddenly?" "Forget it. 1 or 2 of them are like this. Just let her be." Ganyu. "Whose problem is it that 1 or 2 of them are like this?" "It's because you are too good at talking and you tell everything." "Hey, you are all here." Hearing Liusu's voice, Keqing asked in surprise, "Master, why are you back? I heard from Ying that you will be busy for a few days like this." "Oh, it was originally very busy, and then I caught a laborer, so it was done in less than a day," Liusu replied. After hearing Liusu's words, the Great Compassion Tree King said faintly, has my identity become a laborer now? Chapter 206, The Resentment of the Great Compassionate Tree King, updated for no reason. Ahem. Don't worry about these details. Liusu responded. Great Compassion Tree King, HMPH Master, we are here. Keking told Liusu the whole purpose of her visit. I see, then where is my gift? Liusu suddenly said to Keking. After hearing what Liusu said, Keking scratched her head and looked at Liusu in confusion. Although I have passed away in Liu, I should also have a gift for the big festival, right? Liusu continued. By the way, there is also Zhongli, we have to pay tribute to him on the big festival. Keking. Master, this is not good, isn't it? Keking said with a tangled face. It's just a joke. Okay, if you don't have anything else to do, you can move freely. I have something to do with Liuan. Liusu said. What is it? Can I help? Keking asked curiously after hearing what Liusu said. Liusu replied, I don't need your help for now. Just take Aing and Zyro Kelly and have some fun. By the way, remember to prepare some fireworks this year. Zhongli's statue will be completed on the day of the Lantern Festival. Is Zhongli's statue going to be completed? Why didn't we receive any news? We thought it was still under construction. Paimeng asked in confusion. Liuan said, of course, ordinary people were not allowed to participate in this matter. After all, the construction of the Emperor's statue requires immortal talismans. Ordinary people are impatient. If some small things go wrong, it will undoubtedly be a devastating blow to this project. The immortals have been preparing for so long, so of course they will take this matter seriously. But, didn't Lishu Dishan's engine and Zuiyang's engine go on a trip? Paimeng asked in confusion. They will come back naturally on that day, Liuan replied. Liuan, Losha, follow me. After speaking, Liusu opened a space crack and said to the two. Keking and others saw Liusu and others disappear in the space crack. Well, it seems that there is something wrong, but I don't know what it is. Let's go ask Liusu when he comes back. Paimeng suggested to Aing next to him. Aing. Okay, since the gifts from the immortals have been delivered, let's go shopping. Keking said to the others. Hey, why is there one more? Is there still a demon subduing great sage who hasn't been visited yet? Ganyu whispered. After listening to Ganyu's words, Keking suddenly realized. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Aing, do you know where the demon subduing great sage is now? As for Zyro, he should be in Wangshuan now, right? Because he is almost always there. Aing thought for a while and replied. Then let's go to Wangshuan first, deliver this gift, and then find Nashida and Zyrokli to prepare fireworks. Keking said. Yeah, let's go. Paimeng said with a smile. Gillian, Liusu, Liuan, and Losha appeared here. Is this Gillian? What are you doing here? Liuan asked with some confusion, after checking the surroundings. Liusu smiled and replied, haha, I found something interesting ahead, so it's a good time to try it out here. What do you mean? Liuan asked in surprise after hearing what Liusu said. Give it a try, the power of the wish should be enough this time. Liusu said, but do you know where her body is? Let me think, it should be in this area, and the Emperor took action later. Liuan said as he recalled, I figured it out, it's here. Following Liuan's guidance, the group came to a secret realm sealed by rocks. Liuan looked at the door to the secret realm that had been gradually weathered by the passage of time and couldn't help but sigh. This sealed aura was left by the Emperor, and Gizhang's body is inside. Liuan said to Liusu next to him, if we open this seal, the Emperor will definitely notice it. Let's go in and take a look. After Liusu finished speaking, she stretched out her hand towards the secret realm, buried by the wind and sand. The golden divine power emanated from her hand, and the wind and sand dissipated in front of everyone along with the seal left by Zhongli. This is Zhongli, who was working with Hu Tao, suddenly realized something and stopped. At this time, he realized that the seal that he had set up personally in Gillian was erased by a force. So it was her who did it? And Liuan is also there. Haha, this year's Lantern Festival is interesting. Thinking of this, Zhongli couldn't help laughing. Zhongli, what's wrong with you? Why did you stop suddenly? Hu Tao asked in confusion. Zhongli said, no problem, I just thought of something. Then what did you think of that made you so happy? Hu Tao asked in confusion. Happy? Is there anything? Zhongli restrained the smile on his face and said, Master Hu must have seen it wrong. Hu Tao didn't believe Zhongli's nonsense at all. She said suspiciously, is there? I didn't see it wrong. Tell me quickly, you must have something interesting to hide from this master. Zhongli explained, of course not. Besides, we acted together, so how could we encounter anything interesting? Even if we encountered something interesting, with Master Hu's intelligence, he would definitely be able to notice it before me. That's right, this master is very smart. After hearing Zhongli's words, Hu Tao put her hands on her waist and raised her head and said, however, even if you praise this master so much, this master still feels that something is wrong with you. Zhongli. At this time, Liusu, Liuan and others also entered the secret realm. Liusu looked at the space in the secret realm and nodded. Is this the secret realm where the remains of Gizhan God are placed? Zhongli has spent a lot of thought on it. Liuan said, the death of the demon god does not mean that she has disappeared. When the time comes, she will return again, but I don't know if it will take 1,000 years or 10,000 years, or even longer. The emperor and Gizhan were very good friends back then. The emperor was good at fighting, while Gizhan was good at managing the affairs of Liu. Because of our negligence, the demon god in the ocean attacked Gileon. Gizhan fought hard against the siege of the demon god, and protected the people of Gileon. When we arrived, we saw that she had died in the battle. After hearing Liuan's words, Liusu just sighed, and didn't say much else. Seeing that Liusu no longer commented on this matter, Liuan didn't continue to talk about it. Liuan knew that Liusu, as one of the previous generation of the 7 gods, must also understand the cruelty of the demon god war. Several people walked into the secret realm. The entire secret realm was built with a golden crystal. The crystal continuously radiated the power of the rock element, making the entire secret realm filled with strong rock element. Liusu looked at the center of the secret realm, a statue of a girl made of dust, and said, is this the remains of the dust god Gizhan? Liuan replied, yes. How about it? Is it okay? Liusu said, it should be possible. Demon gods are easier to revive than immortals, because demon gods have residual consciousness and immortals do not. However, demon gods need much more willpower than immortals. That's good. At least there is hope. Willpower. The Lantern Festival right now is when willpower is the strongest. We just need to prepare. Liusu explained. Because the golden tree has been upgraded, the reserve of willpower has also been improved, so the current willpower is enough, but after this resurrection, the retained willpower will be gone. Liu said, it's okay. Willpower is something that can be accumulated slowly. At worst, we can push the emperor out again and let him help collect willpower. That makes sense. I'll leave this to you. After listening to Liu's words, Liusu nodded. Can the demon god be resurrected? Then, the voice of the great compassion tree king suddenly came. Liusu asked, do you want to resurrect the flower god in the Scarlet King? The great compassion tree king said, I have this idea, but there is no rush now. These two did so many things behind my back, especially the Red King who brought the forbidden knowledge. Zumi has brought so many disasters. It is too good for them to die like this. After your problem is solved, help me resurrect these two. I want revenge. We agreed to be 3 allies, but in the end I'm the outsider. The 2 of them are on the same side. TSK. They hid many things from me, and finally brought out this forbidden knowledge to pollute Zumi. They just patted their butts and died, leaving me to clean up the mess. Although Liusu knew that the death of the flower god in the Red King was not that simple, and they had done a lot for Zumi, she could feel that the great compassion tree king's unhappiness was real. Now the great compassion tree king just wanted to drag them out and beat them up. That's right, they have gone too far. When the time comes, we will drag them out of the soil, and then we will be 3 against 2. They can't fight back, because now we have 3 tree kings. Liusu said comfortingly to the great compassion tree king. After hearing Liusu's funny words, the great compassion tree king couldn't help laughing and said, ha ha ha, what you said makes sense, but Nashida is growing too slowly. She just knows how to run around with Klee every day. As for me, I can't come out either. TSK, don't lie. You can obviously come out anytime now. You're just lazy. Liusu ruthlessly exposed the words of the great compassion tree king. Oh, I don't want to come out. One body is enough. If there are two, we will have two perspectives, which looks weird. The great compassion tree king replied. Yeah, forget it. Let's study how to resurrect the one in front of us first. It seems that we have to compile it again, which is very troublesome. Liusu said with a headache as he looked at Guizong's divine body. Liusu, how is it? How much willpower is needed? Is it a bit tricky to resurrect Guizong? Liu Yang looked at Liusu, who was looking at Guizong without saying a word, and asked with some confusion. No, it's not very tricky, just some small troubles. Liusu replied. The god of dust's return should be considered a rock attribute, right? Why are you asking this suddenly? Liusu asked in confusion. Liusu replied helplessly, I have to use a suitable divine power, otherwise the whole grass element's return will come out. It's a bit wrong to make a grass elemental thunder god in Inazuma. You also made a thunder god in Inazuma? Liu Yan asked in surprise. Liusu replied, yes, but only a little divine power was used. However, Inazuma's demon god still had so much resentment after his death. Liu's demon gods and immortals were immersed in it after their death. They could not be awakened without the power of will, especially the immortals. They died the most thoroughly and had to go to the world tree to find backups, otherwise they would have no chance of resurrection. Extract the relevant information belonging to him from the world tree. Of course, this will make the world forget him, unlike Inazuma's Fox Palace, who was stabbed alive by Ainyajian. If you immortals had such a strong consciousness, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Liuan. After hearing what Liusu said, Liuan's face was tangled. For a moment, he didn't know whether Liusu was praising them or criticizing them. Okay, let's revive first, and you can help do something too. Liuan asked, what do you need us to do? Liusu gave instructions, this way, and then this way. While Liusu and the others were studying, Keking and her group also came to Wangshuin. Hey, that's Beishu and Kiki, why are they here? Payman pointed to the two people in front and said to them, let's go over and take a look. After that, Payman flew forward and greeted Beishu and Kiki. Hey, why are you here? Kiki replied, Mr. Bay wants to pick herbs, so Kiki is here to pick them. But, Mr. Bay is here to Beishu greeted them, we are storing herbs. Traveler, Payman, Miss Keking, Secretary Ganyu, nice to meet you. Why do we have to pick herbs on a big holiday? Payman asked in confusion. Beishu explained, to be honest, the order from the 7 stars of Liu has come again, and during every festival, the stomach strengthening and digestion promoting medicines in Bugelu will be out of stock. Well, why are there orders from the 7 stars of Liu again? Didn't the remnants of the demon god escape? What do they need so many medicines for? Payman asked in confusion. By the way, Keking, do you know about this? I know, but I'm sorry, this is a secret that can't be told. Keking shook her head. Well, you can't even tell us? Payman asked in confusion. Keking replied, no, it's too early for you to know now, because most people in Liu don't know about this. Payman listened to Keking's words, scratched his head and said, okay then. Beishu said, although I don't know what the 7 stars need so many herbs for, it is also a big deal for Liu. Now Bugelu has called on a lot of guys to handle the orders from the 7 stars of Liu. Then Beishu, what type of medicinal materials did the Liu 7 stars order? Can you tell me? Payman asked. Beishu heard what Payman said, turned his head, and glanced at Keking, and when he saw Keking nodded, he said, the Liu 7 stars ordered the same as before, mostly healing medicines, and some medicines to restore physical strength. Well, from what Beishu said, it seems that there really is a war, but I haven't heard of any place where there is a war. Payman spread his hands to Aang. Beishu continued, we are ready to go back after we have collected the herbs and counted them, but I'm quite surprised to see Miss Keking and Secretary Ganyu here. Some official business. Keking replied. So that's the case. The festival is approaching, and you are still running around. It's really hard. Beishu nodded. After listening to Keking's words, Mr. Bei is polite. It's all part of our job. You are very busy, and we are also busy. Kiki said, we are busy with you. Keking said, you 2 or 3 are busy first. We won't disturb you. We have other things to do. Then let's go to the rooftop now. Paimeng suggested, if Zio is here, he will usually be there. Keking nodded and said, okay. After saying goodbye to Beishu and Kiki, they walked towards the rooftop of Wang Shuin. It seems that he is not here. Could it be that we came at the wrong time? Keking looked at the empty rooftop and said, touching her chin, what can I do for you? As soon as the voice was heard, Zio's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Wow. Paimeng said with a frightened face, where did you come from? You scared me. Has Zio been here all the time? Aang asked. Zio replied, yes. I didn't have the time to introduce myself last time. My name is Keking, and I'm the Yuheng star among the 7 stars of Liu. Keking said to Zio. Zio nodded and said, I remember you, the disciple of the immortal lord. Your swordsmanship is very good. We are here to give you gifts for the Lantern Festival. Look, there are so many delicious foods. Paimeng pointed to a pile of gifts at the back and said, you don't have to give me such good things. It's such a waste. Zio refused. The 7 stars prepared it for you. Aang explained. Zio was silent for a moment and said, then I'll accept it. That's right. By the way, you won't have to work during the Lantern Festival, right? Paimeng asked. That's not necessary. This is a restriction given to me by the Emperor. He said that I should have a good rest during this period. Since it is the Emperor's order, I will naturally obey it. Zio replied with a smile. Paimeng smiled and said, so that's the case. Zio, happy Lantern Festival. Happy Lantern Festival. Aang said the same. Zio nodded and said, well, happy Lantern Festival. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Take back all the gifts you brought except for the food. These are really useless to me. Zio continued. Okay. Keking nodded. Ganyu, why don't you say anything? Paimeng asked curiously after Zio left. Ganyu scratched his head and said, this. Okay, everything is done. Let's prepare the fireworks and contact Clea and Nashida now. Keking said. After hearing Keking's words, Paimeng cheered. Great. Fireworks. With Clea and Nashida, this year's fireworks will definitely be spectacular. I can't wait. Keking, Clea and Nashida won't blow up Liu Harbor, right? Ganyu said with some concern. Keking comforted Ganyu. Don't worry, it's okay. With the Emperor and Master here, Nashida and Clea's fireworks will not affect Liu Harbor. Ganyu said a little embarrassedly. Yes, I worry too much. Suddenly a space crack opened, and before anyone came out, Clea's voice came first. Fireworks. Clea also wants to help prepare the fireworks. Chapter 207. The End. A capital misery. The 2 little ones walked out of the space crack one after the other. Nashida asked Keking, have you finished your work? We have finished it. We are preparing the fireworks for the Lantern Festival. Master mentioned this to me before, so I contacted you to come and help. Keking replied. Oh, so it was Liusu who said that. We will help with the fireworks. Don't worry. Nashida's eyes lit up when she heard Keking's words. Clea also wants to help. Sister Nashida, Clea has a lot of bouncing bombs. The explosion of bouncing bombs is so beautiful. Can you add all of them? Clea said to Nashida with anticipation. After hearing what Clea said, Nashida smiled and touched Clea's head and said, okay, when the time comes, add all of Clea's bouncing bombs, and prepare a Lantern Festival that will be unforgettable for all Liu people. Great. Clea jumped up and down after hearing what Nashida said. Keking, looking at the 2 little ones' behavior, she had a bad feeling in her heart, but this bad feeling was fleeting, because in Liu, there was still the master to back them up, and the 2 little ones would not cause any big impact on Liu Port. Keking was infected by the excitement of the 2 little ones, and said with a smile, well, you can help according to your own ideas. The fireworks project for this Lantern Festival is indeed going to be bigger. Then let's act quickly. Prepare the fireworks first, and then we will split up and distribute the fireworks to various places. The Lantern Festival will be in 2 days. Klee, Nashida, can you finish the fireworks over there? Ganyu said. Klee replied, no problem, no problem. We can make bombs very quickly when we fry fish, and Klee needs a lot of stocks of bouncing bombs. Just ask Sister Nashida to help modify it. If it doesn't work, Klee can go back to Mondstadt to ask Brother Albedo to help make fireworks. Nashida said, that's fine with me. Ganyu listened to the two little ones' answers and said with a smile, that's good. Let's act quickly. Go for the fireworks of the Lantern Festival. Paimon cheered. I don't mean anything else. I just want to show my presence. Okay, it's almost done. Now it's time to inject the power of the rock element. Liusu looked at the divine body of Gizhang in the center of the formation and nodded. Huh, is it finally going to succeed? Liuan looked at the scene in front of him with excitement. The formation and the preset are all fine. Gizhang's memory and soul have almost been repaired. We just need to use the power to activate her authority again. Liusu said. Gizhang, right? When you come back to life, you'll have a lot to worry about. You and Aping will join forces. Liuan stared at the statue of Gizhang and thought excitedly. Liusu looked at Liuan, who was trembling with excitement, with some surprise. She thought he just wanted to quickly revive his old friend, so she didn't ask any more questions. If Liusu knew what Liuan was thinking at this moment, she would definitely give her a thumbs up. Liusu used her divine power on the formation. The golden divine power flowed out from her hands and was then absorbed by the formation. As the formation pattern was illuminated by the golden divine power, a steady stream of divine power emanated from the formation and flowed towards the divine body of Gizhang in the middle. The slightly damaged divine body of Gizhang was quickly repaired under the influence of this divine power and finally turned into a complete divine body again. Almost done. Now it's time to infuse the divine power of the rock element. After doing this, Liusu nodded to the divine body of Gizhang. Liuan asked, the divine power of the rock element? Do I need to call the emperor over? No, I have it. Liusu replied. You have it? Aren't you the god of grass? Liuan asked in confusion after hearing Liusu's words. I learned a little bit of the authority of the god of rock, so it's no problem to use a little bit of the power of the element of rock. Liuan couldn't help but exclaimed, can authority be learned? It's possible. Losha said, now I have the authority of the god of water. Liuan. Although Liuan didn't understand, she was greatly shocked. How can the authority of the demon god be like simple knowledge in a book, which can be learned whenever you want? Immovable. Liusu said, and the jade shield like Zhongli appeared around her, protecting her inside. This is really a power similar to that of the emperor. Liuan looked at the ability used by Liusu and said in surprise. Liusu folded his arms, looked up at Liuan and said, of course, please call me Morax now. Don't say it, you really look like him. If I hadn't known it in advance, I really couldn't tell the difference between you and the emperor. Liuan looked at Liusu in front of him and said with some surprise. In terms of common rationality, there is still a slight gap in divine power. Of course, people who are not particularly familiar with divine power will naturally not notice the slight difference. Liusu said. Liuan. Okay, don't do it anymore, and quickly revive Gizhang. Liuan looked at Liusu's pair of golden eyes, couldn't help but cover his aching head, and said with a headache. Liusu nodded and said, okay, Liuan. Looking at Liuan, who was tangled and uncomfortable, Liusu also put away his playful mentality and began to infuse the rock element divine power into Gizhang's divine body. Gizhang's divine body produced cracks under the infusion of Liusu's massive rock element divine power. Liusu, Gizhang's body is beginning to break apart. Will he be alright? Liuan asked with some concern. Liusu replied, it's alright. Everything is as expected. Gizhang is just shedding his skin now. Liuan. After hearing Liusu's words, a series of question marks floated in Liuan's head. Isn't shedding skin necessary for reptiles? Gizhang's body is dust. What kind of skin is she shedding? So she is shedding her skin. As a fish, I should also change my scales, right? Losha said thoughtfully after hearing Liusu's words. After hearing what Losha said, Liusu complained, your body is water, why do you need to change scales? Liuan couldn't help complaining after hearing what Liusu said. You also know that Losha's body is water, so she doesn't need to change scales, but Gizhang's body is made of dust. Why does she need to shed her skin? After hearing Liuan's complaints, Liusu tilted her head and said to her, "Hey, Liuan. Forget it, my god, she is a little abnormal in the brain. I can't compete with her." Liuan can only comfort himself in this way. Crack. Under the infusion of Liusu's divine power, Gizhang's divine body underwent a huge change. The cracks continued to expand, accompanied by the sound of eggshells breaking, and finally a girl with short grey hair wearing a blue and white dress appeared in front of them. "Morax, don't inject more divine power, it's about to overflow," the girl said hurriedly after opening her eyes. Liuan. Liusu. After hearing Gizhang's fierce words, Liusu stopped injecting divine power into her. "Hey, Liuan, Morax, long time no see." Gizhang raised his long wide sleeves that completely wrapped his hands and greeted the two naturally. "And this one, is this the newly joined demon god?" Seeing Gizhang's resurrection, Liuan felt relieved and said to Gizhang with a cold face, "Gizhang, you slept for thousands of years, it's really long." "Ah, no way. Has it been thousands of years?" Gizhang asked in surprise. Liuan replied, "It has been more than 2000 years since the Demon God War ended." "What about Liu? Are the people of Giliji okay? I'm really sorry that I didn't protect them well at that time." Gizhang continued. Liuan replied, "Giliji is gone. Now there is only Gilian. Where do the people live now? Have they returned to Liu Harbor?" "That's right. Because the demon god attacked Giliji at that time, it was no longer suitable for people to live in, so people traveled a long distance to return to Liu Harbor. However, because Liu Harbor was also hit by many natural disasters at that time, the god of the hearth, Marcosius, injected his power into the earth, and now there is the prosperous Liu. Marcosius, is he okay?" After hearing Liuan's words, Gizhang asked with some concern. Liuan nodded and said, "Of course he is fine, much better than your situation. He just fell into a deep sleep and woke up some time ago." That's good, that's good." After hearing Liuan's words, Gizhang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The prosperous Liu is really desirable. Morax, you look pretty now." Gizhang asked the silent Liusu, "But why don't you speak? She is not Morax, how can she talk to you?" Liuan rolled his eyes and said to Gizhang, "No way. She has the authority of the rock god. I can feel it. How could she not be Morax?" Guizhang said puzzledly, "Let me introduce myself. I'm the new rock god, Moraxu." Liusu said with a fierce face. Guizhang. "Okay, you guys teamed up to deceive me, really?" Guizhang said angrily after hearing Liusu's words. "Liusu, don't do it now. Guizhang is not smart. When I competed with her in skills, she always lost to me." Liuan said righteously. "Guizhang, can you be more fake? What do you mean I lose to you every time? You have never won me at all, okay? And what do you mean I'm not smart?" "Liuan, you are simply lying with your eyes open." "Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Liusu, an ordinary person." Liusu said seriously, and at the same time, took back the power of the rock god, and turned into the appearance of the great compassion tree king again. "My name is Losha, Liusu's follower, and I'm also an ordinary person." Losha echoed after Liusu finished speaking. You. Gizhang was so angry at the behavior of several people that he trembled. He pointed at the three people and said, "Where is Morax? Where is he? I want him to judge." Liuan said to Gizhang with a smile on his face, "Gizhang, there is a saying in the ancient language of Liu that you should know. That is, he who knows the times is a hero. Now the three of us in front of you are in the same camp, so what are you going to do? Don't mess around." After hearing Liuan's words, Gizhang said with some fear. She never thought that she would encounter such a situation after she was revived. Liuan said to Gizhang with a dangerous smile as he walked, "What? Of course it's revenge. You and Aping were both so naughty back then. Don't worry, I won't do anything else to you. However, I beat up Aping before, so it's your turn this time." Losha. Come and help me hold her down. It's a bit difficult for me to hold her down alone. After all, she is a little stronger than aping. Come on, come on. Is there anything else you want me to do? Locha walked over and asked Liuan. Liuan said to Locha, just listen to me later. Let's give her a good beating. The law of conservation of happiness that I taught you before is a good time to practice it. After hearing what Liuan said, Locha said with a smile on her face, yeah, I understand. What should we do? Let's start quickly. I can't wait. Morax, no, Liusu, help, help. Gizhang looked at the two people coming towards her, and she asked Liusu for help in fear. Liusu inconspicuously avoided Gizhang's line of sight for help, looked up at the sky, and said to herself, the weather is good today, it's a good day for fishing. It's over. Seeing Liusu's behavior, Gizhang also knew that the god in front of him was the same as her followers, birds of a feather. Thinking of this, Gizhang looked at Liusu who rescued him with a resentful look. Liusu, I noticed something wrong here, is it okay there? Zhongli's voice suddenly sounded in the secret realm. Gizhang shouted to Zhongli, as if he had met a savior. Morax, save me, Liuan and Lotia are bullying me, you take care of it. Oh, old friend, you are really revived. Hearing Gizhang's voice, Zhongli said in surprise. Yes, thanks to Liusu, but now is not the time to discuss this. Save me. Gizhang said hurriedly. This after hearing Guizhang's words, Zhongli hesitated a little, because Guizhang was also a headache for him. Now, listening to the other party's full voice, it didn't seem like he was in danger. Just now, he also heard what Guizhang said, that it was Liu Yunji Feng Zhenjun and Lotia who wanted to attack her. If he showed up directly like before, it would make Liu Yunji Feng Zhenjun dissatisfied again, and Guizhang would also give him more headaches. But if he didn't save Guizhang, he would seem to have more headaches in the future. Thinking of this, Zhongli was silent for a while. Morax, you say something. Seeing that Zhongli didn't reply for a long time, Guizhang shouted again. Liusu certainly couldn't let Guizhang escape, so he said to Zhongli who was a little entangled outside, Zhongli, I have something to tell you. After hearing Liusu's words, Zhongli's eyes lit up, and he replied very satisfiedly, that's great. Sure enough, Liusu was still a good friend. Others would only give him a headache. Compared with the problems of others before, the wear and tear of Liusu seemed to be acceptable. Morax, Morax. Hearing Zhongli's reply, Gizhang shouted in despair. At the same time, Liusu's figure also disappeared in the secret realm, leaving only Gizhang with a desperate face and two excited faces, Lotia and Liuan. Hahaha, the emperor has been sent away by Liusu, and now no one will come to save you, even if you scream your throat out. Liuan said to Gizhang with a smile. Lotia echoed on the side, that's right, now no one will come to help you, even if you scream your throat out. Don't force me, if I take action, you will definitely not be able to stop me. Gizhang gritted his teeth and threatened the two people fiercely. But Gizhang's cowardly appearance could not scare Liuan at all. TSK, do you think I'm still the same Liuan as before? Liuan said with disdain. Lotia, separate the water element to lock her. Well, okay. But where to lock it? Lotia asked in confusion. Just lock her limbs, and then we can find a feather to tickle her soles. Liuan thought for a while and said. Gizhang, listen, are you talking like a human? Lock me up, and tickle my soles? How did you come up with such a cruel punishment? Liuan, let's talk it over. I didn't mean it at the beginning. Gizhang retreated and negotiated with Liuan. Liuan shook his head and said, I don't want to listen now, Lotia, take action. Yeah. Lotia nodded, and her chain in the shape of a water element emerged from the space and locked it towards Gizhang. Gizhang, who had just recovered not long ago, did not have much strength at all. Liuan thought she was too strong, and she didn't know how to fight. Lotia's move made her be bound by the water element chain without any resistance. Liuan, don't be like this, let's talk it over. Gizhang continued to negotiate with Liuan while struggling. Liuan said with disdain, haha, I don't want to tell you anything else now. Lotia, make 2 feathers, let's do this way. After hearing Liu An's words, Lucia's eyes lit up, and she immediately condensed 2 feathers with water element, and handed 1 feather in her hand to Liu An. No, no. After hearing Liu An's words, Gizhang looked at the 2 people who were walking towards her with smiles on their faces with horror, and she struggled more violently. Liu An laughed inexplicably while walking. Hehe. Hehe. Lucia imitated Liu An's expression, and smiled at Gizhang. At the same time, Zhongli, who was standing outside, looked inside with a strange look on his face. Don't worry, it's okay, they are just exchanging feelings. Liusu also took a look, and said to Zhongli. Zhongli withdrew his mind, shook his head, and said to Liusu, it's okay. I did this not out of worry, but out of curiosity. I was wondering what made Gizhang so scared. Then did you figure out anything? Liusu asked curiously after hearing Zhongli's words. Chapter 208 Strange Things. You're right, they are just communicating their feelings. After all, they haven't seen each other for so long. Zhongli replied. Liusu asked in confusion. That's it? Ahem. There are some other things. Gizhang and others give me a headache. Fortunately, Liu An can suppress them now, and I feel much better. Zhongli thought for a while, and said a little unnaturally. So that's the case. Then when Liu An does something, just pretend you don't see it. After hearing Zhongli's words, Liusu suggested. Zhongli smiled and nodded at Liusu and said, that's what I meant. Zhongli continued, once Gizhang comes back, Liu will definitely be much more lively, but her behavior is not offensive, so. Liusu took over and said, so in order to have a better time, let Liu An help you solve these troubles. Ahem. By the way, what are you talking about? After hearing Liusu's words, Zhongli changed the subject. Oh, some small things. The tree has left Teyvat, and is now in the starry sky. Liusu replied. After hearing Liusu's words, Zhongli asked in surprise, oh, has it grown to this point? That is, it can survive without relying on Teyvat. It has few other abilities, but in the starry sky, the golden tree can absorb the power of the stars to strengthen itself, which is definitely much faster than before. It's already very good. No wonder I felt a strong sense of detachment before. Is there anything I need to do? Zhongli asked. Yes, or you can take the position again, so that our wishes can be collected faster. Liusu glanced at Zhongli's mouth and said. Zhongli refused without hesitation. Ahem, forget it. Liusu spread his hands and said, that's it. As for the situation of the tree, we can only wait for it to grow slowly. In that case, I will leave first. Master Hu is still waiting for me. Having said this, Zhongli rubbed his head with a headache. Why, walnut also gives you a headache? Liusu asked in confusion. Fortunately, they are much quieter than Gizhang and the others. Zhongli replied, if there is anything you need my help with, let me know, and I will be there immediately. Okay, go catch your fish. What's the use of asking you to solve something I can't solve? Liusu complained with a smile. Zhongli smiled and shook his head, and said nothing else. As long as the meaning is conveyed, his figure flashed and disappeared in Gillian, and his figure reappeared in Liu Harbor. After Zhongli left, Liusu turned her eyes back to the secret realm. Seeing the interaction between the few people, her magic could not help but become strange. Liu An and Lucia's problems have not been solved yet, but if they continue like this, won't it really cause irreversible effects on Gizhang? Forget it, it's none of my business anyway, and it's not my fault. The scenery next to it is nice. Let's go fishing. Liusu walked towards the beach, took out her beach chair and fishing rod from the space, and lay down comfortably. At the same time, ha 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 ha, you, let go. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm almost dying of laughter. Gui Zhang said to Liu Yun and Lucia with tears in his eyes and a painful smile on his face. Liu Yun, do you want to rest for a while? Lucia said after a moment of hesitation after hearing Gui Zhang's words. Liu Yun asked in confusion, what's wrong? Are you a little reluctant? No, it's a bit boring to keep controlling the feathers like this. I want to eat something before I do it. Lucia shook her head and said. Gui Zhang. Okay, now that you mention it, I'm hungry too. Let's eat first, and continue after we finish eating. After hearing Losha's words, Liu Yan agreed. Then, under Gu Zhang's incredible eyes, the two took out various ingredients from the space, as well as tables, chairs, mechanisms, etc. Since we didn't bring any ready-made food, let's make it ourselves. It's just right to test my improved mechanism cooking machine again. Liu Yan said to Losha. Well, how do you use this mechanism? Losha asked. As long as we inject immortal power into the cooking machine, it can operate on its own. We just need to control the temperature a little bit. It can process the ingredients and make delicious meals by itself. Liu Yan explained. So the two began to make a fire and cook under Gizhang's eyes. You are too much. Seeing this, Gizhang said angrily to the two. Don't talk. You have been sleeping for thousands of years, and I'm so worried about you. But you should just hang on honestly. Liu Yan glanced at Gizhang and said. The cooking speed of the cooking machine is still very fast. After a while, all kinds of fragrant meals are out of the oven. It tastes good, the taste I expected. Liu Yan picked up a golden shrimp ball and tasted it and said, Losha, how is the food made by my cooking machine? Losha replied while eating, it's amazing. The food is much better than outside. That's good. After listening to Losha's words, Liu Yan said with a smile. Gu Zhang watched the two of them eating and couldn't help but said, I want to eat too. In the end, Liu Yan let Losha put Gu Zhang down and enjoy the food with them. Delicious. I didn't expect that the dishes you cook now taste so good. I remember that you fried a lot of pots when you cooked. Gu Zhang said to Liu Yan while eating. After listening to Gu Zhang's words, Liu Yan frowned and said, so much food can't fill your mouth. Let's continue after you finish eating. No, I was wrong. Gu Zhang said hurriedly. Liu Yan replied lightly, it's too late. Gu Zhang. After listening to Liu Yan's words, Gu Zhang could only eat the rice in the bowl with tears in her eyes. Why did she always have tears in her eyes? Because Liu Yan was really not a human. At the same time, Keqing and the others also encountered a little trouble. That is, all the fireworks that were prepared at King's village at the beginning were stolen. Why are there still people stealing fireworks now? Is there no one guarding it? Peimeng asked in confusion. The fireworks master Pengai replied, well, during the Lantern Festival, everyone is very busy. Although there are Kayana and soldiers on duty in turn, there is a shortage of manpower recently, which also led to the fireworks being stolen by thieves at this moment. There is a shortage of manpower. Why is this? Peimeng asked puzzledly. I don't know either. It seems that, since the reconstruction of the New Pavilion, the number of Kayana and soldiers in the city has been decreasing. Pengai thought for a while and said. After hearing Pengai's words, Peimeng asked Keqing, Keqing, do you know about this? I know a little bit. They have other more important tasks. Keqing said vaguely. I see, but why do they steal fireworks? There is no other use for them besides setting them off. Peimeng thought of this and was a little confused. Pengai was also puzzled. That's right. I don't know what they are doing with the fireworks, and they can't be sold. These are special fireworks for the Lantern Festival. Ganyu said. Keqing, let's go to King's village to inquire about the news. Maybe we can find something useful. If not, we can only make another batch. Don't worry, Sister Ganyu. Klee and Sister Nashida will help. Leave the fireworks to us. Klee comforted Ganyu. After hearing what Klee said, Ganyu smiled and replied, thank you, little Klee. Then I'll trouble Master Keqing and Master Ganyu. Pengai was relieved after hearing what Ganyu and Keqing said. Ganyu waved her hand and said, no trouble, no trouble, this is what we should do. In the end, the few people still didn't find the culprit who stole the fireworks, so they could only let Nashida and little Klee help make the fireworks. The reason is that Keqing doesn't plan to look for it anymore, because finding a batch of imperfect fireworks is not as good as the ones she has made now. It's better to make some good fireworks at this time and let Xinkyu and Changayan who met on the way to help take care of them. Ganyu looked at the two little ones who were busy and couldn't help but remind them, Nashida, little Klee, you've worked hard, but there's no need to be so anxious. Klee smiled and replied, don't worry, don't worry. When Klee was put in solitary confinement by Captain Jane, she was studying the bouncing bombs when she had nothing to do. With the help of Sister Nashida, the speed of making bouncing bombs is faster. You can make a lot of them at once. So, the fireworks are the same. The two of us can make a lot of different fireworks. Klee will also participate in Liusu's Lantern Festival. Together with Sister Nashida, Klee has decided that she will invite Captain Jane, Brother Albedo, Sister Sucrose to come to Liusu to play at the next Lantern Festival and watch the fireworks made by Klee. Sister Ganyu, can you agree to Klee's request? After saying this, Klee looked at Ganyu with hope. Ganyu replied, of course. Liusu welcomes all friends who come from afar. Great. Thank you, Sister Ganyu. Klee will work hard now to make fireworks that everyone likes. Klee said excitedly after hearing Ganyu's words. Seeing Klee, who threw the bouncing bomb in her hand out of excitement without knowing it, Nashida hurriedly caught the bouncing bomb thrown by Klee and preached to Klee, Klee, don't throw the bouncing bomb randomly. If it explodes, the fireworks we prepared will be wasted. Ah. I'm sorry. Klee didn't mean it. I'm really sorry, Sister Nashida. Please don't be angry. Klee hurriedly apologized to Nashida. I'm not angry. It's just that a sudden explosion like this will cause trouble to others. Nashida rubbed Klee's little head and said. Klee said to Nashida with a serious face. Yes, Klee will remember it. She must be serious and not cause trouble for everyone. So, why did Nashida teach Klee like this? After listening to the conversation between the two little ones, Paimon couldn't help but complain to Aang next to him. They are the most dangerous. Okay. I think they are two cute ones. Aang smiled and replied as she looked at the two busy little ones. Paimon, I also know how to make fireworks. I will help Klee and Nashida. After that, Aang also joined the queue to make fireworks. Traveler, how do you know this? Ganyu asked with some confusion. Then, Aang showed Ganyu a way to make fireworks like cooking. The fireworks turned from a series of raw materials such as gunpowder into a complete and exquisite firework in Aang's hands in less than a minute. Ganyu. Ahem. Ganyu, the traveler is a little special. We can't learn their methods. The same is true for Nashida and little Klee. Keking held Ganyu's little hand and comforted her who was tangled. Although I know this is the case, I suddenly feel so useless right now. Ganyu responded in a somewhat depressed mood. Keking watched Nashida operating a machine with a green display screen on it, and Klee was also helping on the side. Keking and Ganyu could only help to feed the raw materials into the machine, and then wait for the finished fireworks to come out, and then arrange them. During this period of time, everyone has been making fireworks here, and then Keking and Ganyu redistributed these finished fireworks to various places in Liusu. Is this a new firework? It looks like it. It looks different. The appearance is so exquisite. Everyone looked at the rearranged fireworks, and they all came forward curiously to check them out. Keking said to everyone, don't get too close. This is the second round of fireworks made by the new fireworks master we asked. The new fireworks are very powerful, so please don't watch them from too close. What? There's a second round of fireworks? I knew it. Yeah. Looking at such a huge fireworks that require 2,000 rocks to lift, it must be more exquisite, right? The way you put it makes me more and more hope that the Lantern Festival can come sooner. A few days later, everyone finally prepared all the fireworks before the Lantern Festival. On the day of the Lantern Festival, Keking said to Aang who was resting after a busy day, Aang, Paimon, today is the Lantern Festival. Master asked us to go back for dinner. Do you want to go with us? Yes. The food made by Liusu is delicious. This year's festival will definitely be more abundant. Paimon said hurriedly. Aang agreed. Yes, of course. That's good. After dinner, we can go to the Jade Pavilion to enjoy the fireworks together. Keking smiled and said, let's go to Master's residence first. It's almost time now. Let's talk while walking. Okay. Paimon said in surprise. Hey? Go to the Jade Pavilion to enjoy the fireworks? This is really a good place. Of course, I heard that Ningguang also asked a private tailor to customize a new set of clothes for her. She is so arrogant. No matter how much she customizes, it won't be as good as Master's. Keqing couldn't help but complain when she thought of Ningguang's smug look. Ganyu, do you think I'm right? Yes, I also like the clothes made by Xianjun. Ganyu hurriedly said after hearing what Keqing said. Ganyu, why are you absent-minded? Keqing looked at Ganyu who was walking with her head down and asked with some confusion. This thinking of going to Xianjun's house for dinner again. It means that she will have to face Master again. Thinking of this, she felt a little scalp numb. Paimeng looked at Ganyu's tangled expression and suddenly said, I know. Ganyu must be afraid that Master Liuan will talk about her childhood again. Yes, that's right. Ganyu scratched her head a little embarrassedly after her thoughts were exposed by Paimeng. It's okay. Master Liuan has already said that we should not be embarrassed. The people invited by Master for this lantern festival must be familiar people. Keqing smiled and comforted her. Keqing. After hearing Keqing's comfort, Ganyu glared at her angrily. Looking at Ganyu who was angry, Keqing reached out and rubbed her little head and continued. Okay, when the time comes, just stop Liuan's engine when she is about to speak. Well, that's good. Hearing Keqing's words, Ganyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, Keqing, can you take your hand off? There are so many people here now. It's okay, just patting my head. And don't you like this? Ganyu. Although what you said is not wrong, but you said it so directly, I don't want to save face. Thinking of this, Ganyu glanced at Keqing dimly. Amidst the laughter and joy, the few people got closer and closer to Liusu's residence. I don't know what delicious food Liusu prepared. I'm looking forward to it. Paimeng said excitedly. Me too, I must eat a lot today. Aang replied with her hands on her waist. Fortunately, we didn't eat much at noon. Otherwise we would have missed the delicious food. Yes. So Aang, you have already expected Liusu to treat us to a meal? Paimeng asked in surprise. Of course. Aang replied with a proud face. Keqing. After entering the room, Keqing took out the gift she prepared and shouted to Liusu. Master, we are here, and we also brought gifts for you. Since you are here, why do you need to bring gifts? I just mentioned it last time. Gifts are of no use to me. Although Liusu said this, she still accepted the gift from Keqing. Ganyu took out the prepared gift and greeted Liusu a little unnaturally. Xianjun, I also brought gifts for you. Okay, Ganyu will eat more today. I prepared a lot of dishes you like. Liusu replied with a smile. After hearing Liusu's words, Ganyu seemed to have made up his mind. He said to Liusu with a serious face, Xianjun, I will eat more today. Liusu and we also prepared gifts for you, and these are some strange things that Aang and I found. They look very extraordinary and are also given to you. Paimeng said hurriedly after Keqing, and Ganyu gave their gifts. What is this? Liusu skipped the gifts prepared by Paimeng and Aang, and looked at what Aang took out, and the corners of Liusu's mouth twitched. We don't know either, but it feels like there is a lot of energy in it, so we'll leave it to you. If you know what it's useful for, I hope you can tell us, and give us some more. Paimeng scratched his head, and said to Liusu with a smile. Liusu looked at the thing in his hand, and asked in confusion, I think I really know what this thing is, but why is there this in Teyvat? Chapter 209 I'm playing Genshin Impact in Teyvat. Liusu actually knows, what is this thing? Paimeng asked in surprise after hearing Liusu's words. If my guess is correct, this should be something related to Hankei energy, and it can also be called Hankei crystal. Hankei crystal? Is it a product of that world? Why did it appear in Teyvat? Aang looked at the purple Hankei crystal made of multiple cubes in Liusu's hand, and asked in confusion. Liusu thought for a while and said, maybe you went to that world, causing Hankei to be derived here, and formed a product. Well, then there won't be any problem in Teyvat, right? Although that kind of Hankei derivative doesn't look scary, the energy contained is very high. If Teyvat also encounters Hankei, then. Paimeng said with some concern after hearing this. Liusu said, it shouldn't be a problem. There is justice outside. But in order to better handle this matter, you have to improve your strength quickly. Okay, I'll study this Hankei crystal, and see what Hankei energy is like. After hearing Liusu's words, Paimeng said anxiously, well, then I'll trouble Liusu. You must study it well, and try to make something that can suppress this power. Don't worry. Besides, Hankei energy is a good thing. I'll see if I can popularize it. Well, good thing. After hearing Liusu's words, Paimeng scratched his head in confusion. Aang said, well, it's indeed a good thing. It can improve your strength. Liusu said, no matter what kind of power it is, the power used by the Abyss and Hankei energy are all a kind of energy. As long as you find a way to transform this energy, you can use it for yourself, but the transformation process is a bit troublesome. I see, I understand. Paimeng said suddenly. By the way, Liusu, why don't I see Master Liuan and Losha? Where did they go? Liusu replied, well, they are probably still communicating with their friends. They should be back soon. Is that so? Paimeng nodded. Liusu skipped the topic and said, okay, let's not talk about other things. I made a little gadget. Do you want to play it? Gadget? What is that? Paimeng asked in confusion. What? Klee wants to play it too. Klee ran over excitedly when she heard about playing. This time we made an open world casual game. You will definitely like it. Liusu replied. Casual game? After hearing Liusu's words, Aang and Paimeng both had a bad feeling, because the casual game Genshin Impact is really casual enough. Of course, I call it Genshin Impact 2nd. This game is a brand new open world casual game developed by me using the Golden Tree. The game takes place in a fantasy world called Teyvat, where people chosen by God will be granted the Eye of God, to guide the power of element. You will play a mysterious character named Traveler. During your free travel, you will meet companions with different personalities and unique abilities. Together with them, you will defeat powerful enemies and find your lost relatives. At the same time, you will gradually discover the truth of Genshin Impact 2nd. Aang. Paimeng. Why does the introduction of this game sound so familiar? Does it feel very familiar? You will know after you play it. Liusu said, and took out several block-like props and distributed them to several people. What is this? Paimeng took the white block and asked Liusu in confusion. This is called a game console, which is used for entertainment in the real world. It is currently under development, and you just help me test this thing. Liusu explained. I will send the instructions to your Skynet email, and you can just try it out. Oh, so that's the case. That means you don't have to experience it yourself. You can control the game character to go on an adventure. Paimeng said while reading the message. The things made by the Immortal King are so wonderful. Is it a new mechanism? Ganyu held the blue block in his hand and looked at it curiously. Ganyu, let's try it. According to the introduction of the master, this seems to be very fun. Keking said to Ganyu beside her. Hey, why does the icon of this game look like me? Paimeng turned on the screen of the game console and saw a square pattern of his own avatar. Under the pattern was written, Genshin Impact 2nd. Seeing this, Paimeng held the game console in one hand and asked Liusu in confusion. You will know when the time comes. Liusu said mysteriously, you guys try it quickly. It's still early for dinner. If you want to eat something, just take it from the cabinet next to you. There are many snacks prepared there. Yeah. Several people took the game console and found a place to sit in the pavilion. Aang clicked on the avatar of Paimeng with curiosity. Suddenly, a soothing music came, and the game interface turned out to be Sky Island. Aang. With doubt, Aang clicked on the loaded door, and suddenly a white light flashed, and the plot officially began. In the screen of the game console, the first thing that appeared was two meteors painted on the beach, and next to it was a branch that must have been used for painting. Paimeng's voice also came. So, you are drifting from outside the world? As Paimeng's voice narrated, two golden meteors quickly passed through the simplified version of Mondstadt. But when you want to leave here and go to the next world, there are strange gods blocking you? Paimeng's voice said this, and the figures of Aang and Kang appeared on the Sky Island. At the same time, a woman with white hair and golden eyes walked out of the red space crack. She raised her head high, looked at the two of them and said lightly, outsiders, your journey ends here. Aang in the picture looked up at the strange god and asked, who is it? The strange god answered, the maintainer of heaven's law, here to end the usurpation of the Son of Man. After she finished speaking, a reddish-brown block in her hand suddenly expanded. At the same time, a huge block suddenly appeared under the feet of Aang and Kang, causing them to jump up and dodge. A pair of golden wings appeared behind Aang and Kang as they jumped up and dodged, and a golden sword also appeared in their hands. The two of them rushed towards the maintainer of Heaven's Law at the same time. The maintainer of Heaven's Law looked at the two people who were attacking him and stretched out his hand to them. The reddish-brown blocks attacked Aang and Kang continuously like chains. The two quickly dodged under the attack of the maintainer of Heaven's Law and finally rushed towards the maintainer of Heaven's Law together. The maintainer of Heaven's Law stretched out his hand and a blue barrier appeared, blocking the attack of the two. The picture also froze at Aang and Kang swinging their swords at the maintainer of Heaven's Law, and the maintainer of Heaven's Law blocked the two with his hands. The prompt below said, "Please choose one of the twins." Aang. Paimon. Aang, is this what you encountered on Sky Island before? This strange god is the maintainer of Heaven's Law? Question mark. Paimon turned to Aang and exclaimed, "Yeah. But why does it feel a bit weird?" Aang frowned and said, while holding the game console, "Don't worry, this game will not be played by other people. Only people who know you well can get the permission of this game. Others will ignore this game." Liusu said on the side. "Although that's what I said, I still feel it's very strange." Aang replied. Then she chose her own model without thinking, and then took her own name. As for Kang next to her, she ignored him directly. Huh. Do I need to choose a character? Of course, Klee should choose the Honor Knight sister, but who is the big brother next to her? Why does he look so much like the Honor Knight sister? Kelly asked in confusion. Just like Aang and Kelly's actions, everyone chose Aang's role without any prior agreement, but they named it according to their own names. After several people chose their roles, Aang's figure was bounced away by the maintainer of Heaven's Law, and Kang next to him was gradually swallowed by the blocks created by the maintainer of Heaven's Law. In the picture, Aang anxiously looked at Kang, who was gradually swallowed by the blocks. After Kang was completely swallowed by the blocks created by the maintainer of Heaven's Law, the golden sword in Aang's hand burst out with a strong light. Her figure flashed behind the maintainer of Heaven's Law, and a strong attack bombarded the maintainer of Heaven's Law, accompanied by a huge explosion. After the impact of Aang's attack disappeared, the maintainer of Heaven's Law stood in front of Aang intact, and Aang was also controlled by the red and black blocks created by the maintainer of Heaven's Law. Like Kang before, the red and black blocks created by the maintainer of Heaven's Law also spread rapidly towards Aang. When the sight was about to disappear, Aang shouted to the maintainer of Heaven's Law, "Wait, don't go. Take my brother, Aang." After the sight completely disappeared, Aang looked at her own face reflected on the black loading interface. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. Why did she say that at that time? Now Aang is holding the game console, her face is tangled, and her toes are firmly on the soles of her shoes. Just like that, the strange gods took my brother away. I was also sealed by the gods, and lost my original power. We who once crossed many worlds are trapped here. The scene changed, and Aang's figure appeared on the screen again. She was drawing on the ground with a branch. How many years ago was that? I don't know. But I will find a way to find out. After waking up, I always wandered alone, until I met you 2 months ago. Aang said this, and the screen changed, and Paimon's figure appeared. Paimon nodded and said, "Well, it was thanks to you at that time. Otherwise, I would probably have drowned." At the same time, the screen also showed a picture of Aang fishing the fainted Paimon with a surprised look on her face. Paimon put his hands on his waist and said to Aang, "So, I will try my best to be a good guide." Aang asked Paimon, who was scratching his head and looking blankly, "So, how did you drown?" This. Paimon scratched his head and looked up at the sky, not knowing how to answer Aang's question. "It's time to set off, let's go." Paimon on the screen said to Aang on the screen. Then, Aang found that she could control herself on the screen. She followed the teaching method of the game and gradually became proficient. "Wow, it's fun. Klee likes it so much," Klee said happily while playing. While controlling herself on the screen, Paimon on the screen told herself how to play this game like a commentator. "Paimon, have we encountered a teleportation anchor point?" Aang asked Paimon next to her while holding the game console. Of course not, otherwise why would we have such a hard time? This teleportation anchor point should be added by Liusu, just like the one now. Paimeng replied. Hey, teleportation anchor points are still useful. In reality, only Mondstadt and Liu have them. Inazuma and Zumi don't have them. It's so uncomfortable. Aang couldn't help but complain. Besides, the map in the game has been simplified. Mondstadt is so small. It took us a long time to walk from here to Mondstadt. Paimeng said. Of course, we can't replicate it 1-to-1 according to the reality, right? How long will it take? Liusu also said as he sat next to her with the game console. Well, it seems so. After all, this is just a game. Paimeng nodded after hearing what Liusu said. Paimeng's voice came from the screen again. Okay, let's set off according to the route we agreed on before. Our destination is the 7-day statue. Among the 7 gods in this world, which one is the one you are looking for? Aang controlled the character and began to move forward according to Paimeng's instructions in the game. Finally, he walked to a cliff and saw the statue of the god of wind in Xingluo Lake and a simplified version of Mondstadt in the center of Fruitwine Lake in the distance. That's the 7-day statue. Paimeng on the screen pointed to the 7 heavenly gods statue in the center of Xingluo Lake and said, the statues of the gods are scattered on the continent, symbolizing that the 7 gods protect the world. Among the 7 elemental gods, this one controls the wind. Although I don't know if you are looking for the god of wind, but I brought you to the territory of the god of wind first, and there is a reason. As we all know, language and poetry drift with the wind. There must be news about your brother. That's what I think. Of course, whether you can get a response from the gods, you can only know after trying. After a while, Aang on the screen followed Paimeng's guidance and touched the statue of the god of wind and successfully obtained the power of the wind element. Paimeng, why didn't you tell me this at the time? I really believed your ghost. Aang couldn't help but complain to Paimeng next to him. This is not my problem. These texts must have been added by Liusu. This is just a game, not reality. Paimeng hurriedly explained. I don't want to listen. You must give me an explanation today. What the hell is this time stop function? And you can also control the passage of time. Aang pointed at Paimeng's avatar in the upper left corner of the screen and the functions inside and questioned Paimeng. Paimeng replied in confusion. This is none of my business. This is just a game and has nothing to do with me. There are many unreasonable places in the game, as you know, such as the 7-day statue can also be teleported, and there are game maps and so on, so don't bring these into reality. Really? Aang glanced at Paimeng suspiciously. She always felt that things were not that simple. Paimeng quickly changed the subject and said, of course, let's play games. The games made by Liusu are definitely not that simple. As the plot of the game unfolded, everyone gradually immersed themselves in it. Although it was just a game, it was basically the same as what happened before. We can also know from Aang's complaints about Paimon that this world of Teyvat is relatively more game-like. There are things in the game that don't exist in reality, namely relics and constellations, that need to be lit up. Each character has 3 means of attack, namely normal attack, elemental combat skills, and elemental burst, which are not much different from reality, but the elemental burst in the game is conditional, and requires a cooling time and elemental energy collected by performing elemental combat skills. As time went on and the plot unfolded, everyone knew more information. For example, the fact that Venti was the god of wind was known to everyone playing the game. Wow, the big brother who sings for money is actually the god of wind Barbatus. I was wondering how he could fly. Klee said in surprise. Well, why do we have to draw characters? Can't we just give one directly? Paimon scratched his head as he looked at the 4 characters he could only control. The 4 characters were the Traveler Aang, Amber, Lisa, and Kaya. Haha, this is the essence of the game. It can't be perfect, but as trial users, I'll give each of you 1,000 draws, but you have to use them sparingly. After Liusu finished speaking, he clicked a few times on the virtual space in front of him, and several people received 1,000 pink and blue balls issued by Liusu in their mailboxes. Wow, thank you Liusu. I just happened to draw a Barbatus now, and it's very good after trying it. It can gather monsters in a large area. Paimon said excitedly. Liusu replied, "You're welcome, it's just a game. Although I can give you the entanglement fate at will, the entanglement fate obtained in this way prevents you from experiencing the game better, so just complete the daily commission in the future. You can get 5 draws of raw stones a day." "Yeah, we got it," Klee replied. In the explanation of the game, everyone also knew what the original stone was used for. It was used to exchange for the fate of meeting, and the fate of entanglement, that is, to draw cards. After several people got the ball, they were ready to start drawing cards. Klee clicked the first 10 draw at Wendy's pool, and suddenly the screen was shining with golden light. Klee cheered excitedly. "Wow, gold, gold, what will it be?" Dilek from Mondstadt, "I came as promised. I'm sorry to chat with you. If you want to do something big, I'm interested." Klee saw Dilek's figure on the screen. The smile on her face froze, and she said uncomfortably, "Well, why is it this strange uncle? I want the big brother who sings for money." Ahem. Although Klee's luck is very good, she has been crooked, so it's up to me. Payman said excitedly, "I can definitely draw the one who sings for money. My name is Kiki, and I'm a zombie Payman. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 210, Liusu's Thoughts. "Yeah, I have Keking," Ganayu shouted excitedly when she saw the Keking she had drawn on the screen. After hearing Ganayu's words, Keking said a little embarrassedly, "Well, don't say that, it feels weird." Ganayu said to Keking, "But, I really drew it, and too. Why is there no Ganayu in the card pool?" "Forget it, I won't draw it." Keking checked the information, and found that there was no Ganayu in the card pool at all, so she directly closed the card drawing interface. While several people were playing, Liuan and others also came back. "Why are you all here today? What are you doing?" Liuan asked the few people playing games in the pavilion. Ganayu saw Liuan coming back and hurriedly put away the game console, and said a little stumblingly, Master Liuan, Master Liuan, we are playing games. It was made by Master. It's very fun." Keking took over, and said to Liuan. Liuan's eyes lit up when he heard what Keking said. "Oh, Liusu made it, do you have more? Let me play with it too." "Yes," Liusu replied. "Master Liuan, Losha, who is the one behind you?" Paimeng asked Liuan. Liuan replied, "Oh, let me introduce you, this is Gizhang." "Gizhang?" Paimeng said in surprise. "Yes, we spent a lot of effort to revive her. Look, she didn't even say hello to you. How rude." Liuan glanced at Gizhang who was silent, and lowered his head, and said to the few people, "Gizhang, who hurt me like this? You two are not human at all. How can you think of so many ways to torture people? If I can't beat you, I will. Thinking of this, Gizhang's eyes were filled with tears again, because there was no if. She just couldn't beat the two of them. Even with Aping, she was still not their opponent, and she would also cause Aping to suffer the murderous hands of Liuan and Losha. "What did you do to Gizhang?" Liusu looked at Gizhang, who was silent and tearful, and asked Liuan with some curiosity. Liuan said with a hollow look, "Ahem, nothing. Yes, we didn't do anything." Lotia also echoed. "Really? Gizhang, do you have anything to say?" Liusu asked Gizhang. After a moment of silence, Gizhang replied, "No. Can you tell what happened in the secret realm?" "Of course not, and there are still many people here, and there are 2 children. Liuan is shameless, and she still wants them, so this matter can only be swallowed, even if it is broken." "That's good. Come on. Come and try the Genshin Impact second I made." They all said it's good. Liusu took out 3 game consoles and handed them to Lotia, Liuan, and Gizhang. "Yeah." Lotia nodded and went to play the game. As several people were addicted to the game, time was slowly passing, and the streets outside were gradually starting to light up. "Well, I'm so hungry. It's so late." "Liusu, when is dinner?" Paimeng put down the game console and asked Liusu. "It's ready," Liusu replied. "Ah, when was it made? Haven't you been here all the time?" Paimeng asked in confusion. Liusu said, because it was ready a long time ago. I thought you weren't hungry, so I didn't mention it. Wow, can we eat now? Paimeng asked. Okay, I'm tired of playing too. There will be a fireworks show for the Lantern Festival tonight. Liuan put away the game console and said. Seeing Liuan put away the game console, Ganyu also hurriedly put away the game she was still playing and agreed. Then, let's eat together. Paimeng saw that everyone had put away the game consoles and shouted excitedly, great, let's eat, let's eat. I'm going to eat a lot today. Hey, aren't Zhongli and the others coming today? Paimeng asked in confusion after everyone was seated. Liuan replied, it should be. I forgot to invite them. Should I tell them? Paimeng said after a moment of hesitation. No need, I'm here. Zhongli's voice sounded from the door. Hey? Zhongli, why are you here? Where's Hu Tao? Paimeng heard the voice and saw Zhongli walking into the yard alone, wondering. Ahem, master who has already eaten. Zhongli replied, and I came here while taking a walk. Paimeng suddenly realized, oh, it turns out that Zhongli deliberately didn't eat enough there and was going to eat and drink with Liusu. Zhongli, although you said that, it's meaningless if you say it out loud. After seeing Zhongli coming, Gizhang called out to him faintly, Morax Gizhang, long time no see, how are you doing recently? Zhongli replied expressionlessly, not at all, do you know how I spent the past few days? Gizhang said to Zhongli angrily. Zhongli nodded and said, since you're doing well, that's good. Gizhang. After hearing Zhongli's words, Gizhang's head was filled with question marks. I clearly said that I was not doing well. Are you deaf? Ganyu looked at Gizhang who looked uncomfortable and looked at Zhongli in surprise. She didn't expect Zhongli to become like this. Since the dishes are ready and everyone has arrived, let's start eating. Zhongli ignored Ganyu's strange look and greeted with a blank expression. Such a delicacy will not taste good if it gets cold. Gizhang. Yes, Zhongli is right. Let's start quickly. Paimeng listened to Zhongli's words and quickly agreed. Liusu, you didn't invite anyone else, right? Liusu shook her head and said, no, let's eat. But why didn't Liusu invite anyone else this time? Paimeng asked in confusion. Oh, because I developed this game. Besides, so many people come to my house to eat, I'm too lazy to cook. Liusu explained lightly. So that's the case. That game really can't be played by too many people. Paimeng nodded in understanding. But I think the Zhongli in the game is more like a street kid than the real Zhongli. Look how seriously he is doing the ceremony of sending the immortals to himself. Paimeng said while eating. Zhongli asked in confusion, what game are you talking about? This is an adventure game made by Liusu with the traveler as the protagonist. What happened in it is similar to what happened in Teyvat before, but there is one thing missing. That is, there is no Liusu in the game. Paimeng explained. Zhongli nodded and said, I see. After listening to Paimeng's words, Zhongli also understood the general meaning from it. That is, Liusu should not exist in Teyvat, so this game is a real thing. What would happen in a world without Liusu? Paimeng continued to say to Zhongli, Zhongli, you will know when you play this game. There are many main and branch lines in it. Although it is carried out from the perspective of the traveler, you can also roughly understand things in different places. Okay, Liusu, do you have more games made by you? Zhongli asked Liusu. Of course, I will give you one after dinner. Liusu replied. Zhongli said, well, thank you. Gui Zhang. Seeing Zhongli talking with several people but ignoring her, Gui Zhang silently ate the rice in her mouth. She couldn't understand why her ally was so cold to her after all this time. He was not like this before. Zhongli noticed Gui Zhang's emotional fluctuations, but just glanced at her lightly and ignored her. As expected, this jumping demon god was not something he could handle, so he had to trouble Liu Yun and Liusu with Gui Zhang's matters. Gui Zhang, why don't you say anything? How is Liusu's cooking level? Looking at Gui Zhang who was silent and only knew how to eat, Liu Yun spoke to him. Gui Zhang glanced at Liu Yun and replied, well, it's delicious, much better than what you cook. Gui Zhang's words made Liu Yun very satisfied, and he smiled, and said to her, oh, Then you have some taste. The dishes cooked by Liusu are naturally the best in the world. Gui Zhang. Seeing everyone gathered at the table with a smile from the heart, Liusu also felt a little emotional. This lantern festival really has the flavor of the new year. This is delicious. That is also delicious. I can't do it anymore. I'm full. I really can't eat it. Today's dishes are really good. Payman looked at the delicious food on the table with reluctance. She still wanted to eat, but at this time she couldn't eat at all. Payman, Klee can't eat anymore. Burp, the dishes cooked by Liusu, burp, are too delicious. Klee echoed while burping. Little Klee, don't eat so much, your stomach will be uncomfortable. Ganyu said to Klee who was full. Klee replied, well, Sister Ganyu, Klee is fine. Klee won't eat anymore. By the way, the fireworks are about to start. I have to go get ready. Master, Ganyu and I will leave first. When you are ready, you can just come to the Jade Pavilion. Keqing suddenly thought of something and said to Liusu, well, go ahead. Liusu nodded. Paimeng suggested to Aing, let's go to the night market of the Lantern Festival before that. You won't want to eat again, will you? Aing glanced at Paimeng and said, of course not, just strolling around. I can't eat here anymore, so how can I have time to eat outside? Paimeng explained. That's right, let's go strolling around. Aing thought for a while and nodded. Klee hurriedly said, honorary night sister, little Payman, Klee wants to go too. Klee wants to go too. Nashida also said, then I'll go shopping too. Okay, let's go together. Hearing Aing's answer, Payman called out to Liusu, Liusu, let's go shopping first, see you later. Liusu, go ahead, go ahead. Liusu looked at the people who said goodbye to him with a tangled face, and felt like an old father. Liuan, Losha, Zhongli, don't you want to go shopping? Liusu asked the three people who were struggling with their game consoles. No, what's the point of going after the Lantern Festival for so long? Liuan refused directly. Losha also held the game console and said, I won't go either. It's good to stay at home. Zhongli replied, this game is interesting. I need to study it carefully. The Lantern Festival is just like Liuan said. After such a long time, you will feel tired. But Gizhong, why don't you go and see Liu now? No, I can understand the current Liu more intuitively from Genshin Impact 2nd. Gizhong replied, now I have completed the main storyline of Mondstadt, and the next step is to go to Liu. That's good, but the current Liu may be different from the Liu in the game. Zhongli continued. Gizhong asked in confusion, oh, really? Isn't it better than the Liu in the game? Zhongli replied, of course not. The current Liu is many times more prosperous than the Liu in the game, because there are some things that Liusu did not add to the game. Then we'll talk about it later. I'll take a look at the Liu in the game first. Gizhong replied. Lotcha, come on, let me go into your world and collect some Cecilia flowers. This drunkard poet of Mondstadt actually needs this material to break through, and this material actually takes a day to refresh. Can't Liusu prepare more? Liuan said to Lotcha beside him. Ah, I just finished collecting, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lotcha replied. Well, Emperor, Gizhong, do you still have Cecilia flowers? Liuan asked the two of them. Zhongli replied, of course, you have, add me as your friend. Liuan said excitedly, yes, thank you, Emperor. Then, Liuan explored Zhongli's world and searched for all the materials he needed. Hahaha, Morax, you're really good at holding a funeral for yourself. After Guizhan finished the plot of the ceremony of inviting the immortals, he couldn't help but smile and said to Zhongli next to him, also, you look really funny when you're serious. Zhongli. Guizhan asked, so there is a force called the Fatu in Liu? Why don't you eliminate them all? The Fatu are nothing to Liu now. Instead, they can bring a sense of crisis to Liu. Liuan explained, if Liu has no sense of crisis, it will decline. Just like Liusu said, born in adversity and die in comfort. Well, Liusu is right about this. If Liu wants to develop in the long run, a sense of crisis is indispensable. Only by overcoming new crises step by step can we usher in a better Liu. Zhongli nodded. After listening to the conversation between the two, Guizhang was puzzled. Speaking of which, what is Liusu's identity? When I met her before, I thought she was Morax. The aura of authority belonging to the god of rock is not much different from yours. Liusu is the god of wisdom of the previous Zumi. 500 years ago, the Canria War caused her to fall while guarding the world tree. 300 years ago, she revived again. Because Zumi had a new grass god, she joined Liu. Zhongli replied. God of wisdom? Zumis, is this one of the 7 rulers of the mortal world that have been divided after the demon god war? Why did she want to join Liu after she revived? Wouldn't it be better to develop in Zumi? Because she is a local god, Zumi will be more likely to accept her. Guizhang was even more puzzled after listening to Zhongli's words. Besides, there are 5 other countries. Why did Liusu choose Liu? This is a long story. There is naturally a reason for coming to Liu. Liusu explained. Oh, didn't you say at that time that it was because Liu is very similar to your hometown? Zhongli was also a little puzzled after listening to Liusu's words. A big question mark floated in Guizhang's head. Homeland? Why don't I understand what you are talking about anymore? Liusu is an adventurer like the traveler, not a creature from the world of Teyvat. Zhongli explained briefly. Isn't this the same as you? What's so strange about that? Guizhang glanced at Zhongli and said. The similarity to hometown is only one reason. In fact, the most important thing is that Liu is more stable than the other 6 countries. The people in other countries are not like those with problems in their brains, especially Zumi. Their desire for wisdom is like being possessed. The process of exploring new wisdom will also bring many new crises. Taboo knowledge is one of them. More than 500 years ago, the Red King allowed taboo knowledge to spread in Zumi, and many people of Zumi were infected and catalyzed into monsters by the taboo knowledge. But this can't stop their exploration of new knowledge. Today's Zumi church is like being possessed, and no longer has the slightest aura of the gods. On the contrary, in their eyes, the gods of Zumi are tools to obtain new knowledge. This is why Nashida has been imprisoned in one place for 500 years since her birth. Because Nashida did not have the ability to bring them new knowledge at that time, most of the people in Zumi now have no faith in gods at all. I didn't expect the situation in Zumi to be like this at that time. After listening to Liusu's words, Zhongli also frowned. Guizhang also said indignantly, they are going too far. How can they treat new gods like this? They don't allow new gods to grow. They don't have the slightest reverence for the gods, and they still want the gods to protect themselves. It's ridiculous. However, you seem to have been resurrected 300 years ago. Why didn't you take care of this poor new grass god at that time? Guizhang said with some sympathy. Liusu glanced at Guizhang and said, why should we care? She is completely stupid. Given her situation at that time, she would not listen to anything I said. Instead, she asked me to stay and help take care of Zumi. If she is not made aware of the evilness of human hearts, she will not know her own problems. The salt demon god knows that the so-called saintly god who loves people ended up being stabbed by her own people because their people could not accept her weakness. In the end, she did not fight back. She is simply a bunch of crap. I don't want Nashida to become such a god. She just needs to recognize her own abilities and abandon her saintly heart. That is not only unnecessary, but will also hurt her. If such an Nashida was born in the demon war, with her personality at that time, she would not even know how she died. Liusu continued, I don't need a god who loves the world. I just need a cute Nashida who has her own ideas and is innocent and happy every day. Even if she and Klee get into trouble every day, she is real like this. Chapter 211 Forced Death. Nashida, who was about to take little Klee back to the door, suddenly heard the conversation inside. When Liusu mentioned herself, she stopped curiously and listened quietly. Liusu. Nashida felt a little complicated after hearing Liusu's words. She didn't expect Liusu to have such expectations for her, just like Alice to Klee. This feeling made her feel warm and comfortable. Looking at Nashida with a complicated face, Klee whispered to comfort her, Sister Nashida, what's wrong? Nashida smiled at Klee and said, nothing, Klee, let's continue to play. They are talking about something. It's not good for us to go back now. Yeah. Since Liusu and the others are talking about something, let's not disturb them. Klee nodded and said, Klee will not disturb Captain Kin when they are talking about something. Let's go to the Jade Pavilion first. It is said that the fireworks are about to start. Nashida said to little Klee, I heard from Keking that the Jade Pavilion is the best place to watch the fireworks. Great. Let's go to watch the fireworks. Klee cheered excitedly. Nashida said to Klee, shh, keep your voice down. Klee quickly covered her mouth and whispered, oh, sorry. Klee was too excited just now. Let's go quickly. Nashida looked at the cute little Klee and couldn't help but touch her little head. When she had emotional fluctuations before, she should have been noticed by the people inside, so Klee's voice would not have any impact on the people inside. So that's how it is. Sorry, I was abrupt. Gizhang said, a little embarrassed after hearing Liusu's words. Liusu glanced outside the door and shook his head and said, it's okay. Well, what Liusu said is right. Before that, you must first ensure yourself. Even if you are a god, you should not do things beyond your ability, especially you, Gizhang. Zhongli said this, looked at Gizhang next to him and continued, you clearly waited for the people to leave before slowly evacuating. Why did you force yourself to stay in Giliji? Then, isn't that the home we built together? I want to protect it with my own ability, Gizhang said with a firm face. In response to Gui Zhang's words, Zhongli shook his head and said, because of your stubbornness, it has brought us more troubles later. Your death has also caused more people to disappear in the erosion of other demons. Hearing Zhongli's words, Gui Zhang opened his mouth. Liusu is right. You can't do things beyond your ability, otherwise it will make the situation worse. Liu Yan recalled the time and couldn't help but sighed. Gui Zhang opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Okay, let's not talk about this. I'm glad you're back. Zhongli interrupted. Liusu, go on. The issue of the new grass god is one thing that is not suitable for my development, and then the people of Zumi are not suitable at this stage. Even if I take action to run in, it will take a very long time to correct it due to the system problems of Zumi. I don't have that much time to waste. Zhongli nodded in understanding and said, so that's how it is. Now that you mention it, Liu is indeed a very good place to develop. No wonder you made such a choice. Liusu shook her head and said, of course, the matter about Zumi is not the main reason. The main reason, Zhongli, I have also told you. Zhongli thought for a moment and said, do you mean that this world is fake? Yes, the golden tree was formed after I stripped out the section about forbidden knowledge from the world tree. As for why I chose Liu, it is because your existence in Liu really allows me to handle this matter better. You don't need to say too much when dealing with smart people. Just convey some meaning. After all, this is a win-win cooperation. Although Wendy is also very good, he, well, seems a little unreliable. At that time, I couldn't bet this opportunity on him. Because Munster is a free city-state, who knows if they will tell this matter to others, and Liu is a country of contracts. Once a contract is formed, everyone will basically abide by it consciously. After listening to Liusu's words, Zhongli nodded and said, now that you put it that way, I can understand it. But you really won't care about Zumi's affairs? We have to wait a little longer for Zumi's affairs. They are now preparing the god-making plan. When the time is right, we can go there and solve it together. Liusu answered. God-making plan? Gizhang asked in surprise. Zhongli asked, can you tell us about this in detail? Of course, it's not a secret. Zumi has had this idea since he imprisoned Nashida. They want to create an ideal god because they think that if they create a god, then this god will definitely bring them more knowledge. TSK, so what if they create it? Will the gods really listen to the requests of mortals? Liusu couldn't help but sneer at this. If it is a created god, then it will definitely be unstable, resulting in unexpected results. Zhongli thought for a while and said. Gizhang said, but gods can't be created so easily, right? Of course, how can ordinary people create gods? No matter how hard they try, they can only create a false god. Liu Yan knew something about Liusu's plan and said. Zhongli asked with a serious face, so, Liusu, what is your plan? Remember the scattered soldier in Zumi? He took away the heart of the god of thunder He should be in Zumi now, and the scholars of the Order Institute must have also caught up with the matter of creating gods. So that's how it is. As a puppet made by Shadow, the scattered soldier can indeed withstand the power of the heart of God. Zhongli suddenly realized. Liusu continued, of course, there is also an executive of the Fachu named Doctor involved in this matter. Liusu, are you going back after you solve the matter of Zumi? Gizhang asked hesitantly. Zhongli listened to Gizhang's words, looked at her in surprise and said, why do you ask that? Is there something wrong with what I said? Seeing that several people including Zhongli were looking at him in surprise, Gizhang was a little at a loss. Isn't Liusu the god of wisdom of Zumi? Shouldn't she go back after she solves the problems of Zumi? Why should I go back? Isn't it nice for me to slack off in Liu? I don't have to worry about anything, and I'm going back to take over a mess. I have a problem with my brain. Liusu glanced at Gizhang and said. Then, what about the new god of grass? Gizhang said with a tangled face after hearing what Liusu said. She won't go back either. She's having so much fun with little Carrie. I can't let her go back to work. Liusu shook her head. Gizhang said again, then Zumi must have a god to take care of it. After all, that's where the world tree is. Well, when the time comes, just dig the god of flowers and the red king out of the soil and let them take over. It's impossible for them to leave a mess behind and die. It made me suffer for more than 500 years, and just let them go. How can it be so good? Liusu replied lightly. So after digging them out of the soil, let them work overtime to manage Zumi, and make up for the 500 years of laziness. Gizhang. Zhongli. It has to be you, Liusu. No one can compare to your novel train of thought. Zhongli calmed down his mood that was hit hard by Liusu and said, this is not a bad choice. Gizhang. Morax, be more normal. How can this be considered a good choice? You mean, let me make up for all the time I have missed in these years? Liuan seemed to have noticed Gizhang's thoughts. He turned his head and looked at Gizhang with a tangled face and said, hearing Liusu talking about asking Huashan and Shuan to work overtime, I was thinking, should Gizhang also work overtime? After all, she has also missed so much time. Liuan, be a human being. Let me make up for thousands of years of work. Gizhang couldn't help but complain after hearing what Liuan said. Liuan glanced at Gizhang and said calmly, I'm just expressing my own opinion. Besides, I'm not a human. I'm an immortal. Gizhang. From a universal rational point of view, let Gizhang experience the current Liu. Working overtime is a good way. Liuan's words made Zhongli think for a while, and came to this conclusion. Gizhang said angrily, I don't want to work overtime. You are all retired, why do I have to work alone? No, I don't agree. Objection is invalid. Go to work. Ganyu is also going to retire. You will be the secretary of Liu 7 stars. Liuan said, Emperor, what do you think? Zhongli nodded and said, yes, the 7 stars secretary can explore the affairs of Liu faster. Gizhang's role as the 7 stars secretary is indeed a good way. Gizhang. Gizhang, did you hear that? The emperor has spoken, so you should go to work honestly. After 100 years, you can retire. Liuan nodded and said to Gizhang. Guizhang covered his ears with his wide sleeves and shouted loudly, I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Looking at Guizhang's appearance at this time, Zhongli felt that the previous discomfort suddenly became comfortable. Thinking of this, Zhongli continued to pick up the game console and started playing Genshin Impact 2nd. At the same time, Aang and Payman, Nashida and Klee and others also boarded the Quanau Pavilion, waiting for the fireworks to start. By the way, why haven't Liusu and Keking come yet? The fireworks will start in less than an hour. Payman said puzzledly. Nashida replied, Liusu and Zhongli are discussing something, so they can't come for a while. Yes, they seem to be discussing something very important. Klee also saw it. Klee echoed on the side. What important thing? But before the fireworks start, let's play Genshin Impact again. Payman said this, and took out the game console again. Well, the game console made by Liusu is really easy to use. Not only is it bound to my Skynet, but it can also use elemental force to provide energy to the game console. This is so convenient. Payman asked Aang. By the way, Aang, did you draw your venti? I didn't draw a card. What's wrong? Aang was puzzled after hearing Payman's words. Hey, if you don't draw venti, let me collect some Cecilia flowers. There are not enough breakthrough materials for venti. Payman scratched his head and said. Then come to my world to collect some. Aang took out his own game console after saying that. Hey, wait, the card pool has changed. There are Venti, Zhongli, Aang, and Nashida. Payman opened the card pool again and said in surprise. Hey, is there Sister Nashida? After hearing Payman's words, Klee also opened the card pool interface. Let me take a look at the introduction. Liusu said that this is the first round of the card pool. There will be 4 characters rotating every month in the future. Payman clicked on the card pool and said in detail. Well, but why is there no tassel? Nashida looked at the 4 characters in the card pool and scratched her head in confusion. I also find it strange when you say that. The Liu in the game has no tassels at all, nor the golden tree. The true Lord Liu Feng has always been in the form of an immortal, and Keqing Ningguang and others didn't know that Zhongli was the rocking in the end. Payman scratched his head after listening to Nashida's words. Yes, the people we met on the journey are more or less reflected in the original god, and the Liu in the game is also different from the current Liu. What's more, why am I so stupid in the game? At the end, Aang couldn't help but complain. After the ceremony of inviting the immortals, when Keqing asked me what I wanted, I could only choose to help me post some missing person notices, and I couldn't even choose Mora. Woo woo woo, what a loss, a big loss. All this is Kang's fault. Aang, don't be so excited, this is just a game. Payman hurriedly comforted. Aang said angrily, but I made the same choice in real life. I'm so angry. Also, why is it that my voice in the game is only when I use elemental combat skills and elemental bursts, and you are the one doing all the plot dialogues? I'm obviously the protagonist. Payman scratched his head and said, this, I don't know. Forget it, let's draw cards. I think all the 4 gods are useful except Wendy. Let's draw away first. Aang said when she opened the card pool. Yes, don't draw the singing singer. He's not powerful at all. Payman agreed. Aang glanced at Payman and directly exposed her thoughts and said, I think you want to collect Cecilia flowers in my world. You found out. Payman scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Aang thought for a while and said, forget it, I won't draw Wendy first, but in exchange, I want to go to your world to collect materials for Nashida. Okay. After listening to Aang's words, Payman said with a bitter face, because she also wanted to break through Nashida's level. While talking, the 4 tried out the 4 characters. Generally speaking, the 4 characters are all auxiliary types. Zhongli shields himself, Aang hangs in the backfield to coordinate attacks, Venti gathers monsters in a large area, and Nashida is the same as Aang, which takes effect in the backfield. However, unlike Zhongli and Venti, the damage caused by Nashida and Aang is considerable. So the 4 of them exchanged their experience in drawing cards, while cooperating to fight for breakthrough materials dropped from the world. Why does Nashida need amber? Wow, Aang, you have no moral integrity. Payman was dumbfounded when he saw Nashida's breakthrough material. Aha, you agreed to it yourself, don't blame me. Aang glanced at Payman and said. But Zhongli's breakthrough material also needs amber. Payman said with a tangled face. Because the Zumi map is not open at this stage, Nashida can only use Zhongli's breakthrough materials. Aang said to Payman, after I break through, you can break through. The materials are refreshed once a day, it's very fast. Well, that's all I can do. Singing, I've been hurt by you. Looking at Wendy on the screen, Payman said with a bitter face. This matter of exchanging amber for Cecilia's flower is tantamount to exchanging the watermelon in my hand for the sesame in Aang's hand. No matter how you think about it, it feels like a loss. Yeah, full life. Sister Nashida, I drew you with full life. Klee jumped to Nashida and said. Then, how many draws did you spend? Nashida looked at the screen in Klee's game console and asked curiously. Klee replied, I spent more than 900 pink balls in total, and Klee now only has more than 20 balls. Why did you spend so much? Did Klee draw other characters? Nashida continued to ask. No, apart from Uncle Diluk, that Klee drew before, she didn't draw any other characters. Then Klee also drew a weapon. It said that she could draw 5 weapons, so Klee drew all the weapons. Klee replied, well, Klee doesn't have the pink ball now, but Klee is very happy, because she thinks it's worth it. And without the ball, Klee can still do daily commissions. She can do it 4 times a day, and it costs 160 original stones each time. Klee can save up, and draw the next one. 900 draws with full life and full spirit. Klee, how did you do it? Didn't you get it wrong once? After hearing what Klee said, Payman said with an unacceptable look on his face, because she got it wrong twice when drawing the 4 gods. Once was Kiki before, and once was Mona who got the shadow later. Little Klee smiled and explained, it might be Klee's luck, because mom said that Klee is the luckiest child in the world. That's right, Klee's luck is really good. After hearing what Klee said, Payman scratched his head and said, did you draw other characters? I only drew Mona, the others were fine. I spent a total of 500 entangled fates to draw all the weapons except Wendy. Aang answered. Payman. Nashida calculated and then drew a 2 life shadow plus a weapon and a 6 life herself plus a weapon, as well as 1 each of Wendy and Zhongli, because this was the best way to draw. I clicked the wrong button yesterday, so today I will just update once. Chapter 212. When 3 people get along, one of them will always be unhappy. Keking brought Ganyu to the people who were playing games and said, still playing? Keking, have you dealt with it? Payman put down the game console in his hand and asked Keking. Well, everything has been dealt with. We just need to wait for the right time to watch the fireworks. Keking replied. Payman asked with some doubts, is the right time? Yes, it's now. Look, the fireworks have already started. After Keking finished speaking, fire snakes rose from the ground, disappeared into the night sky, and then exploded with a bang, and fireworks were generated in the night sky. It's so beautiful, but this seems to be an ordinary firework, right? Where are the big fireworks made by Nashida and Zyro Kelly? Of course I'll leave it for later. The special fireworks should be kept for the finale, otherwise the fireworks prepared before will be wasted. Keking replied. Hey, you are all here. Bidao came over and greeted the few people. Payman smiled and waved to Bidao who came and said, Bidao, happy Lantern Festival. Yes, you too, happy Lantern Festival. Bidao replied with a smile. Where's Ningguang? Keking asked Bidao. She's probably wearing some new clothes now. She saw you and Ganyu change into new clothes before, and she was so envious that she wanted to make a better one. At this point, Bidao shook his head and continued, speaking of this, she also said that she would make a few for me, but I don't need these things. Clothes are just comfortable to wear. This really fits Bidao's personality. Payman said with a smile. Bidao glanced and suddenly said, look, that arrogant guy is coming out. Everyone looked in the direction of Bidao's gaze and saw Ningguang, dressed in a blue outfit, walking out from the inside of the Guanyu pavilion. How about it? How about my outfit? Ningguang walked in front of everyone and said, it looks good. Payman praised. Not bad, it's quite trendy. Bidao nodded. After hearing what Bidao said, Ningguang smiled and said, you don't often get compliments. TSK. Not that great. Keking glanced at Ningguang and said lightly. Ningguang replied indifferently, of course it can't compare to the fairy feather clothes of Yu Hengstar. After all, this dress is man-made. As everyone was talking, the night lights in Liusu Harbor slowly rose as the first round of fireworks faded away. Look, the second round of fireworks. Paimeng pointed at the fire snake that was thicker and longer than before, and rose with the night lights. Boom, the fire snake rose into the sky and then exploded violently. It was more than 1 billion times more spectacular than the previous fireworks, and even the sound of the explosion was deafening. As the fireworks rising from various places in Liusu exploded in the sky, the light created by the fireworks lit up the entire Liusu. Are the fireworks in the sky showing Liusu Harbor? Paimeng looked at the image derived from the fireworks in the sky and asked in confusion. That's right, I didn't expect fireworks to be made like this. Ningguang looked up at the picture in the sky. Little Clee stood in front of everyone with her hands on her hips, looking up as if she was about to praise me, and said, "Hey, this is the credit of Clee and Sister Nashida. Little Clee is the best." Paimon praised Little Clee. Ganayu asked in confusion, "How did you do this? Is it a fairy's magic?" "No, this is through calculation, so that the color changes of the sparks produced by each firework explosion are intertwined in the air, and various colors are displayed at different times, so that the current scene can be achieved," Nashida explained. Paimon said with an expression that, although I don't understand, it doesn't affect my praise for you. "Wow, Nashida, you are amazing." "No, it's just a small application of a little knowledge." Nashida scratched her head a little embarrassedly. At the same time, people from different places in Liusu Harbor also saw the fireworks in the sky and the night lanterns they released, and they couldn't help but show yearning and longing in their eyes. On the Jade Pavilion, Keking and Ganayu stood by, holding hands and looking up at the beautiful fireworks in the sky. Ningguang and Bidao were talking on the other side, while Clee, Aang and Paimon were talking about happy things. Nashida stared at all this with wide eyes, and couldn't help thinking of Liusu's figure. Nashida covered her chest, and could feel that the feeling of missing her in her heart was getting deeper and deeper. She thought of a place where Liusu was most likely to be at this time, and opened the space crack to teleport over. Paimon listened to Klee's words, and was about to call Nashida. "Nashida, you." At this point, Paimon realized that Nashida's figure disappeared on the Jade Pavilion, and he found that Nashida was gone in a blink of an eye. "Hey, where did Nashida go?" Paimon scratched his head and said, "She should have gone to find the master." Keking replied, "So that's it." Paimon nodded in understanding. On the cliff of the Golden House, Liusu appeared here again, after talking with Zhongli, Gizhang and others. She sat quietly on the edge of the cliff, looking up and squinting at the flawless moon in the sky. Every time the Lantern Festival came, the moon in Teyvat would be particularly round, just like the 15th day of the lunar month in her previous life. As a stranger in a foreign land, I miss my family even more during festivals. At this moment, Liusu couldn't help but think of this poem again. The figure of the Great Compassion Tree King emerged from Liusu's body and said to Liusu beside him, "Are you homesick?" "A little bit." Liusu replied, "But why did you come out?" The Great Compassion Tree King sat down next to Liusu and said, "Is it to give you a companion? What's the use of a phantom? You come out like this, and it makes me feel weird." Liusu turned her head and glanced at the Great Compassion Tree King and complained, "Isn't it enough to ignore the other perception?" The Great Compassion Tree King replied with a smile. Liusu asked in surprise, "Can we do this?" "Of course, just ignore the sight from the other side and focus your mind on what's in front of you. Then, aren't we two people?" Liusu ignored the sight shared by the Great Compassion Tree King according to what the Great Compassion Tree King said. For a moment, she felt that it was even stranger than the previous two sights. This made her complain, "What you said makes sense, but I still feel weird." This is also a good way. The Great Compassion Tree King leaned close to Liusu, leaned his head on her shoulder, and said with a smile, "By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what's the matter with Zuma's consciousness?" Liusu suddenly thought of something, and said to the Great Compassion Tree King, "Well, I wanted to do it in a more hidden way at that time, because I read your external thoughts at that time, and learned some problems about Teyvat. Just as you thought, I didn't like Nashida to become like that later, so I did it secretly," the Great Compassion Tree King explained. "Secretly? Okay, you're hiding it from me, right?" The Great Compassion Tree King explained. "You were just a nobody at the time, and you didn't think about what would happen later, so I separated that consciousness. After it separated, it acted according to the trajectory I set, because I couldn't detect what that consciousness was doing at the time, so it's normal that you didn't detect it. And I didn't lie to you at the time. I had nothing to do with the accident of that consciousness, because I've always been with you. Just like you thought, I'm your built-in brain, helping you do things that you've noticed, but don't know how to deal with." Liusu. "So you're saying that I'm not smart, and you're smarter than me, and can't think so much, and you're beating around the bush. Okay, don't be unhappy. You were asleep at the time, and I had a preconceived idea. You can detect whatever I do in the future." The Great Compassion Tree King comforted Liusu. "No, if you hold it in for a while, you'll get angrier. If you take a step back, you'll lose more. After hearing what the Great Compassion Tree King said, Liusu became even angrier. The Great Compassion Tree King suddenly had a bad feeling and whispered to Liusu, "What do you want to do?" "Of course I want you to come out and work. I'm going back to sleep." Liusu glanced at the Great Compassion Tree King and said, "No, absolutely not." The Great Compassion Tree King refused without hesitation. "Besides, I've been working for so long. Even if I die, I'm still working. Don't you think I'm pitiful?" Liusu replied indifferently, "No, not at all. Other things are easy to say, but the only thing that touches on the matter of slacking off is absolutely not okay. I finally have an excuse to be lazy. How can I let it go?" The Great Compassion Tree King. Alas, there is no love anymore. Sure enough, people will change, and you are the same. The Great Compassion Tree King said to Liusu faintly, "You said you would take me to see this world, but now you've broken your promise. Because you lied to me before, there is no room for negotiation on the matter of slacking off this time." Liusu replied with a firm face. The Great Compassion Tree King argued, This. After I left that consciousness, I didn't know about it either." Nashida appeared behind Liusu and the Great Compassion Tree King. She was about to say hello, but she saw two Liusu with different hair colors, but the same in other aspects. At this time, a normal Liusu leaned her head on the shoulder of another Liusu with golden hair, looking very intimate. This made Nashida hesitate for a while, not knowing whether she should stay at this time. "Oh, Nashida is here." The Great Compassion Tree King turned his head and looked at Nashida with a surprised face and greeted her. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Come here quickly." Nashida walked towards the two people step by step with a little stiff steps. She was very confused at this time. What should she do with the sudden appearance of Liusu? Or is one of them the Great Compassion Tree King who appeared before? Although she had seen them before, Nashida was still a little overwhelmed by the two people in front of her. Moreover, the atmosphere of the two people opposite made Nashida feel that the timing of her appearance was not good, and it seemed that her sudden appearance here was unnecessary. After waiting for Nashida to approach, the Great Compassion Tree King pulled her over and held her in his arms. The Great Compassion Tree King asked Nashida in his arms, "Why do you look unhappy? Isn't it a festival today? Can you tell me if you are unhappy?" After hearing what the Great Compassion Tree King said, Nashida hurriedly shook her head and said, No. Are you here to find Liusu?" The Great Compassion Tree King continued to ask. Although Nashida was a little confused, she still answered, "Yes." After hearing what Nashida said, the Great Compassion Tree King showed a sad expression and said, "Oh, I'm so sad. You didn't come to find me. I don't like you anymore. Ah." After hearing what the Great Compassion Tree King said, a series of question marks floated above Nashida's head. Nashida knew that the person holding her was the Great Compassion Tree King, and the person next to her was Liusu, so she hurriedly explained, No, yes, I'm here." Liusu didn't wait for Nashida to finish her words, and made a move to get up and said, "Oh, so you are not here to see me, then you guys chat, I will go back first." Hey? No, you guys. Nashida was a little dumbfounded. She was a little overwhelmed by the actions of the two. Okay, don't tease her. She looks so flustered by you. It's so cute." After saying this, the Great Compassion Tree King hugged Nashida tightly, lowered his head, and rubbed his face against Nashida's little face. "You talk as if this matter has nothing to do with you. In the end it was you who started it. I just followed your meaning." Liusu answered. Nashida was hugged by the Great Compassion Tree King, rubbing her face fiercely. Such behavior made her feel confused, and she couldn't help but begin to resist the Great Compassion Tree King's intimate behavior. "Don't move, let me rub it." The Great Compassion Tree King hugged Nashida tightly, not letting her break free. "Nashida, if I had known it would be like this, I might as well stay in the Jade Pavilion and watch the fireworks with them." Nashida frowned and thought painfully. The Great Compassion Tree King listened to Nashida's thoughts and said with a smile, "Watching fireworks is not as interesting as here. Besides, Nashida is so cute. I have wanted to do this for a long time." Great Compassion Tree King, be gentle, I can't breathe. Nashida protested weakly. Okay. The Great Compassion Tree King nodded in agreement, but his hands did not relax at all. Nashida. Don't hug me. Liusu looked at the two people interacting and couldn't help saying. The great Ci King rubbed Liusu's shoulder with his head and said with a smile, "Why, are you unhappy?" Liusu nodded and said, "Yes, you have been holding me for so long. It's my turn." The great Ci King. "It seems that you are not talking about me." After hearing Liusu's words, the great Ci King looked at the lovely Nashida in his arms and suddenly became unhappy. He handed Nashida to Liusu angrily. Liusu held Nashida and put her chin on Nashida's furry head, showing a happy expression. Nashida's behavior in Liusu's arms was completely different from that in the great Ci King's arms before. At this time, Nashida not only sat quietly in Liusu's arms and let the other party hold her, but also showed a relaxed and happy expression like Liusu. Nashida's original big eyes narrowed happily because of this. Seeing Liusu and Nashida's satisfied expressions, the great Ci King felt even more uncomfortable. The great Compassion Tree King snorted coldly, HMPH. This caused Liusu and Nashida to look over at the same time, but when they saw that the other party had no further words, they turned their heads back at the same time. The great Compassion Tree King. At the same time, Grandma Ping was looking at the fireworks in the sky on the Yujing Terrace. It's another lantern festival. I don't know when she will come back. At this point, Grandma Ping couldn't help but sigh. "Grandma, are you still thinking about that person?" Yan Fei looked at Grandma Ping with a melancholy face and asked. "Yes, now I have hope for the future, but I don't know the specific time. I still feel a little melancholy when I wait like this." Grandma Ping sighed. "Maybe she will appear in front of you in the next second?" Yan Fei smiled and comforted. "Yes." Grandma Ping listened to Yan Fei's words, turned her head, and when she was about to say something, she suddenly saw a figure that made her incredible. The familiar figure appeared in front of Grandma Ping again, making her wonder if she was dreaming for a while. But this dream is too real, right? Gui Zhang walked towards where she was, making her stand still for a while, not knowing how to express her excitement. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Yan Fei asked in confusion, looking at Grandma Ping who suddenly stood still. Grandma Ping could no longer control her emotions at this time. The joy of seeing her friend again made her vision blurry. Ping, long time no see." Gui Zhang walked in front of Grandma Ping and raised his wide sleeves to greet her. Hearing Gui Zhang's voice, Yan Fei turned her head in confusion. "Ah." Hearing the familiar voice again, Grandma Ping asked Gui Zhang with tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, "Gui Zhang, is it really you?" "Of course it's me, but Ping, what's wrong with your current appearance?" Gui Zhang asked in confusion, looking at the old Grandma Ping. "No, nothing. It's just a transformation technique. I'll change it back now," Grandma Ping hurriedly said after hearing Gui Zhang's words. In Yan Fei's eyes, Grandma Ping, who was hunched at first, suddenly transformed into a young girl with blue hair. Seeing that Ping had returned to her original appearance, Gui Zhang smiled and nodded, saying, "I thought something had happened. I said that they hadn't changed, but they were very different when it came to you." Gui Zhang saw Ping's familiar face again and couldn't help but take a few steps forward and hugged Ping, who was in tears. "Gui Zhang, what's wrong with you?" Ping was suddenly hugged by Gui Zhang and stood there for a while, a little at a loss. "Wow, Ping, they all bullied me and told me to continue working." Gui Zhang hugged Ping and sobbed, "Especially Morax. He is no longer the Morax he used to be. He is now targeting me together with Liu Yan and the others." "Gui Zhang, what's going on?" Ping asked in confusion after hearing Gui Zhang's complaints. "This is what happened." Gui Zhang whispered to Ping everything that happened after he was resurrected. Gui Zhang continued to say to Ping, "Ping, you have to help me. Ping." After hearing Gui Zhang's words, Ping was also helpless. "How can I help you?" Since Liu Yan followed the Immortal Lord, his strength has also become stronger, and Liu Yan is also very narrow-minded. She will find ways to retaliate against her in the past. In addition, Zhongli's inaction made Ping realize that her chance of revenge with Gui Zhang was like a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. Ping opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but forget it. "I also know that your strength is not as good as mine. Let's wait to be bullied by Liu Yan in the future." That's it, I'm done. GUI Zong interrupted Aping's words with a sad face. Oh, it's miserable. I still have to continue working in the future. Grandma Ping, who is this? Yan Fei came back to her senses from the shock and asked Aping, whose appearance had changed drastically. Ping explained to Yan Fei, this is the friend I mentioned before, the demon god of dust, Gizhang. The demon god of dust, Gizhang? Yan Fei was surprised after hearing Ping's words. I took the time to write a chapter, but I really don't have time to write other things. I will resume normal updates in 2 days. Sorry again. Chapter 213 Exciting Place. After the Lantern Festival, Peimeng and Ding never went out of the house, and even asked someone to deliver their meals to them. The reason was that they were holding their phones to play Genshin Impact 2nd. Wow, why does Liusu update a version every day? She has no time to go out at all. Peimeng couldn't help complaining while holding the game console, but his hands didn't stop at all. Then go out, I'm not stopping you. Aang glanced at Peimeng and said lightly, well, today's plot has been updated to Zumi. I want to see what happens next. Peimeng scratched his head and said, me too. The plot of Genshin Impact 2nd is roughly the same as what we experienced, but my presence in this game is too low, just like a marionette, being led by Peimeng in it. At this point, Aang glanced at Peimeng next to him. Peimeng, tell me, if there is no Liusu in this world, will I be like in the game? This. After hearing Aang's words, Peimeng's eyes were erratic, and he didn't dare to look at Aang's eyes. Actually, there is a reason for this. Let me explain it to you slowly. Okay, I know. You don't need to say it. Aang interrupted Peimeng. Peimeng. There is a commission, and it's the main storyline. Aang, who was playing the game, suddenly noticed a golden exclamation mark appearing in his sight. What main storyline? Peimeng asked in confusion. It's the demon god mission. This mission should be about the layered abyss. Aang thought for a while and said, layered abyss. Impossible, reality is not a game. Peimeng said. Aang listened to Peimeng's words and couldn't help but complain. Come on, Teyvat is more like a game than a game. Now I find out why this world is wrong. Peimeng, if it were a normal world, how would all this be explained? There are also elemental reactions, and the damage multiplier is still fixed. Aang continued. But we are real, we are not characters in the game. Peimeng hurriedly explained. Aang replied, I know you are real, but this world is fake, so this kind of thing can happen. Peimeng scratched her head. She couldn't deny this. Seeing Peimeng scratching his head, Aang also knew a lot of information. She changed the subject and said, let's go and finish the main storyline of the layered abyss first, and then see when Zumi will be opened. How about we play for a while before going? Peimeng said in a low voice. Aang refused directly. No, the main storyline in reality is more important. Besides, I don't know when the main storyline of Zumi will end. Why don't we finish the storyline of Layered Abyss first, and then come back to play? Well, okay, I'll listen to you. Peimeng put away the game console, and said a little uncomfortably. Peimeng said to Aang, who was about to leave, but Liusu is really amazing. He can actually predict the future. Aang said, after all, she is a character that does not exist in Genshin Impact 2nd. I guess Liusu is to us what we are to the protagonist and Peimeng in Genshin Impact 2nd. After hearing Aang's words, Peimeng scratched his head and did not continue. After the two received the task from Catherine, the series of events that followed were like completing the plot again. This sense of deja vu that appeared once every step made Peimeng and Aang feel very uncomfortable. Even the people they met and the conversations they had were no different from those in Genshin Impact 2nd. Aang felt like a puppet being controlled at this moment. Although she knew what would happen next, she still had to follow this process. How weird. Peimeng shrank to Aang's side and said in a low voice. Aang replied lightly, isn't this what you want? No, I don't think so. Although there are some other things that I can't tell you now, all this really has nothing to do with us. Peimeng shook his head. So you mean these are all controlled by Liusu? Aang asked. Peimeng also answered somewhat uncertainly, but maybe? Okay, after solving this blue mechanism, let's go down. Aang stopped and looked at the blue spherical object bound by several blue lights above his head. Is this really the same as the one inside? Paimeng asked in confusion. Aang replied, if you want to decipher it, because I already knew it before, although the reality is much more spectacular than the game, it is basically the same. But there is no shadow of the Abyss Apostle here. How could an Abyss Apostle suddenly appear? Paimeng continued. We will know when we activate the 3 mechanisms. After Aang finished speaking, he walked towards the place where the 3 blue lights were emitted. After a textbook deciphering, when the 3rd mechanism was activated, the Abyss Apostle appeared in front of Aang again. Paimeng, what do you say? Aang looked at the Abyss Apostle who suddenly appeared in front of him, and said to Paimeng. Paimeng was a little dumbfounded. Do you guys have to cooperate like this? You suddenly appeared, just when the 3rd mechanism was activated. Fall down. After Aang enchanted his own rock not green, he picked up the sword and slashed at the Abyss Apostle in front of him. The Abyss Apostle, who had no collection value, Aang didn't want to spend too much time entangled with it. After adding the buff, he killed it with one sword. With the holy attribute, the shield that made the Abyss Apostle very difficult to deal with in the game, was like paper under Aang's sword, and it broke with one poke. Just like that. Paimeng looked at Aang killing the Abyss Apostle with a sword, and asked in disbelief. What else? Do we have to find an ice element and a companion of grass element to break the shield? Aang replied expressionlessly. After hearing what Aang said, Paimeng scratched his head and said, well, isn't it that the water-based Abyss Apostle in Genshin Impact 2nd is too difficult to deal with? Only ice and grass element can break the shield comfortably. Other element are running around, which is annoying. This is reality, not a game. Aang said lightly. After hearing what Aang said, Paimeng couldn't help but complain. But, didn't you say before, that this is also a game world? Although this is an illusory world similar to a game, I can feel that I'm real, so where I'm is reality. Aang replied. Paimeng, you are awesome. Everything you say is right. I don't want to refute you, although what you said does make sense. That one is going to fall down. Aang said, looking at the blue sphere that was constantly gathering energy. As Aang's voice fell, the gravity that was pulling the blue light ball suddenly dissipated, and the heavy blue light ball fell heavily. Boom! A loud noise resounded in the abyss of rocks, causing Paimeng and Aang, who had known about it, to cover their ears. Let's go, let's jump down, Aang said, and jumped directly into the deep pit, created by the blue light ball. Paimeng realized it belatedly, and shouted to Aang, who had already jumped down, hey, wait for me. Aang's figure fell rapidly in the deep pit. When she was about to land, Aang summoned her wings, to stabilize her body in mid-air. After she landed, she walked towards the cliff not far away, and saw a scene that was more terrifying and uncomfortable than what was depicted in the game screen. After landing, Paimeng flew towards Aang's location. Looking at the scene in the distance, he couldn't help but sigh. This is really a city. Moreover, it's in the air, upside down. Aang said with a shocked face, it's really a shocking scene. Paimeng shrank his neck and continued, well, I feel weird. The atmosphere here makes people feel uncomfortable, just like the filthy inverted statue I met before. It's weird, upside down, and there's some shocking feeling. At this moment, Aang noticed a wave of energy behind him and said lightly, Dainsreb, you showed up just in time. Dainsreb, I didn't expect to meet you here either. Looking at Aang who was greeting him with his back to him, Dainsreb thought of the bad memories between him and this traveler, and he couldn't help but cover his forehead. Dainsreb looked at Aang who was standing quietly not far away with his back to him, and he had an illusion that the person in front of him was the one who dominated the abyss. Long time no see, Dane. Paimeng greeted Dainsreb, but why are you in the Stratum Abyss? Stratum Abyss? Is this the place below the Stratum Abyss? Even I have never been there. So that's how it is. After hearing Paimeng's words, Dainsreb came back to his senses and murmured, I have something to ask you. Aang turned around and said to Dainsreb expressionlessly. Dainsreb coughed twice and replied, that meeting and separation were a bit hasty. I can understand your feelings. You can't understand my feelings at this moment. After hearing Dainsreb's words, Aang smiled and shook her head at him. Dainsreb looked at Aang with a puzzled look and asked, what? Aang looked at the purple filth in the distance and said excitedly, "You know, I'm very happy and excited at this moment. This is the paradise of energy." Dane's Reb. Aang, what are you talking about? Payman couldn't help but complain after hearing what Aang said. Isn't this just to liven up the atmosphere? Aang replied with a smile on her face. After hearing what Aang said, Dane's Reb said with a fake smile, the way the traveler livens up the atmosphere is really a bit nervous. Dane's Reb suddenly thought of something and said to Aang, by the way, after the eyes of the first tiller were taken away by the gods you are familiar with last time, there is no need to worry about it falling into the hands of the abyss before figuring out the true face of the so-called loom plan of destiny. Aang looked at the plot being revised again, her eyes flickered, and she said to Dane's Reb, in that case, then introduce yourself again, the Sword of Last Light. Huh, do you remember this name? Dane's Reb looked at Aang in surprise and said, it's not that I intentionally concealed it. This name was once bathed in the glory of Canria, but now, it's more like a kind of irony, a curse. As the captain of the palace guard who witnessed the fall of his own country, I think I have reason not to mention this name again. Well, they are exactly the same. Payman scratched his head and said to Aang beside him in distress after hearing what Dane's Reb said. What happened between you two? Aang continued to ask. Dane's Reb replied, we were traveling companions. It was a journey full of pain and searching for our destiny, but we failed to reach the end together. Dane's Reb's words made Aang sneer and said, the journey has no end at all, because the sea of stars is boundless. You are right, but before you ask other questions, I need to remind you. Dane's Reb continued after answering, when I was chasing your blood relative before, I didn't catch him, but was teleported to another place. This makes me feel that the transmission of the abyss is not a fixed transmission between 2 points, but is equivalent to the existence of a transmission network, and they can freely control the destination of this transmission network. If my guess is correct, I just happened to be teleported here. That proves that in the eyes of the abyss cult, there is value in setting up a transmission node here. Then what do you want to express? Aang asked lightly, after listening to Dane's Reb's analysis. Dane's Reb replied, I feel that we are very likely being watched by the abyss at this moment. I will believe you for now. Aang said. After hearing what Aang said, Dane's Reb nodded and said, oh, wise. There seems to be a fire near the rock wall over there. Let's go and take a look. Aang and Payman followed Dane's Reb to the fire he mentioned. There are some traces of Hillock people living here. Could they be the Hillock people involved in the commission? Payman said as he looked at the situation not far away. After hearing what Payman said, Dane's Reb asked in confusion, commission? Speaking of which, you haven't told me yet why you are here. Ordinary travelers have no reason to set foot under the layered rock abyss. We received a commission from the Adventurers Association saying that something strange happened here, and then we walked all the way here. Payman organized his words and answered. Do you want to know the answer? Dane's Reb said after listening to Payman's explanation. Dane, do you know? Payman asked in confusion. Dane's Reb nodded and said, I just happen to know, because the environment here has the effect of reducing the curse. Payman suddenly said, curse? I heard about it before. Dane is a citizen of Canria. He is cursed with immortality or something. For hundreds of years, the pain brought by the curse still haunts me every day. But when I came here, my body felt a moment of respite. After hearing what Payman said, Dane's Reb couldn't help but sighed and said, at this moment, my body is also expressing a strong desire to me, that is stay. Payman continued to play her role and continued to ask Dane's Reb, weakening the curse. Why does this place have such a magical effect? Dane's Reb replied, this is what I want to find out, but as far as I know, the Abyss cult does not yet have the technology to achieve similar effects. In this case, it makes sense that so many Hillocks gather here. Payman nodded and analyzed. Do you know why the Hillocks all wear masks? Dane's Reb suddenly asked. I know a little bit, because they are avoiding their current appearance and afraid of their reflection in the water, Aang said. After hearing Aang's words, Dane's Reb nodded and said, yes, after all, compared with their memories, they are too ugly and too desperate. However, the curse of immortality is not true immortality. Dane's Reb continued. Is there still a chance of reversal? Payman asked hurriedly, hoping to hear a different answer from Dainsreb than what he knew in his heart. But she was disappointed. Dainsreb shook his head at her just like in the plot and said, no, it is because of the wear and tear that the soul and body will still be worn out, even if it is not in the form of death. When those hillbillies realize that the end of themselves is approaching, they seem to instinctively find a quiet and dark corner to bid farewell to the pain of hundreds of years. This place that can weaken the effect of the curse must be the best coffin for them. After hearing what Dainsreb said, Payman scratched his head and said, sure enough, it's still like this. Enough of the small talk, be alert. Dainsreb suddenly said. Payman hadn't recovered yet, and asked Dainsreb in confusion, what's wrong? Enemy attack. As Dainsreb finished speaking, several Black Snake Knights suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and Aang had already rushed up the moment the Black Snake Knights appeared. After all this is points. Watching Aang and the Black Snake Knights fighting, Payman knew that the other party was trying to gain contribution points again, so he turned to Dainsreb and asked, what are these? Why did they suddenly appear and attack us? The Black Snake Knights were once part of the Canria Palace guards. Dainsreb explained. Payman asked, are these your subordinates? Do you need Aang to hold back? Dainsreb looked at the Black Snake Knights who were holding weapons and only knew how to attack Aang mindlessly, shook his head and said, no, because they used to be, but now they have a strong curse aura and a fighting style that has abandoned all honor. Okay, keep going. Watching Aang finally eliminate the Black Snake Knights one by one with a sword, Dainsreb said, does that one over there need to be dealt with? Aang pointed his sword at a knight in green armor who appeared above and said. The knight in green armor, Giant Aang, pointed his golden sword at him, and the sword emitted a strong discomfort aura that made him feel palpitations, causing him to take a step back involuntarily. When Dainsreb heard Aang's words, he looked up and saw the behavior of the green armored knight. He hurriedly said, wait a moment, he seems a little different. Chapter 214 Is the water in this pool drinkable? As soon as Dainsreb finished speaking, the Black Snake Knight standing on it disappeared. Payman asked, what's going on? That Black Snake Knight. Does he have something to say? How could it be? Without that thing, how could he maintain self-awareness for 500 years? Dainsreb did not answer Payman's doubts, but fell into thought. And there is also a strange familiar aura that is worrying. Aang said, he knows you. After hearing Aang's words, Dainsreb shook his head and said, in such a desperate disaster, such a miracle should not have happened. Just treat it as a coincidence. Let's continue moving forward, towards the direction of that city. After Dainsreb finished speaking, he walked towards the upside down city, and Aang and Payman followed closely behind. There is a strange force nearby that prevents us from moving forward. Is it time to decrypt it again? Payman looked at the purple transparent barrier in front of him, and said to the two people next to him. Dainsreb said, don't waste time. After that, he stretched out his hand, and the blue-black power appeared in his hand. Under this power, the barrier in front of him quickly melted away like a bubble that was punctured. After doing all this, Dainsreb said, the technology of Canria, the breath of the power of the abyss. It couldn't be more familiar. These things are nothing but illusory bubbles in my eyes. I understand. Sure enough, the Abyss cult wants to hide some secrets, right? Payman said, but is this inverted city related to Canria? Dainsreb replied, I'm afraid there is no necessary connection. The closer I get, the more I can be sure that these ruins originated from an even older civilization. It's just that the Abyss cult got there first. An even older civilization? Well, I can't imagine it. After hearing what Dainsreb said, Payman tried to think about it and gave up. But the building structure here is indeed somewhat similar to the past Canria. Well, it will be more similar when it is turned the other way. Dainsreb continued, let's go. There is light ahead. Let's go. Aang followed Dainsreb and flashed to a damaged room. The light was emitted from here, and there were already several Black Snake Knights waiting in the room. Payman exclaimed, Black Snake Knights. Are they guarding something here? Perhaps the secret that the Abyss cult wants to hide is here. Let's defeat them first. There are a lot of them, but since the data has been collected, then. Aang said this, and took out his divine body sword. Activating the fighting skills belonging to the divine body sword, the golden flame appeared on the divine body sword again. Dane's Reb noticed the golden flame that appeared on Aang's sword that pierced through the air last time. This flame made him feel a burning pain from a distance, just like being in close contact with the sun. This strong discomfort made him frown involuntarily. After Aang finished preparing, she swept forward, and the figure of the Black Snake Knight instantly melted when it came into contact with the golden ripple flame. Done. Let's go, Aang said to Dane's Reb. What kind of weapon is this? Dane's Reb asked. Aang answered, God's body turned into a sword. God's body turned into a sword? It literally means that this is a weapon made from the body of a god. Dane's Reb frowned and said. Payman explained, yes, it is said that the material is made from a branch of the largest tree in Teyvat. The branch of the largest tree in Teyvat? Dane's Reb heard what Payman said, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, as if he knew something. Payman asked in confusion, Dane, what's wrong? Dane's Reb shook his head and said, it's okay, if it's that tree, it really has such a strong power. Oh, Payman nodded, not knowing whether Dane's Reb understood or not. Aang, there is also a Black Snake Knight over there, Payman said to Aang. Aang said, because this skill can only clear half of the area, if we go over there again, it will be completely cleared. Black Snake Knight. Several Black Snake Knights raised their weapons and pointed at the few people, shouting loudly, but Aang didn't understand a word. Wait, they didn't rush over. Are they threatening us? Payman analyzed as he looked at the Black Snake Knights who were yelling at the few people in front of him. These Black Snake Knights seemed to have surrounded something behind them. Black Snake Knight. Why care so much? Under the baptism of the holy attribute, all the ominous signs are like bubbles, which will burst at the touch of a button. After Aang finished speaking, the sword in his hand rose with golden flames again. Wait, they seem to. Before Dane's Reb finished speaking, the energy in Aang's hand had already swept out. What's wrong? Aang looked at Dane's next to him with a puzzled look and said, you speak too slowly. After the skill is triggered, I can't interrupt it. Black Snake Knight. Seeing the golden flame ripples swept by Aang, the Black Snake Knights were all stunned for a moment and put down their weapons, as if waiting to die. The moment the ripples touched the Black Snake Knights, just like before, the Black Snake Knights were swallowed by the golden flames again, and the things they were guarding behind them were also swallowed by the golden flame ripples. Payman said, is that a Hililchi? When the golden flame spread behind them, because of the light of the flames, Payman could see clearly what was inside. There were several Hililchi people sitting all lying motionless, with black flames on their bodies, but the Hililchi people inside were soon swallowed by the golden flames created by the divine body sword. Point sure enough, these Black Snake Knights have nothing to do with the secrets of the Abyss cult. Humph, I should have guessed it earlier. Dane's Reb looked at the Black Snake Knights engulfed by the golden flames and the hillocks that flashed behind them, and said expressionlessly, then, what happened to the hillocks before? Payman asked. As I said before, this is the end of the hillocks. Dane's Reb explained, they became old, afraid of light, and even gradually merged with the darkness. Even so, the curse continued to erode them. But why do these Black Snake Knights protect them like that? Black Snake Knight. Just when Aang was about to complain about Payman's performance, the voice of the Black Snake Knight came from behind again. Payman said to Aang, who was holding a sword next to him, Aang, the Black Snake Knights are coming around again. Black Snake Knight. Then sweep it again, Aang said, staring at the group of Black Snake Knights who had returned in front of him. Just as Aang raised the divine body sword in his hand again, and used the skill on the newly appeared Black Snake Knights again. The Black Snake Knight in green armor that I saw last time walked out quickly and said to the group of Black Snake Knights below, it's the guy in front. Payman said in surprise. Hearing the voice of the Black Snake Knight in green armor, the Black Snake Knights below all looked at Aang and quickly left here. They all retreated. Is it the knight who gave the order just now? Halfdan? Dane's Reb said while looking at the Black Snake Knight above. The Black Snake Knight in green armor. Point, is that so? If so, it's really a bit sad. After hearing the words of the Black Snake Knight, Dane's Reb said with some emotion. Dane? Payman asked with some confusion. Whether in the game or in reality, she couldn't understand what these Black Snake Knights said. Hearing Payman's voice, Dainsreb turned around and said, "You want to know why they stay here to guard those hillbillies, right? That's because, to these Black Snake Knights, they are just performing their duties. I just recognized that the one who just drove away the other knights is a young elite from the former palace guards. His name is Halfton." Dainsreb turned around, closed his eyes, and said with a look of reminiscence, "I vaguely remember that on the day of the Canria disaster, before I rushed to the palace as the Sword of the Last Light, I entrusted the knight named Halfton. Tell all Black Snake Knights to protect the people of Canria no matter what." At this point, Dainsreb opened his eyes and turned around again, saying to Aang and Payman, "It is true that we have the title of Palace Guards. But in the face of that kind of catastrophe, royal family, celebrities, civilians, these identities have lost their meaning. In the face of the power of God, there is only the identity of Canria people on earth." Aang looked at Dainsreb at this moment. For some reason, she was not moved at all, as if she was listening to a story or had learned about it from another channel before. Seeing Aang silent, Dainsreb continued, "Perhaps in the hearts of these Black Snake Knights who have lost their minds, they are still fighting to protect the people of Canria. Think of this ruin as Canria in disaster, and those hillbillies as people seeking help. As I heard, what they kept screaming in their mouths was definitely not a warning to others." "Then what are they saying?" Payman asked in a low voice. "Although it's hard to distinguish, I can tell that it's the ancient Canria language for runaway." After hearing what Dainsreb said, Aang added, "They shouldn't be saying that to us, right?" Dainsreb explained with some emotion, "Even I have to admit that this will is so tenacious that it has not been wiped out after 500 years. It can be regarded as a miracle born from despair." Then didn't I misunderstand them?" Payman said with some sorrow after hearing what Dainsreb said. "Payman, if your emotions are more real, maybe I will believe it. You didn't say that when you were playing the game before. You said, these Black Snake Knights are so annoying, can they die quickly?" Dainsreb shook his head and said, "Nothing. Even I, for a moment, regarded them as enemies. Keep moving towards the light above. The Black Snake Knights shouldn't stop us." At this point, Dainsreb glanced at Aang, who was silent beside him, and he felt that something was wrong with Aang in front of him. At first, he didn't have such a strong feeling. After several contacts, he was chatting with the little thing in front of him, while Aang was like a spectator, watching everything happening here indifferently. She had no emotional fluctuations, nor did she resonate with anything that happened. Just like before, when she raised her weapon with an indifferent face against those Black Snake Knights and the Hillock people who had no resistance. Just like now, even if the other party understood the true situation of the matter, her face did not change at all. In her calm eyes, there was not even a trace of pity for these unfortunate people, as if she was a god in the sky. Aang's transformation made Dainsreb very uncomfortable. He originally thought that the other party would be a person struggling like himself, but he didn't expect that the other party would secretly become a god without his knowledge. If Aang knew what Dainsreb was thinking at this time, she would definitely sneer with disdain. "What is there to resonate with your stories for me? I'm not a saint who is compassionate to the world. Do you still expect me to save Canria?" Not to mention that Aang had never lived in Canria. Even if she had lived there, she would still feel ashamed of Canria's behavior. After making the tiller, they used the blood of innocent people to expand Canria's territory. This kind of country could not last long. The function of the tiller is definitely not for the gods. Aang knew that, no matter how many of these small tillers there were, they were like toys in the eyes of the 7 gods she met. Even the giant ones only had some impact on the gods. It is conceivable that the purpose of large-scale ruins guards is to slaughter other people, that is, the believers under the gods, that the people of Canria hate. Aang followed behind Dainsreb. She knew that Dainsreb was a very important figure in the main storyline. A lot can be learned from the plot of Genshin Impact 2nd. Some things must be triggered by him. But she is completely different from the traveler in the plot. What she is doing now is completely out of the plot, although the main plot is still being corrected by unknown forces and Payman next to her. But this correction is not as stable as before. Thinking of this, she looked at the deep purple power residue underground again. She wanted to go down and absorb this power, and then she could increase her strength a lot. But Dane's Reb was still here. In order to prevent the plot from being seriously derailed, she still suppressed her desire and followed Dane's Reb silently. Payman said while flying, "There is really no figure of the Black Snake Knight behind." After Payman finished speaking, there was another long journey of silence. This silent atmosphere made her a little unbearable. So she turned to look at Dane's Reb and said, "Dane, why don't you talk?" Dane's Reb replied, "Nothing, just thinking about something." "Do you want to comfort me?" "That's not necessary." "Huh. Okay." After hearing what Dane's Reb said, Payman snorted angrily and then no longer planned to pay attention to Dane's Reb. Aang, what are you thinking about? Why don't you talk all the way? Payman turned to Aang and said, "I wonder if there will be any unexpected monsters here, so I can make a fortune again." Aang replied while touching his chin. "Well, okay." After hearing Aang's words, Payman spread his hands helplessly. After Payman's words fell, the few people fell into silence again. Payman had no intention of finding a topic, but was thinking about completing the task as soon as possible and going home to play games. Aang was thinking about when Dane's Reb would leave. She was a little impatient for the energy below, while Dane's Reb was thinking about whether the current Aang was still the same Aang as before. Would she have completely stood on the side of God? Or in other words, the other party had begun to become a member of God. Thinking of this, Dane's Reb frowned even deeper, because Aang was a force outside the world, and could use this external force to deny and interfere with the entire world. In his opinion, if Aang was assimilated, the world would probably be over. Several people followed the road and came to the room in the center of the top. Above their heads, they saw a glowing and flowing pool. The pool was clearly full of water, but it did not fall from above their heads, but flowed quietly above. "Look, there's a pool upside down, and it's magical." Payman looked at the pool above his head and asked Dane's Reb, "Do you know what this pool is, Dane?" "The pool seems to be integrated with the entire city. It must be a relic of ancient civilization." Dane's Reb glanced at the pool above his head and explained to Payman, "The key is, I think the effect of weakening the curse comes from it. When you are here, the body will feel unprecedented tranquility. The feeling is stronger than before. I think it's probably because the water in the pool has a similar purifying effect." After listening to Dane's Reb's words, Payman also intuitively felt some energy in the pool and asked him, "Purification? Then will the water in that pool can completely purify the curse?" Dane's Reb shook his head and denied it directly. "Impossible." "Are you so sure?" "I feel that this water has some effect." Payman asked puzzledly. Dane's Reb replied calmly, "I have been awake and coexisting with the curse for 500 years. No one knows more about the curse than me. It is the causal mark of this world. The curse of the gods is even higher than that of humans themselves. I can feel that the curse is constantly penetrating everything about me, becoming a part of me, and even gradually replacing me." After hearing what Dane's Reb said, Aang took out the divine body sword again and said to Dane's Reb, "Do you want me to stab you with a sword? This sword is still very useful for removing things other than life." "No, my curse is already very deep now. If this sword really has the ability to remove the curse, then I guess I will be swallowed up by the golden flames, emitted by the sword like the hill people and the Black Snake Knight before." Dane's Reb hurriedly said after hearing Aang's dangerous thoughts, fearing that this wrong traveler would suddenly stab him with the sword, like he did last time against Kang. Kang was not affected much, but he was greatly affected. Even if he didn't die from this sword, it would be almost the same as death. "Oh, forget it then." Aang was a little disappointed after hearing Dane's Reb's answer. Dane's Reb. "But, can the water in the pool above be drunk? I think it should be delicious." Aang looked upside down at the pool in reality with a curious look on her face. The water in the pool exuded an unknown energy. However, she felt that the unknown energy exuded by this pool was of great benefit to her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but lick her lips that were dry because of desire. Chapter 215. Nashida's provocative reaction. Liusu, this is. Nashida walked up to Liusu with the game console and asked her. Liusu heard what Nashida said, followed Nashida's movements, and glanced at the game screen in her hand, and found that Nashida's plot had advanced to Zumi, and she also understood why Nashida asked this. Liusu replied calmly, "This is a game. I know. Is the plot in it true?" Nashida asked. "I don't know. You have to judge it yourself." But, there is no existence of you in this game? Because I'm lazy, and don't want to enter my own data. If I enter my data, I need to modify a lot of things. Liusu replied calmly. Nashida, how about it? This game is not bad, right? Is Nashida in it cute? Liusu continued. After hearing what Liusu said, Nashida frowned and hesitated for a while before speaking. That's not what I'm talking about. Why am I so weak in this story, and I feel so stupid? No, this is your illusion. You should know that you are the god of wisdom, very smart. Liusu shook her head and said with a smile. Nashida, I feel that you are implying that I'm not smart, but I have no evidence. By the way, why didn't you go out today? Liusu looked at Nashida, who was silent with a tangled face, and changed the subject. He went back to Mondstadt. She said that she hadn't been back for a long time and she would stay there for a while. Nashida answered. After hearing Nashida's answer, Liusu nodded and said, I see. No wonder you stayed at home quietly these days, and didn't go out. Nashida. Seeing Nashida, who was speechless, and had a conflicted look on her face, Liusu reached out, and picked up Nashida, let her sit on her lap, and said to her, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Is there anything wrong? Liusu, I feel so stupid in the game. Nashida said, pointing at Nashida, who was possessed by Catherine on the screen, to protect the people of Zumi from the control of the doctor. Also, why is the traveler in the game so weak? Didn't she fight with the young master, the madam, and the shadow before? Why couldn't she beat an ordinary person in Zumi? As a result, the people she met, such as Tinari and Sino, thought she was an ordinary person without elemental power. Nashida found a comfortable position in Liusu's arms, leaned her head on Liusu's arms, picked up the game console with both hands, and controlled the traveler inside to play the plot, while continuing to say to Liusu, I have also seen this so-called great discipline officer Sino before. His strength is not as good as the well-trained Thousand Rocks army of Liu now. Because the plot is set like this. Liusu replied, you just wasted 500 years, it's not a big problem. 500 years, alas. Why didn't I even think of escaping from Genshin Palace at that time? What was I thinking at that time? After hearing Liusu's words, Nashida felt even more uncomfortable. Looking at Nashida with a conflicted look on her face, Liusu rolled her eyes and said to her, do you know? 300 years ago, my idea was to find you, beat you up, and then take you away by force. No matter what I did, it would be better than staying in that cage, but she wouldn't let me do that, saying it had been arranged. Nashida. Nashida turned her head and glanced at Liusu dimly after hearing what Liusu said. Sure enough, you still want to beat me up. Isn't this not taking any action? Don't look at me like that, it feels weird. Liusu reached out and held Nashida's face and turned her back and said, and if I really saw you at that time, how could you go with me without some special means? Even that consciousness talked to you for a long time before you came out on your own. Well, I can't accept my previous self, no matter how I look at it. Nashida listened to Liusu's words and whispered, just like you said, if it was me before, I wouldn't survive a day in the Demon God War. Liusu nodded and said, it's good that you know, so put aside your heart to save the world. You don't owe them anything, you just need to push things forward from behind, just like Mondstadt and Liu now. After all, it's not the time for the Demon God War now. Well, I will try my best to become what you want. Nashida nodded heavily. What you said is a little wrong. Liusu shook his head. Nashida asked in confusion, why? No reason. Think about it yourself when the time comes. Liusu replied indifferently. Nashida. After Liusu finished speaking, Nashida also fell into silence. She was thinking while playing the game in her hand. The plot on the phone kept flashing in her emerald eyes. As the plot deepened, her heart gradually sank to the bottom. This kind of experience in the game was not what she wanted. The Nashida in it was too naive, and the things she hoped for in her heart were different from her now. Thinking of this, Nashida suddenly felt a little sympathetic to herself in the plot. The other party did not have the help of the great compassion tree king and Liusu. No one could teach her how to become strong. Even the other 7 gods, Nashida in the plot did not know. But at the same time, she was also fortunate for herself now. If there was no Liusu, she would repeat the same mistakes as herself in the plot. Thinking of this, Nashida had some enlightenment. The most important thing to walk in Teyvat is not the so-called wisdom, but the strength that is so strong that it makes people tremble. Wisdom is just the icing on the cake. Wisdom without strength is nothing. Looking at the game plot, the traveler and herself were chased by the 30-man group of Zumi and ran around like a lost dog. In the plot, she looked at the so-called Zumi people from time to time, showing a look of compassion. Seeing this, Nashida couldn't help but clench her teeth and felt angry about her own weakness. At the same time, she also understood why Azad had to send troops to her that day. It was all because she was too weak, and as a god, weakness was the original sin. All the thoughts that Nashida had participated in were eliminated. As her thoughts were emptied, Nashida's mood gradually calmed down, and the outline of a door seemed to gradually appear in her mind. Thinking of this, Nashida's original sympathy for the characters in the plot gradually became calm, as if she was watching the experience of a stranger. Liusu noticed the change in Nashida. "Will you lead her astray?" the great compassion tree king said to Liusu. Liusu replied, "Isn't that good? Of course it is good, otherwise I will be as stupid as you." Alas. After hearing Liusu's words, the great Ci tree king sighed. "Still sighing? If you have time to sigh, why don't you learn to master your power? How many of my abilities have you mastered? You don't know anything, but you still dare to slack off. Who gave you the courage?" Liusu said mercilessly. "Don't scold me, don't scold me, I'm already trying hard. You have too many abilities, and I can't master them all." The great Ci tree king replied with some discomfort. She couldn't understand why both of them knew how to use the same skills, but she was not proficient when using them. Could it be that there is also a gap as a person? Thinking of this, the great Ci tree king couldn't accept it. After hearing what the great Ci tree king said, Liusu said with a fierce face, "Really, 1 or 2 of them make me worry." Great Ci tree king, right. As soon as the great Ci tree king finished speaking, Liusu suddenly felt that the cute little Nashida in her arms suddenly emitted a strong green light. Just like the evolution of elves, Nashida's body was also growing rapidly until it became as tall as Aang and stopped growing. Liusu. In the rocky abyss, Paimon heard Aang's lewd words and hurriedly explained to Dane's Reb, who was confused on the side. "Dane, don't listen to Aang's nonsense. How can this pool water be drinkable? She has done too many commissions before, and now she has some mental problems." After listening to Paymon's explanation, Dane's Reb showed a look of realization and said to Paimon, "So that's it. So the traveler's previous behavior makes sense." Aang. "No, you accept it now. Paymon's words have so many loopholes that even I find them ridiculous. You are suspicious by nature. Don't you have any doubts?" Dane, what is this device under the pool? Is it something left here by the Abyss cult? Paimon asked. Dane's Leb replied naturally, "To be honest, I have never seen a device of this structure. It is reasonable for you to think that it was placed by the Abyss cult. Could it be that they are just making some preparations?" Aang was about to say something, but was interrupted by Paimon. "Don't talk, I beg you." "Okay, I will talk now, you listen." Aang. Hearing Paymon's voice ringing from his mind, a series of question marks appeared above Aang's head. Paimon continued, "I know what you want to say and what you want to do, but it's not too late for you to go after this is over. Otherwise how can you correct it?" Aang. After hearing Paymon's words, Aang was silent, walked to the side silently, took out his game console, and opened Genshin Impact 2nd. "What is the traveler doing?" Dane's Reb looked at Aang's sudden behavior in confusion. "Oh, that's a tool that can be used to record some things. Aang is checking the information she recorded before." Paimon replied expressionlessly. "Really?" At this point, Dane's Reb looked at the game console in Aang's hand for a few times, but he couldn't see the picture on the game console in Aang's hand. When Payman was about to continue speaking, a sound suddenly came from the surroundings. Wow. I was scared. All the doors around were opened. Looking towards the place where the sound came from, I saw that the doors that were closed before were all opened at this time, and the sound was also caused by the sudden opening of the door. Halfton. Hearing the sound, several people looked towards the place where the sound came from again, and Halfton's figure appeared in front of them again. Payman looked at the green armored knight who suddenly appeared and said, "Yeah, it's the knight named Halfton. Do you have something to say to me, Halfton?" Dainsreb asked Halfton. Halfton did not answer, but turned around and walked directly behind him. He left, but this time he didn't disappear suddenly. Payman looked at Halfton's back and said. Dainsreb asked Aang and Payman, "Is he signaling us to follow him? How about it? Do you want to come, Aang?" Payman asked Aang, who was sitting on a rock playing games. Aang listened to Payman's words, put away the game console and replied, "Let's go." Following the direction where Halfton left, they found that this place was hollow. After walking a few steps, Payman said to the people behind, "Halfton jumped from here, let's chase him." Dainsreb listened to Payman's words and jumped directly down. Aang looked back at the pool above her head again and jumped down with a little helplessness. Payman. After landing, Aang followed Payman and Dainsreb all the way forward. Just like what they had seen before, they encountered the camp of the hill people, and there were flowers placed on the hay, the same as the ones on her head. How can there be such a flower so deep underground? Payman looked at the flower in front of him and asked in confusion, "Is it dedicated to the dead hillbillies? Haven't we seen it before?" Aang said in confusion. Payman nodded and said, "Huh. Now that you mention it, I think it looks familiar." "What are you talking about, Payman? Isn't this the flower on my head? We have been together for so long, and you actually said it looks familiar?" Just when Aang was puzzled, Dainsreb explained, "It is the national flower of Canredia, in Teyvat. It once bloomed in every corner of Canredia. The flowering period of this flower was originally only 2 weeks. But if it is picked and taken away from the land of Canredia, the petals will no longer grow and become very hard. Until it returns to its homeland, the flowering period will become soft again and eventually disappear into the dust. So, in Teyvat also symbolizes the wanderer and implies the gentleness of the hometown." After listening to Dainsreb's words, Aang frowned and said, "Is this the meaning of the flower on my head?" Payman continued, Then this flower appears here, which means, Aang, something is wrong, especially something is wrong. Starting from Inazuma, Aang realized that something was wrong along the way. Those people who were traveling with him, including Kamisato Ayaka's special feelings for him, and Shenhe's abnormal state made Aang suspicious. Normally, she is a woman. After Mondli who did these things, normally men would have other feelings towards her, but her experience is completely different. Zio, Gangzi, Kamisato Ayato, Thomas and others treat her like a good brother. Kamisato Ayaha, Shinkaku, and Barbara all have completely different feelings towards her. Combined with the game Genshin Impact 2nd given by Liusu, Aang has a bold idea, that is, if she exchanges identities with Sora, the plot will become logical. In other words, she is the villain and Sora is the traveler, otherwise why would these problems arise? There is no flower on Sora's head, so Payman didn't pay attention to anything, and Payman's tone towards her is completely different from that of Liusu and others. Thinking of this, Aang realized that everyone in Teyvat, except Liusu and others subconsciously treats her as Sora. Heh, interesting. After Aang finished speaking, he took off the Teyvat on his head and put it next to the petals left by Sora. Aang, why do you have this flower too? Payman asked in confusion as he watched Aang take off the flower on her head. Aang replied calmly, I don't know. Maybe I picked it up from somewhere. After all, we have traveled to so many places, so it's normal to have some strange things. Dainsreb listened to Aang's answer and nodded, I see. Aang put the flower called Teyvat in place and knelt on one knee. After a while, a memory appeared in his mind. Here appeared the figures of Sora and a water-based Abyss Apostle. The Abyss Apostle asked Sora, who was doing the same thing as him at this time, Your Highness, have you finally agreed? Sora replied expressionlessly, I was too focused on the great cause of fighting against the law of nature, and I forgot the mission of restoring the country. Indeed, I shouldn't be so indecisive. The Abyss Apostle said to him, "The device will be ready soon, waiting for your order." After hearing the words of the Abyss Apostle, Sora slowly stood up and asked him, "How sure are you? Theoretically feasible, probably," the Abyss Apostle replied with some hesitation. Sora sighed and said, "Forget it, even if there is only 1% of hope. Aren't we the same? We are already in the abyss. For them, it is better to return to the cycle as soon as possible than to live without dignity. Don't let them continue to bear those false sins." The Abyss Apostle nodded and said, "Your decision is the luck of the cult." After the Abyss Apostle finished speaking, Sora walked towards Aang. Aang looked at Sora, who was getting closer and closer to him expressionlessly, and the sword was not drawn in the end. "You seem to have seen something. You just had the action of drawing the sword for a moment, so can you tell me?" Dainsleib asked Aang. Paimon echoed, "Yes, you seem to have been in a daze for a long time." "I just saw Sora," Aang replied. Then, Aang told him everything he saw bit by bit. Dainsleib, "I thought you saw something horrible and were ready to draw the sword, but you told me that you met your blood brother?" After hearing Aang's words, the expression on Dainsleib's face twitched a little. He was silent for a while before analyzing. "Is this a wonderful link that belongs only to the twins? It sounds like they are trying to use some device to purify the curse, which may be the item we saw before." At this point, Dainsleib asked Aang seriously, "And he also mentioned the restoration of the country, right?" Aang nodded and said, "Yes, he said this is his mission. This stubborn guy really hasn't given up." Dainsleib pondered and said, "It seems that the cult plans to use this place to purify the curse on the hill people and want to restore them so as to serve as the foundation for the restoration of Canria. After all, there is no country without citizens." After hearing what Dainsleib said, Aang asked, "Do you think it's possible?" "Huh, it's so stupid, there's not even a 1% chance." Dainsleib snorted coldly and continued, "I should have said that as someone who has lived with the curse for 500 years. No one understands better than me. There is no redemption. The curse is irreversible. If you forcibly remove the curse, you will get nothing but pain. So, you must stay awake and remind yourself again and again that they are no longer human. If you stick to this and invest too much emotion, you will only sink deeper and deeper and eventually fall into the mud called hypocrisy like them." Having said that, Dainsleib couldn't help but sigh again and said, "Let's focus on things that are more worthy of saving." "But why should I believe you?" Aang said. "Haha. That's right. The relationship between us is just an employment relationship, and he is your blood relative." After hearing what Aang said, Dainsleib said without any surprise, "It is indeed reasonable for you to choose to stand by his side. No matter what choice you make, it will not shake my heart. Stopping the abyss is the path I have chosen. If we can't reach a consensus, then we might as well." "You are wrong, and I didn't choose to stand on his side." Before Dainsleib finished speaking, Aang interrupted him and said, "No one can make choices for others, and the same goes for Kang, so I don't agree with his behavior." "Oh." After hearing what Aang said, Dainsleib turned his head in surprise. "It seems that the 3 questions I asked you at the beginning were not meaningless. You have found your own way of looking at the world. Since you have revealed your true thoughts, I don't intend to hide it anymore." Dainsleib continued, "At the moment, compared to simply stopping the abyss, what I care more about is we must not allow the abyss to trample on Halfdan's wishes with such arbitrary behavior." Aang replied, "It's okay, I'll help you. This is not the first time I've done this kind of thing, don't worry." Dainsleib nodded and said, "The abyss may appear at any time. Stay alert and keep moving forward." As the few people moved forward, Dainsleib was thinking about what Aang had just said, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, because Aang's answer was somewhat unexpected, and coupled with Aang's previous actions, he had a very bad premonition. So he hesitated for a moment, and asked Aang with a slightly doubtful tone, "Your method is not also purification, right?" Dainsleib's words made Aang put his hands on his hips, raised his head high, and looked at Dainsleib with his nose and said, "Yes, my idea is to use the sacred fire to purify everything, including the abyss cult." Dainsleib. Chapter 216. It would be a shame not to cupping such a beautiful back. Liusu looked at Nashida, who was sitting on her lap in the form of a girl, and complained, "Why have you grown bigger?" Nashida turned her head and looked at Liusu and replied, "Because I have become stronger. The improvement of my mind and strength has made me no longer in the form of a little girl." Liusu looked at Nashida in front of her and said, "I know, but you look weird to me." Nashida's current appearance is simply the girl form of the Tree King. She is wearing a long skirt with green tree patterns on a white background, and her original ponytail has now become long hair that reaches her waist. What's wrong? Is it not good for me to be like this? After listening to Liusu's words, Nashida looked herself up and down. She didn't think there was anything wrong. On the contrary, she was very satisfied with her current appearance. If you are like this, I will be a little reluctant to beat you up next time you get into trouble. Liusu sighed. Nashida, although it was wrong for me to get into trouble, can you please stop talking about beating people? I have grown up now, not the naughty child before. Suddenly, Nashida said with a trembling voice, "Liusu, what are you doing?" "Nothing, just a little curious." Liusu replied lightly. At this time, Liusu stretched out her two hands and touched Nashida's snow-white shoulders that were exposed because of the change of clothes. Yes, although Nashida's clothes were similar to the previous styles, her shoulders and back were exposed, but they were usually covered by waist-length hair. Liusu performed the movements in her hands curiously. This feeling made her love it, as if she was touching delicate and warm jade. Finally, she put one hand behind Nashida's hair, touched Nashida's smooth back, and then slid her fingers down along her spine. Nashida couldn't help but hum softly because of the electric shock on her back caused by Liusu's movements, and her fair face gradually turned attractive pink. Finally, Liusu couldn't help but sigh. Such a perfect back, it's a pity not to do cupping. That's it? Nothing else? Nashida couldn't help but turn her head and said after hearing Liusu's words. Liusu glanced at Nashida and said with a fierce face, "What else? Do you want me to praise you? You are dreaming." Nashida, by the way, please help me send these things to Inazuma, that is, Ye God, Shadow, and General Raiden. Looking at Nashida with a puzzled face, Liusu took out 5 Skynotes and 5 game consoles and put them in Nashida's hands. "Why 5? Nashida asked. "2 of them are for General Raiden, and if there is one, you can give it to Kamisato Ayaka. After all, you are friends." Liusu replied. "Oh, I see." After Nashida finished speaking, she stood up from Liusu's legs after taking the things, and then stood quietly in front of Liusu. Liusu asked in confusion, "Why, is there anything else? I'm going abroad, don't you have anything to say to me?" Nashida blinked and asked Liusu. Liusu glanced at Nashida and said, "The time you teleported back and forth is not enough for Zhongli to have a cup of tea. What's there to say? Then kiss." Nashida pointed to her cheek and said, "Kelly said her mother would do this when she went out." Liusu said lightly, "Don't force me to beat you." Liusu didn't move, but she could move. Thinking of this, Nashida quickly sucked on the other's face, opened the space crack and disappeared quickly. Liusu touched her cheek and thought helplessly. It turned out that they were 2 people derived from one person. Even if the souls were different, their personalities were the same. "I'm so angry, how could she do this?" the Great Compassion Tree King said unhappily. In the layered rock abyss, because of Aang's previous words, Paimon spent a lot of effort on this to make it round. Paimon was flying in front, feeling a little tired. Aang's jumping made her feel uncomfortable. Before, she was just like a wild horse that was running on the ground. Now, she has a pair of wings and can fly everywhere. She can even go up to the sky. Seeing Paimon with a tangled face, Aang felt a little embarrassed and quickly corrected him. "Paimon, look, you can also see the upside down city here." When Paimon was about to say something, Dainsreb exclaimed, "No, be careful." Woo wow. As Dainsreb finished speaking, a dazzling light suddenly came out from the city, causing several people to be blinded for a while. Paimon rubbed his eyes which seemed a little sore due to the strong light and said, What's going on? Is it the light coming from the room in the center before? My eyes hurt." Dainsreb pondered. The changes are still continuing. Has the abyss taken action? Dainsreb is so entangled that he has once again united with your highness's blood relatives. Hearing the voice, several people turned around at the same time and saw again the water abyss apostle who had appeared at the inverted statue before. The abyss apostle continued, I didn't have time to confirm the transmission network before, and I mistakenly sent you here. It was a fatal mistake. Dainsreb replied to the abyss apostle with disdain, Humph. A coward who only knows how to run away, who gave you the courage to face me? Your Highness's will must be implemented, and interference should be eliminated at all costs. This time, we must thoroughly eliminate the curse that tortures the people. Dainsreb listened to the words of the abyss apostle and said, it will only be you who torture them. There is nothing left on those hillocks except the curse. I won't run away, come on, Dainsreb. After saying that, the abyss apostle made a fighting posture towards Dainsreb. Such a ridiculous will, is it worth your life to delay time? You want to persist, so as you wish. Looking at Dainsreb who was fighting with the abyss apostle, Aang stayed where he was for a while. Now he didn't know whether to go up or not. If he went up, he would kill the opponent with one sword. And this abyss apostle had never mocked him before. Aang, do you want to go up and help? Paimon asked from the side. Forget it. If I take action, I'm afraid that Dainsreb will be purified as well. Aang shook his head and replied. Dainsreb, thank you so much. However, the ability used by the current traveler is indeed not something he can resist, and it is easy for the abyss apostle in front of him to solve it by himself. The purification curse you are talking about is a device under the pool. Dainsreb asked while attacking the abyss apostle. The abyss apostle replied professionally, don't underestimate the technology of the abyss. Relying on that device, the purification capacity of the pool water can be increased tenfold or 100-fold. I still overestimated you with such a crude and simple method. After listening to the words of the abyss apostle, Dainsreb sighed. Aang glanced at Dainsreb who was still fighting with the apostle of the abyss, then turned to Paimon and asked, Paimon, can I wait? Well, I guess. After all, it's fine if it's solved. Paimon thought for a while and said, I'll help you then. Thank you Paimon, you are really my good partner. After hearing what Paimon said, Aang was overjoyed, grabbed Paimon and took to bites. Aang, what are you doing? Let me go. Paimon broke free from Aang's hand and said angrily to Aang, it's too much. You just said I was emergency food before, but now you're talking about it. I'm really mad at you. Ahem. I was a little excited and couldn't help it. Sorry. Aang scratched her head and replied embarrassedly. Humph. I'll forgive you this time, but don't do this next time. Paimon is not emergency food. Paimon crossed his arms and was very angry about Aang's behavior, but since the other party apologized sincerely, he could only forgive her. I know. I'll take you to eat delicious food after I finish this. Aang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Dainsreb, the abyss apostle suddenly roared, causing Aang and Paimon to look over. At this time, the abyss apostle was once again wrapped in a layer of water elemental shield. Both Aang and Paimon knew that the opponent had run out of tricks. Dainsreb said lightly, Humph, a last-ditch struggle. Just as Dainsreb said, the abyss apostle did not last long in Dainsreb's hands, and was killed by the blue-black energy in his hands. Seeing that Dainsreb had completely dealt with the abyss apostle, Paimon walked over first and said, Dain, the abyss apostle you have been chasing for so long has finally been killed. Dainsreb said, no time to chat. It seems that the device of the abyss cult is being activated. It's still in time to destroy it now. After hearing what Dainsreb said, Aang and Paimon followed Dainsreb to the middle room again. However, this time, there was a strange device outside the room, and there was also a portal to the abyss on the wall. This golden gem-like device constantly emitted a kind of energy. Where does this portal lead to? Paimon asked curiously. Dainsreb replied, it should lead to the middle room. Let's go in quickly. Several people entered the portal and came to the room where they had stayed before, which had a purification pool. Next to the device under the pool, there was a purple monster similar to the Abyss Chanter, who was activating the device in front of him, and the golden energy seen outside passed through the portal and transferred the energy to the device under the pool. Is that the Abyss Apostle? Paimon asked. Dainsreb replied, no, that's the Abyss Priest. As soon as Dainsreb finished speaking, the Abyss Priest suddenly activated the device in front of him, and a golden light rushed towards the pool on the ceiling. The moment it touched the pool, the strong golden light spread to the surroundings. The surrounding hill people and Black Snake Knights were infected by the golden energy, and they held their heads and screamed in pain. Woo, is it too late? Dane's Reb also covered his head with one hand, enduring the strong burning sensation that penetrated into his bones. Must they all end their lives in extreme pain? Find a way to stop that thing. In his trance, he saw a green armored knight stumbling over. Suddenly seeing the situation at this time, Dane's Reb quickly perked up and saw the face of the green armored knight clearly. Halfdan. Dane's Reb stretched out his hand and tried to stop him, but the purifying power emitted from the pool was 100 times stronger than before, making it difficult for him to move. You will. Dane's Reb's voice fell, and Halfdan, who was about to touch the device, suddenly accelerated and jumped towards the device, using his body to tightly cover the strong energy emitted by the device. Halfdan also screamed in pain under this power, but he did not leave at all. Instead, he hugged the device covered by his body tighter. In the end, he could not resist the pain that penetrated into his soul and fainted on the device made by the Abyss cult. Dane's Reb stared at Halfdan, who fainted on the device with wide eyes, and said, I thought he would be wiped out in an instant. Halfdan's soul is so strong. The Abyss priest saw Halfdan blocking his plan and shouted at the one who was protecting the device with his body, get out of my way. Where are you looking? This is a rare opportunity. You can finally get rid of me, right? Dane's Reb said to the Abyss priest below. The Abyss priest heard the voice, raised his head, and saw Dane's Reb. He, like the Abyss apostle before, shouted at Dane's Reb. Dane's Reb heard the words of the Abyss priest and was a little curious about what Dane's Reb had done to make these guys from the Abyss cult hate him so much. Even when he read his name, he looked furious. Dane's Reb turned to Aang and gritted his teeth and said, kill him and shut down the device. Am I the employer, or are you the employer? Aang did not move, but said to Dane's Reb, hurry up, let's discuss this matter later. I will give you a satisfactory answer. There is not much time now. Halfdan can't hold on for long. Dane's Reb said to Aang. Okay. Aang listened to Dane's Reb's words, raised her sword, and stepped forward with a helpless look. The Abyss priest is also a new monster, which means that, after collecting its data, she will have a considerable income. After solving these, Aang stood still and looked up at the pool on the ceiling. She felt more eager for the pool water. What should I do? I solved the Abyss priest, but the device still didn't stop. Paimon said to Dane's Reb next to him, Halfdan, let me replace him. Aang said to the two, no. As long as the device remains activated, we cursed people will not be able to exert our original strength. Only you can be the opponent of the Abyss. Dane's Reb shook his head and said, if you cherish his dedication, don't waste time here. Do you see the lights and portals around? They must have dispersed the energy devices to other places. Go over to confirm the situation, and be quick. Aang said that he didn't want to listen to Dane's Reb's words. In Dane's Reb's shocked eyes, he kicked away Halfdan, who was protecting the device. The device started again, and the strong power of purification filled the whole room again. Traveler, you. Dane's Reb looked at Aang, who did this with disbelief. Paimon's voice also sounded in Aang's mind again. Aang, what are you doing? You should solve the device first. You are not doing this. Aang did not answer. She took out the divine body sword, stood next to the device, and held it high. Suddenly, the purification power overflowing from the pool and the device was like being pulled, and all gathered towards the divine body sword in Aang's hand. The power of purification has been absorbed. Paimon exclaimed. Yes, the energy that has been released has indeed been absorbed. Dane's Reb felt the condition of his body and replied. Aang, are you okay? Such a strong power. Paimon shouted to Aang with some concern. Aang replied, it's okay, I can bear it. The divine body sword can absorb these powers to improve its grade. Not only that, Aang also felt the power from the sword in her hand constantly flowing into her body, just like the experience of the divine cherry blossom purification before. Can this sword be improved? Dane's Reb was surprised and said, oh, right, Halfdan. Dane's Reb had too many changes, so he only remembered Halfdan, who was kicked aside by Aang now. At this time, Halfdan also heard Dane's Reb's call and responded. A shadow walked out of the body of the knight in green armor, and it was Halfdan's soul. After Halfdan appeared, he performed a knight's salute of Canria to Dainsreb, and then said with some shame, "I'm sorry, Lord Dainsreb, the sword of the last light. I failed you at that time, and failed to protect the people." Dainsreb listened to Halfdan's words, recalled everything he had experienced before, and his expression was a little dazed. Finally, he clenched his fists tightly, shook his head and comforted Halfdan. "No, you have fulfilled your responsibilities in the past 500 years. Until today, you are still my glory." After saying that, Dainsreb performed the same salute to Halfdan. After hearing Dainsreb's words, Halfdan looked at Dainsreb in front of him in astonishment, and then he scratched his head with a smile and a little embarrassed. "Canria has not been destroyed, right? After all, you are still standing here." Halfdan suddenly thought of something, and asked Dainsreb with a serious face. Dainsreb nodded to Halfdan earnestly and said, "Yes." Hearing Dainsreb's reply, Halfdan showed a relieved smile, slowly closed his eyes, and finally disappeared in front of the few people with the body behind him. Dainsreb looked at the disappearing Halfdan and continued, "So, there is no need to restore the country." "What was that Halfdan's soul just now?" Paimon asked Dainsreb. Dainsreb explained, "There is more than one strange power gathered here. It's not strange to see a soul. However, if you want to continue to explore the depths, you must be careful. And travelers, if you can, you should absorb all the water in this pool with that sword. If you continue like this, the Abyss cult will not." Ahem. Dainsreb couldn't help coughing a few times with some pain, before he finished speaking and continued, "Will not use this thing again." "Dain, are you okay?" Paimon asked worriedly. Dainsreb replied, "It's okay. The device just now also caused me a lot of trauma. I need some time to recover." "I see." Paimon suddenly realized, "It's time to rest, Dain. For example, take a vacation or something." Vacation? This is not a word that should appear in my mind. Dainsreb shook his head and replied, "I have something important to do. The Loom of Destiny plan is still in progress." Dainsreb continued, "I even suspect that the amplification device here is also related to that plan." Paimon nodded and said, "Don't worry, we will keep an eye on it." "Well, thank you for your understanding. I just hope that next time we meet, you won't stand on that side." Watching Dainsreb leave, Paimon said to Aang, who was still absorbing energy, "Hey, Dainsreb is holding a grudge, and he said this at the end. Who cares? Besides, I hold a grudge too. I said I was the employer, but I ended up doing everything. I must make a lot of money from him next time we meet." Aang replied, "Well, that's true, but are you really not uncomfortable after absorbing this power?" Paimon asked with some concern as he looked at the golden power that was constantly gathering towards the divine body sword in Aang's hand. Aang replied, "It's okay. After all, I've experienced this last time. This sword can convert energy into power that I can control at will. The last time you said is the time of the Sheni in great purification? No wonder the Kitsei Palace has revived." Paimon suddenly realized. "But, is there really no problem with this sword? Although it was given to you by Zhongli, this sword was definitely made by Liusu, and Zhongli does not have such a strong ability." After listening to Paimon's words, Aang shook his head and said, "Paimon, don't care about these. As long as the other party is kind to us, there is no need to speculate on other people's thoughts for no reason. After all, we have a saying where we live, that human hearts are unpredictable." "But, Liusu is a god." Paimon scratched his head. "Precisely because she is a god, there is no need to speculate, right? With her strength, if she has any other ideas about me, do you think I can resist? She can even tamper with my memory at will." After hearing what Aang said, Paimon said with some horror, "Well, you are right, but after you said that, I think Liusu is even more terrifying. Will she tamper with my memory without my knowledge?" Aang smiled and joked, "Haha, then change your perception of yourself to a pig, so that you will think you are a flying pig." "No, no way. Paimon doesn't want to become a pig." Paimon said angrily, "Your joke is not funny at all. Are you not nervous and scared now?" Aang said with a smile to Paimon, who looked angry. Paimon replied with a troubled face, "Well, you're right. I'm not afraid anymore after you interrupted me like this. So, don't think too much, just follow your heart." Just like I think you are hiding something from me, but I won't delve into it. This is the most basic trust for good friends. After hearing what Aang said, Payman scratched her head embarrassedly. Aang's words touched her heart. Payman said that she was very happy at this moment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, Thunder God and His Descendants. In Azuma, shadow at the foot of the mountain. A golden space crack appeared here, and a white figure quickly rushed out of the space crack. Nashid looked at the space crack behind her nervously, fearing that Liusu would chase her from there and give her her favorite sugar roasted chestnuts. After waiting for a long time, she didn't see the shadow of Liusu, and Nashida couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking of her previous actions, her face turned red, and her eyes couldn't help but be a little erratic. Then she stretched out her hand and rubbed her cheeks hard, throwing all the thoughts in her head out. Nashida walked to the edge of the pond and looked at her nearly perfect face and pointed elf ears through the water. She remembered what Liusu had said to her before, and she murmured in a low voice with some unhappiness, "I'm obviously very beautiful, what's wrong with you praising me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Nashida smiled sweetly at her reflection in the water, and the reflection in the water also smiled back. At this time, Nashida also knew, while Liusu said it was strange, because her face was not much different from Liusu's, but her face was a little more immature than Liusu's. Nashida couldn't help but fall into it when she looked at herself. The reflection in the water seemed to overlap with the shadow in her mind again, until a leaf fell into the pond, and the ripples spread out, rippling the flat water surface, making the projection on the water distorted, which made Nashida come back to her senses. Why do I think of Liusu when I see my appearance? No, I can't look at her anymore. Thinking of this, Nashida quickly retracted her gaze, immediately stood up, and rubbed her cheeks again in panic. After putting away the thoughts in her mind, she turned and walked towards the direction of Kamisato House. As Nashida walked, she looked at the scenery here again. She had been here with Aang and Kamisato Ayaka last time. "Hello, I'm looking for Ayaka," Nashida said to the guard at Kamisato House. I'll notify the lady right away." The guard at Kamisato House was a little surprised when he saw Nashida. It was the first time they had seen a girl with more temperament than Kamisato Ayaka. Combined with the fact that Nashida called Kamisato Ayaka's name directly, the guard thought that the other party must be Ayaka's good friend. "Please wait a moment." After the guard said this, he walked into the house. "What? A white-haired girl is looking for me?" After hearing the guard's words, Kamisato Ayaka thought about it, but couldn't remember where she had met the white-haired girl. "Yes, the other party called out your name directly, and she looked like a lady from a wealthy family," the guard explained to Kamisato Ayaka. "But, I don't know any white-haired girl," Kamisato Ayaka thought. "By the way, does she have any other characteristics?" "Yes, she is wearing a white dress in the Liu style, embroidered with green tree-like patterns, and the ends of her long white hair are leaf green," the guard explained. "Especially her eyes. People don't have the courage to look directly at her, as if she is a person who is high and mighty." Kamisato Ayaka heard the guard's answer, hurriedly put down the work in her hands, and hurried out. At the door, she saw Nashida standing with her hands behind her back and looking up at the sacred cherry tree on the mountain. "Ayaka, long time no see." Nashida felt Kamisato Ayaka's arrival, turned around and said with a smile. Hearing a familiar voice, Kamisato Ayaka asked in disbelief, You are?" Nashida nodded and said, "Yes." Kamisato Ayaka asked curiously, "Why are you here, and what is your current state?" "After experiencing some things, my strength has become stronger," Nashida explained. "So that's it." Kamisato Ayaka nodded, and suddenly thought of something, and said to Nashida, "Sorry, I was too surprised just now and was rude. Would you like to come in and sit down? I'll make 2 pots of tea for you." "No need." Nashida shook her head and said, "I still have things to do. This time I came here to give you something." Kamisato Ayaka asked in surprise and confusion. Ah. Give me something? Yes, you accept this. It will tell you what to do after you wear it, and this. Nashida said, while taking out the Skynet in the game console given by Liusu, and handed them to Kamisato Ayaka. Excuse me, what is this? Kamisato Ayaka hurriedly took the things given by Nashida and asked curiously. Nashida explained, it's a communication tool and a small prop that makes people relax in their spare time. Then, Nashida explained to Kamisato Ayaka how to use Skynet. Kamisato Ayaka put Skynet on her ears according to Nashida's instructions. After Skynet was activated, Kamisato Ayaka felt that she had discovered a new world. Kamisato Ayaka asked, why do you give me this? Nashida smiled and replied, because we are friends. Thank you again. Kamisato Ayaka bowed to Nashida and said seriously, you're welcome, then I'll leave first. Nashida said, and flew directly to the Narukami. Take care. Kamisato Ayaka waved to Nashida who was going away. Kamisato Ayaka didn't walk into the house again until Nashida's figure completely disappeared. Ayaka, what happened just now? Kamisato Ayato, who was waiting inside, asked Kamisato Ayaka when he saw her come in. Kamisato Ayaka smiled and said, it's nothing, brother, thank you for your concern. Just now, a friend came to see me and gave me a gift. Oh, friend? Traveler? Kamisato Ayaka thought for a while and said, no, the traveler's hair is golden, and the one who came is white. It's another friend who met the traveler. I can't tell you about her, brother. Kamisato Ayaka explained. Okay then. Kamisato Ayaka nodded and said, since it's hard to say, let's not talk about it. Kamisato Ayaka had also heard the report of the guards before, that is, Kamisato Ayaka respected this friend very much. Combined with the previous behavior of the traveler and payman, he had a bold idea that Kamisato Ayaka's friend might be a god. In this way, Kamisato Ayaka's behavior can be explained. I'm very sorry, brother. Looking at Kamisato Ayaka's behavior, Kamisato Ayaka felt a little guilty, but this matter really couldn't be told without her consent. It doesn't matter, I also guessed a little. Is your friend a god? Kamisato Ayaka suddenly spoke. Ah. Kamisato Ayaka looked at him in surprise after hearing what Kamisato Ayano said. Are you wondering how I know that? Kamisato Ayano said with a smile. Yes. Kamisato Ayaka nodded. Because last time, Kamisato Ayano briefly recounted the series of words that payman had used to trick him, but he did not mention the woman's name. Kamisato Ayaka suddenly realized, that's how it is. Yes, so, Ayaka, you don't need to show anything to be friends with the gods. You just need to show your true self, because in the eyes of the gods, your little thoughts are nowhere to hide, and on the contrary, they will cause the gods to hate you. I see, thank you for your teachings, brother. Kamisato Ayaka nodded. Seeing Kamisato Ayaka's serious look, Kamisato Ayano nodded with satisfaction and said, yeah. What Kamisato Ayano didn't know was that at this time, Kamisato Ayaka's mind gradually had some ideas that she had not dared to do before. At the same time, Nashida of Narukami saw Yikamiko sitting under the sacred cherry tree, and the shadow? You're here? Yishinko greeted in surprise. However, you look a lot shorter than the last time we met. I'm not Liusu, I'm Nashida. Nashida replied. After hearing what Nashida said, Yishinko was even more surprised. Nashida? The one who is as tall as Klee, how come you've grown so much taller after not seeing you for a while? Something happened in Liu, which made me stronger, so my body also evolved. Nashida explained. So that's how it is, then congratulations. Yishinko said with a smile. Nashida, can you cook? Aang hesitated and asked Nashida. Although the dishes provided by Yishinko at Narukami are not bad, they are far inferior to those of Liusu. Nashida looked at Aang in confusion and asked, cooking? Aang said with emotion, yes, it's been a long time since I had the tree-colored dumplings, pudding milk, and bubble tea made by Liusu. I don't know when this kind of life will end. It will be, but I can't guarantee that it will be as delicious as Liusu's. Nashida nodded. Aang hurriedly said, it's okay, give it a try, as long as it's not the same as mine. Yishinko. After hearing Aang's words, Yishinko was silent for a while. It seems that you are still a little self-aware of your cooking skills. Since you are self-aware, why do you still use me to test the dishes during this period? But why are you at Nirukamitasha? Don't you have to deal with Inazuma's affairs? Nashida asked Aang, while controlling her divine power, to make food according to Liusu's method. Aang. This time it was Aang's turn to be silent. If it was Liusu, she could still say it without hesitation, but the other party was just a child over 500 years old, which made her a little embarrassed to speak. The eightfold godson mercilessly exposed Aang, and said to Nashida, it's because a general can better manage Inazuma, so now she doesn't go to Inazuma City at all, and eats and drinks here every day. Eating and drinking is fine, but the most important thing is that she complains that the food I give her is not delicious. The most hateful thing is that she often makes some new dishes and asks me to try them. Don't you know that the thunder element power contained in her dishes is not edible for ordinary people? Only people like you can eat it. At this point, the eightfold godson looked a little sad and angry, and she strongly accused Aang of such immoral behavior. Nashida. Aang, godson. Aang's expression froze after hearing what the godson said, and he looked at the eightfold godson with a gloomy look. That's how it is. Speaking of which, after you arrived at the Naruto shrine, I either ate this, or that every day. Every time I ate, I would be unconscious for a long time. Woohoo. Every time I think of this, I feel that my fox life is desolate. There is such an unreliable god. Woohoo. I'm so miserable. So sad. Yushinko became more and more excited as she spoke. Finally, she thought of Aang's inhuman behavior, and her heart became more and more miserable. Finally, she shed tears in front of the two of them. Nashida. Aang. Aang opened her mouth to explain, but Yushinko seemed to have no problem at all, so she was silent, but she still looked at Yushinko, who was pretending to be on the side with an angry face. Obviously, you were also very happy about this matter. Why is it my problem in the end? If you really don't want to, will I force you? It's not that I said a few words and you helped me taste it. It's really, haha, woman, your name is fickle. Thinking of this, Aang felt very uncomfortable in her heart, and there was a grudge that she couldn't spit out. This uncomfortable feeling accumulated and deepened, making her feel as if ants were crawling all over her body. At this time, Nashida had finished making the 3 colored dumplings. She put the 3 colored dumplings in front of Aang and said to her, it's done. Aang, you try it and see if it tastes good, because this is the first time I make it. Then I won't be polite. After Aang finished speaking, he grabbed a string of 3 colored dumplings and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it carefully. How is it? Is it delicious? Ye God asked Aang. She looked at the 3 colored dumplings with good color, fragrance, and taste, and swallowed her saliva secretly. She also wanted to eat it, but with Aang's previous record, she didn't dare to eat food made by other gods at will. Aang gave Nashida a thumbs up and praised, well, it tastes very good, and it's almost the same as the one made by Liusu. Really? After hearing Aang's words, Nashida asked in surprise. Really? Well, it's delicious. Can you make a few more? Aang nodded to Nashida, while eating the 3-colored dumplings. Nashida smiled and replied, no problem. After Nashida finished speaking, she continued to make food, and after hearing what Aang said, Yi Shenzi couldn't help but join in the action of competing with Aang for food. Son of God, why are you eating so fast? No one is competing with you. Aang looked at Yi Shenzi, who was eating heartily, and said with some dissatisfaction. Yi Shenzi glanced at Aang and said, well, it's delicious. Who said no one is competing with me? When you say this, can you slow down your eating speed? Really? After the two finished speaking, neither of them was convinced, and they even increased the speed of eating. Nashida. Don't eat so fast, I'll make more. Nashida looked at the two people who were eating like a war and said hurriedly, ye God. Aang. Their mouths were full, and they couldn't answer Nashida's words. They could only stare at each other, staring at each other with their eyes. In the end, everything Nashida had made was eaten by the two of them. Then Nashida made some, and the two of them ate some, leaving nothing behind. Tell me, which of my followers would steal my food like you do? Aang said with a pair of purple eyes staring at Ye God. Ye God stared back without showing any weakness and said, I will say the same thing to you. Which god would steal food from his followers? You've been eating outside for 500 years. Isn't that enough? Don't you know how to give me some? Aang continued. After hearing what Aang said, Yi Shinko said angrily, do you know how I spent the past 500 years? You, on the other hand, have been hiding in the Pure Land alone, keeping silent while I'm the one who handles all the affairs of Inazuma. What's wrong with eating something to relax? And you even dare to bring this up? I don't care. I can give in to you on other matters, but not on this one. Aang said seriously. Yi Shinko raised his head and said, I don't care either. I think you are itching for trouble. Aang said with gritted teeth. After hearing what Aang said, Yi God showed a sad expression to Aang and said, come on, if you have the guts, beat me to death. Anyway, no one loves me. I'm just a pitiful and weak little fox that no one wants. Looking at Yi God's expression, Aang silently lowered her head. She felt a little sorry for what Yi God had experienced in the past 500 years, because what Yi God had experienced in the past 500 years was indeed more miserable than hers. Thinking of this, Aang raised her head and was about to comfort Yi God, but the scene in front of her made her anger rise straight up. Aang suddenly shouted at Yi God, God, what's wrong? Yi God replied nonchalantly, okay, you are still playing tricks on me, you are done, I tell you. Aang gritted her teeth and looked at Yi God, because when she was soft-hearted just now, she took all the 3 colored dumplings made by Nashida and ate them all, leaving none for herself. Yi Shinko ate her food and replied with a wondering look, well, whatever you say, I don't care. I think you want to be explained again. Aang said with gritted teeth. Yi Shinko trembled when she heard Aang's words. Her heart began to beat violently, and crimson quickly covered her cheeks, and even the pink ears on her head stood up. She adjusted her mentality and replied to Aang nonchalantly, well, whatever you say, I don't care. Nashida. Looking at the 2 people playing tricks, Nashida didn't know what to say for a while. It seemed that she was here to deliver something, not to watch you 2 improvisations. Well, I have something to say. Nashida spoke to the 2 people who were at loggerheads. What happened? What's wrong? Yi Shinko and Aang turned their heads at the same time and asked Nashida with a friendly smile, which was completely different from their previous attitudes towards each other. This change made Nashida's breathing stagnate. She couldn't understand why the 2 people's faces changed so quickly. Nashida quickly adjusted her breathing and said to the 2 of them, well, I'm here to help Liusu deliver something to you. Chapter 218. Is this how gods and their followers work? Nashida handed the prepared Skynet in the game console to Aang and Shenzi. Is this Skynet? Shenzi asked in confusion, after taking Nashida's things. Nashida nodded and said, yes. What is this? Yi Shenzi asked after fiddling with the game console. Nashida replied, in Liusu's words, this is a tool for entertainment. But, after all, we are Inazumas, wouldn't it be bad to use Skynet? Yi Shenzi said, after thinking for a while. Nashida explained, it doesn't matter. Aang has signed a contract with Liusu, so he is also one of us. Yi Shenzi. Aang, when did you sign the contract? Why don't I know? What is the content of the contract? Tell me quickly. After hearing what Nashida said, Yi Shenzi was full of question marks and hurriedly said to Aang next to him. Aang said expressionlessly, I don't remember. I didn't read the content of the contract. You didn't even read the content of the contract, and you just signed it? You are really a tiger. Yi Shenzi couldn't help but complain. Aang listened to what Yi Shenzi said, glanced at Yi Shenzi and said lightly, if you were in my situation at that time, you would have signed it faster than me. Yi Shenzi. Although I don't know why Aang made such a decision, but Aang signed the contract without even reading the content. It must be that she encountered something big that she couldn't solve. If I were to do it myself, I guess I wouldn't be able to hold on as long as Aang. Thinking of this, Yi Shenzi remembered that I had betrayed my master because of Aang and the other 2 gods' tyranny. I didn't dare to speak again. You know, Aang is very vengeful now. If she knew about this, I would definitely not have a good ending. By the way, where is General Lei Dan? Liusu said that she also wanted to send her a copy. Nashida asked Aang. Aang replied, General Lei Dan is in the castle tower now. She won't go out unless there is a special situation. Well, I know, thank you, then I'll leave first. After Nashida said, her figure disappeared in front of Aang and Yi Shenzi. Yi Shinko. Aang. Just left like that. I'm not full yet. Yi Shinko couldn't help complaining. Aang glanced at Yi Shinko and said, eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. Can you be more capable? Put down the food in your hand when you say that, okay? It's the last string left, and you don't even leave some for me? Yi Shinko pointed at Aang and accused. I've already eaten it. What's the matter? You still want to eat it? Aang stretched out the 3 colored dumplings in her hand, of which only 2 were left, because she had eaten 1, in front of Yi Shinko and said, ah. Yi Shinko proved her idea with her actions, and she ate the last 2 dumplings in 1 bite. Aang looked at the bamboo stick without the dumpling in her hand, and was stunned for a moment. She turned her head, and looked at Yi Shinko, who was squinting his eyes, and chewing the food happily, in disbelief. Son of God. Aang was so angry, that she pounced on Yi Shinko with her teeth and claws. What are you doing? I've already eaten it. I can't come back. Yi Shinko said to Aang, while chewing the food. Aang pressed Yi Shinko to the ground expressionlessly, tightly grasped her wrist, and then moved closer under Yi Shinko's horrified eyes. She must eat this dumpling. Yi Shinko. Yi Shinko looked at Aang, who was getting closer and closer with a look of horror. At this time, she forgot to chew the food, but as Aang's face was already close, she came to her senses and struggled violently, but with her strength, how could she be Aang's opponent? In the end, Aang fulfilled her wish, and looked at Yi Shinko with a comfortable face, with a pair of pink eyes looking at her. Woo woo woo, it's over, I can't get married. Yi Shinko sobbed. Aang responded coldly, oh, and then? Aren't you going to say something? Yi Shinko stared at Aang's behavior with wide eyes. Aang thought for a moment and replied, dango is delicious. Yi Shinko. That's it? Yi Shinko continued to ask. What else? As the chief priest of Narukami, my dependent, you still want to get married? You are overthinking. Aang glanced at Yi Shinko and replied lightly. You are such a domineering god. After hearing Aang's words, Yi Shinko replied with some dissatisfaction. Aang replied, I like it. Then it's up to you. I'm just a helpless little fox. Let you bully me to death. Yi Shinko turned around with an angry face and stopped looking at Aang. However, what Aang didn't notice was that Yi Shinko, who turned her back, showed a fox-like smile and didn't show any unhappy look. Aang looked at Yi Shinko, who had become strange again, with some confusion, but she felt that Yi Shinko was very cute now. How could she let such a cute little fox leave again? After a moment of silence, Aang took out the game console that Nashida handed over and asked Yi Shinko, son of God, how do you use this? Ah. Yi Shinko turned around and said, it's like this. Yi Shinko also knew Aang's character very well. She turned her back just now because she was a little embarrassed by Aang's straight talk, so she wanted to find some time to slow down. During this time, she used Skynet to check the usage of these items. After she calmed down, she would slowly explain them to Aang. Aang followed Yi Shinko's explanation and slowly learned how to use these tools. She thanked Yi Shinko earnestly, so that's how it is. Thank you, son of God. You're welcome. After all, I'm your dependent, the chief priest of Narukami. Yi Shinko replied with a smile. Yeah. After hearing what Yi Shinko said, Aang nodded and said, yeah? This is the Traveler? Aang opened Genshin Impact 2nd and looked at the plot on the screen and said, and this, the Sustainer of Heaven's Law? I didn't expect that Liusu would hand it over to us. It seems that she must know something. Yi Shinko said to Aang. Well, she knows a lot, and now we are also grasshoppers on the same rope. Aang answered while tapping the screen of the game console. Yi Shinko heard what Aang said, shook his head and sighed. Yes, although I don't know what the contract is, it should be beneficial to us. Although I don't want to admit it, Inazuma really doesn't make the other party worthy of coveting. Then don't think so much, just live every day well. Aang said. Yi Shinko heard what Aang said, smiled and said to him, yes, my lord god. Got, be normal. Hearing the strange tone of Yi Shinko, Aang couldn't help shrinking and frowning. Ye god. Ye god saw Aang's behavior, and the smile on his face rose. He sighed silently in his heart and said, it seems that there is still a long way to go to Guy dying. There are actually two choices for the character, the traveler and her brother. Aang asked Ye God, which one should I choose? Ye God answered without thinking, of course I choose the traveler. Why choose her brother? Yeah, I think so too. After Aang finished speaking, he chose the character Aang and entered his own name, Aang. Ye God did the same. After choosing the character Aang, he also named himself. When Aang and Ye God started playing Genshin Impact 2nd, Nashida's figure also appeared directly in the castle tower. Nashida, what are you doing here? General Raiden said, while putting down the tree-colored dumpling in his hand. I'm here to help Liusu pass on something to you. Nashida replied. After hearing what Nashida said, General Raiden's eyes flashed and he said, is it her? Yes. Nashida answered and handed the two devices to General Raiden. Why two sets? Although there is another existence in my consciousness, we don't need two devices. General Raiden looked at the two identical devices and asked Nashida in confusion. You should be talking about me. Nashida looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman with short white hair, wearing a shrine maiden costume, with white fox ears and a tail standing there quietly. Kitsune Seiji? Nashida asked in confusion. No, my current name is Hanasari. Hanasari answered Nashida. So that's how it is. I was wondering, while Liusu prepared two sets. It turns out there is also you. Nashida suddenly realized. Nashida briefly explained the use of Skynet again. I see. Thank her for us. General Raiden said to Nashida, after putting on Skynet. Nashida nodded and said, yes, I will. By the way, the construction of Inazuma is almost done. The next Ranke festival will be in 10 days. Do you want to come over and have fun together? Feel the current Inazuma? Hanasari suddenly thought of something and invited Nashida. Ranke festival? Nashida asked in confusion. Yes, it is a grand festival in Inazuma, just like the Windflower Festival in Mondstadt, the Lantern Festival in Liu, and the Moon Festival. Hanasari explained. Nashida nodded and said, is that so? I will go back and tell them, and they should all come. Then thank you for mentioning it. With your participation, this year's Ranke festival will definitely be extra lively. After hearing what Nashida said, Hanasari said with a smile on her face. But I have a question. Why are Aang and Yikamiko at the Narukami Taisha? Nashida thought for a while and asked. Hanasari replied, well, they have done so much for Inazuma, it's time for them to rest. Besides, we are alive again, so let's do something for them. Yes, my sister is not suitable for governing the country. There are many things she doesn't understand. Let me, as the elder sister, handle these things. After hearing what Hanasari said, Shin came out and agreed. Well, no wonder. I was wondering why Aang and Yikamiko were at Narukami Taisha, so this is the case. Nashida nodded. Okay, I have to go back after delivering the things and notify them of this matter by the way. After saying that, Nashida's figure disappeared in the castle tower. Nashida walked out of the space crack and carefully looked at the surrounding environment. After looking around, she didn't see the shadow of Liusu, so she breathed a sigh of relief. When she was about to find a place to sit down and play games, a low voice suddenly came from behind her. You're back. This voice like the devil's whisper made Nashida's body stiffen. She turned her head stiffly and greeted Liusu. Liusu, are you there? Of course I'm here, but you are sneaky. What do you want to do? Liusu stared at Nashida and said. Nashida said with a wondering look. No, nothing. Liusu did not mention the previous things, but looked at Nashida with a smile and said, really? Yes, that's right. Nashida nodded hurriedly. Nashida continued to change the subject. By the way, General Raiden told me that Inazuma also has a grand festival and invited us to go. It seems to be called Ranke Festival. Yes, that's right. It's Ranke Festival. Ranke Festival? Liusu had some impression of this, but hundreds of years had passed and she had forgotten the specific content. Nashida nodded in a panic and said, yes, Ranke Festival. According to what General Raiden said, this is a major festival that can be compared with a Windflower Festival. It must be fun. Well, I see. Liusu nodded and said, then you go and inform Aang. They must be very interested. Yes, then I'll go first. Hearing Liusu's words, Nashida felt as if she had been pardoned and walked out while speaking. Wait a minute. Liusu suddenly shouted at Nashida. Nashida's steps of fleeing suddenly stopped, and she asked Liusu without turning her head, What's wrong? Liusu said, why are you so nervous? I'm not nervous. Nashida quickly replied, yes, not nervous at all. Liusu smiled and said, but I can't see it. If you're not nervous, why are your hands shaking? Nashida opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but the nervousness in her heart made her unable to speak. Liusu slowly walked towards the nervous Nashida and was happy to see her cute appearance. She dared to do this before, but now she was afraid. Are you afraid that I will beat you up? Liusu lowered her head and whispered in Nashida's ear. No, it's not. Nashida denied. What is that? Liusu said and blew a breath on Nashida's elf ear. Nashida. Nashida finally gave up and said to Liusu with a trembling voice, Liusu, you should beat me up, don't torture me. Looking at Nashida's blushing cheeks, because of her actions, Liusu couldn't help but stretch out her hand and pinch her fair and tender elf ears. Nashida. Nashida whispered, Liusu. What's wrong? Liusu asked. No, don't do this. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Nashida apologized to Liusu. Seeing that Nashida couldn't bear it, Liusu also let go of her hand and comforted her. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Then how about you beat me up? Nashida saw Liusu stop moving and whispered to Liusu. Compared to being beaten by Liusu like this, Nashida felt that it would be better to let Liusu beat her up, because although the sugar roasted chestnuts were painful, it would be fine after a while. She didn't want to be so confused now, as if there were ants crawling all over her body. Okay, I've said it all. I won't beat you now. Liusu replied, but there will definitely be a punishment. Nashida asked in a low voice, what punishment? Liusu didn't answer, but quickly kissed Nashida's cheek, then said to the smiling Nashida, now we are even, go and inform them quickly. Nashida stroked her kissed cheek, feeling dizzy for a while, as if she was drunk. Obviously, she didn't feel anything when she drank. This dizzy feeling like a dream was something she learned from reading books. Unexpectedly, now in such a sober state, she felt this magical feeling that she might not experience in person. Nashida staggered towards the door, feeling like she was flying in the clouds. Even her steps were light. The Great Compassion Tree King looked at Nashida floating away and asked with some concern, will she be okay like this? No, she just can't accept it for a while. Liusu replied. After hearing Liusu's words, the Great Sea Tree King couldn't help but said angrily, Humph, I was here first, but you didn't treat me like this. I'm so angry. This is different from yours, okay? You treated me like this before, Liusu said speechlessly. After hearing Liusu's words, the Great Sea Tree King said with joy and excitement, that's right, so I'm still the best, hahaha, how could Nashida be my opponent? Liusu replied, okay, you are the best, I'll let you come out and work for me for a few days next time. No, there is no room for negotiation on this matter, don't try to trick me into coming out to work. The Great Sea Tree King refused directly. TSK. After hearing the words of the Great Sea Tree King, Liusu couldn't help but TSK and despise the Great Sea Tree King's behavior of slacking off and doing nothing. Oh, isn't this what you like? It's so fun to slack off. I've been working for so long, right? I should take a break, right? The Great Sea Tree King said to Liusu. If you keep saying that, I'll throw you out. Liusu said very dissatisfiedly, listening to the boastful tone of the Great Sea Tree King. Okay, I'll dive and not provoke you anymore. Seeing that something was wrong, the Great Sea Tree King disappeared on the spot. Liusu. At this time, Nashida also saw Payman dying, who was excited, walking out of the layered rock abyss in Liu Harbor. Look, is that Liusu? Payman pointed at Nashida's figure and said. I don't think so. Liusu is not that short. Her height is the same as mine. Aang looked at Nashida and shook her head and said to Payman. That's right, but she and Liusu really look alike. Who could it be? Payman touched his chin and thought. Do you think she could be Nashida? Nashida? Aang shouted in surprise after hearing what Payman said. Payman touched his chin and analyzed to Aang. Yes, this is the only possibility, because Liusu will not become smaller, but Nashida can grow, so the little Liusu in front of us should be the appearance of Nashida when she grows up. What you said seems to make sense, but if it's not, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Aang said in a low voice. No, I think she must be Nashida, and her current situation is not right. Let's go and say hello. Payman suggested to Aang. Chapter 219. The mysterious man who questioned the ghost tribe. Nahida. Payman flew forward and greeted Nahida, who was still dizzy. Ah. Payman. Nahida heard Payman's voice, looked up and saw Aang and Payman, calmed down and greeted. Aang. Payman. Hello. I was looking for you. See, she is really Nahida. Payman turned to Aang and said. Nahida, how did you suddenly grow up? Aang and I were a little bit unbelievable just now. Payman said to Nahida. Nahida explained. Well, something happened, which caused my strength to grow, and my body naturally grew up. After listening to Nahida's explanation, Payman nodded and said, so that's how it is. Nahida, what do you want to talk to us about? Aang asked. It's like this. I went to Inazuma earlier, and I heard from General Raiden that Inazuma's Ranke festival will be held in a few days, so I came to find you and asked if you would like to go. Nahida replied. Ah, but in this case, can't you just use Skynet to send us a message? Payman said with some confusion after hearing what Nashida said. Ah, yes, is that so? Nashida suddenly remembered that she could use Skynet to send messages to Aang and Payman, because she was too nervous when facing Liusu before and forgot. So she found such a lame excuse. Thinking of this, Nashida couldn't help but cover her face with both hands, feeling that she was really stupid at that time. Nashida, what's wrong? Payman looked at Nashida, who suddenly covered her face with her hands, and asked with some concern. Nashida hurriedly replied, no, nothing, I'm leaving now. After Nashida finished speaking, she tore open the space crack and disappeared directly in front of Aang and Payman. Payman looked at the disappearing Nashida and shouted, hey, wait a minute. Well, it disappeared. Payman spread his hands to Aang and said helplessly. Aang agreed, yeah, it disappeared. Payman scratched his head and asked Aang in confusion, Aang, do you know what happened? Why did Nashida become like this, looking absent-minded? And what did she think of just now? Why did her face change when I said she would use Skynet to send us a message, and then she ran away? You ask me, who should I ask? Let's go home and have a good sleep first, and then go directly to Inazuma now. I think there is still a little task to be completed there. Aang glanced at Payman and said. Payman replied, okay. After parting with Aang and Payman, Nashida's figure appeared on the cliff of the Golden House. She looked around and didn't see Liusu's figure, so she breathed a sigh of relief. She took out a small stool and sat on it, holding her chin with her hands and looking at the sea in the distance. But this calm and peaceful atmosphere did not calm her mood. Instead, her mind kept flashing back to the stupid things she had done before and what Liusu had done to her. Nashida's cheeks became redder and redder as she recalled such scenes in her mind. Finally, she couldn't help herself. She stood up, squatted down, hugged her knees with her hands, and buried her head in her legs, squatting on the edge of the cliff like an ostrich. Just when Nashida was ashamed and angry, a golden space crack opened behind her, and Liusu's figure walked out from it. Liusu saw Nashida squatting here with her hands hugged her knees, and a pair of pink elf ears showed her unrest at this time. Liusu approached gently, and could hear Nashida small whimpering beside her, just like a cute child. Nashida in this state made Liusu want to laugh out loud, but she held back. If she laughed now, there would be no fun in the future. Thinking of this, Liusu reached out and gently poked Nashida's exposed pink cheek. Nashida was suddenly attacked and raised her head with a vigilant face. She didn't notice someone approaching her until the other person poked her cheek. But when she saw that the other person was Liusu, who was smiling at her, Nashida's vigilance disappeared, replaced by endless shyness and entanglement. This mixed feeling made her bury her head like an ostrich again. What's wrong? Don't you want to see me? Liusu reached out and poked Nashida's cheek again and asked. Nashida. Liusu continued, oh, I'm so sad. I was so worried about you that I followed you, but you ignored me. Nashida. Liusu sighed and said, forget it, since you don't want to see me, then I'll leave. No, don't. Hearing Liusu's words, Nashida hurriedly raised her head and shouted in the direction of Liusu's voice. Nashida raised her head suddenly and saw not Liusu, who was about to leave, but Liusu squatting beside her with a mischievous look, looking at her with a smile. Oh. Are you willing to raise your head? Liusu smiled at Nashida. Nashida. Hearing Liusu's words, Nashida blushed and shouted angrily, Liusu. Hey, I'm listening. Liusu replied with a smile on her face. Who made you so angry? Tell me quickly, I'll help you beat her up. After hearing Liusu's words, Nashida didn't know how to describe her mood at this moment. She was a little angry, a little secretly happy, and a kind of other unknown mood. Warm, and generally speaking, the joy was greater than other emotions. At the same time, Nashida couldn't figure out why the person in front of her could easily stir up her emotions. Nashida didn't know what to say, because she felt that what she said now was not appropriate, so she tilted her head and pursed her lips slightly, looking at Liusu silently with a pair of moist emerald green eyes. Liusu walked up and touched Nashida's little head and said with a smile, okay, let's go home and let's just forget about what happened before. Yeah. Nashida responded softly, then rushed forward, threw herself into Liusu's arms, and hugged her waist tightly with both hands. Liusu was startled by Nashida's sudden action, and then she gently hugged Nashida. A few days later, in Inazuma Castle, Paimon asked Aang with some confusion, well, why did we receive the commission from General Lei Dan? I don't know, I just came here, after receiving the message. Aang replied, I didn't expect that General Lei Dan also has Skynet. No wonder he can contact you directly. I wonder what kind of commission it is. I'm very curious, but if it's a commission from General Lei Dan, it must be very complicated. Paimon said to Aang with expectation. General Lei Dan said that the task has been directly issued to the Adventurers Association in the name of Xianling Fencing. Aang said, huh? She didn't tell us directly, but distributed it to the Adventurers Association? Isn't she afraid that someone else will take it? Paimon said in surprise, hurry up, let's go to the Adventurers Association, we can't let others get there first. Aang. After Paimon arrived at the Adventurers Association, he said directly to the receptionist of the Adventurers Association, Catherine, we are here, about the commission of Xianling Fencing. You are finally here. Are you here to take that commission? Catherine said with a smile. Huh? Paimon scratched his head and looked at Catherine with a puzzled look. Catherine replied, because this commission is very dangerous, and only your adventurer level can take it in this area, so this commission can only be given to you. So that's the case, no wonder. After hearing Catherine's words, Paimon suddenly realized. What is the commission about? Paimon asked. Let me explain. The Tenryo Bujio recently issued a wanted order. They are looking for a young man from the demon clan named Achito Iradaki. After hearing what Catherine said, Paimon thought, demon clan. I seem to have heard of it. They are people with horns on their heads and look very fierce. Catherine continued, yes, this person is very ostentatious and noisy, so he is a little famous in the town. But having said that, he has never caused any big trouble before. I didn't expect that he has been engaging in robbery and looting recently. Not only did he do bad things, but when the Tenryo Bujio were about to arrest him, he also attacked his companions who were carrying out the arrest, and escaped with the people around him. It feels so bad. Aang said. In short, they just want us to catch the bad guys. Paimon analyzed. Don't worry, Aang is very powerful, and she can handle any opponent. Catherine nodded. Well, but it's better not to act rashly. This person is the holder of the Eye of God, and he also manages an organization called Arataki Faction. It's okay, I have Paimon under my command. They can't beat Paimon. Aang glanced at Paimon and said to Catherine with her hands on her hips. After hearing Aang's words, Paimon hurriedly waved his hands and said, sorry, don't let me fight, I shouldn't have boasted. Paimon's words made Aang couldn't help but TSK at her. Paimon. We don't have any information about Arataki Ichito, why he did such a thing, and where he has fled to now. Everyone in the town street should be more familiar with him than me. You should be able to get useful information from them. Okay, then let's go and find out the information. Aang said. Catherine said with a smile on her face. Then I'll trouble you. Paimon and Aang followed the old method and began to ask familiar passers-by for clues about Eratakechito and got several important information. That is, the first point is that Eratakechito is an unemployed vagrant who wanders around the streets every day. He is in good spirits and likes to communicate with cheerful people. At the same time, he will do some things that no one understands. In Aang's words, he is a neurotic type. The second point is that Eratakechito likes to play with children, and he never lets them go when playing with them. So many children like to play with him. Even if he makes the other party cry, Eratakechito will seriously apologize to the other party. The third point is also very strange. That is, everyone saw that it was Eratakechito who robbed, and the other party admitted it in person in front of the shogunate army, and also provoked the other party. But based on Aang and Paimon's understanding of Eratakechito's deeds, he doesn't seem like a person who can do such an act of robbery. No, a ghost. The fourth point seemed to overturn the speculation of Paimon and Aang. That is, Eratakechito has a large gang that needs his support, and he is an unemployed vagrant with no income. Then, the eye hunting order of Eratakechito's Eye of God was seized by the people of Tenryo Bujio, and it was Kyujosera who did it himself. Well, Aang, we have found so many people, and the information we heard about Eratakechito is fragmentary. We don't know where he is now. Paimon said to Aang. I don't know either. According to what Ogurumio said before, Eratakechito should not be someone who can commit robbery, but the people of the shogunate army saw it with their own eyes, and Eratakechito's Eye of God was also confiscated. So it seems that he also has a motive for committing the crime. Aang touched his chin and thought. No, Aang, we seem to have forgotten something. Aang suddenly thought of something and said to Paimon. After hearing what Aang said, Paimon asked in confusion, what? Aang analyzed. Think about it. General Raiden asked us to come here to accept this commission, and Inazuma was under construction before, so General Raiden must know these things. If Eratakechito really did evil in Inazuma Castle, she must have come out in person. You know, General Raiden is not Aang. Paimon suddenly realized, I understand what you said. Since she asked me to accept this commission, this matter must not be so simple, because General Raiden still has Zen in his consciousness. These gods are all riddlers. If it is Aang, it's okay, we can just do it directly, but if it is Zen, then what should we do? Then go ask the Son of God. Aang thought for a while and said, I heard that you are looking for a young ghost named Eratakechito. Suddenly a cold and hoarse voice sounded next to Aang and Paimon. Woo wow. Paimon jumped up in fright at the voice. Aang also turned around in shock and saw a mysterious person covered in a black cloak. His voice was hoarse like a ghost, and it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Who are you? You suddenly appeared in broad daylight, and I was almost scared to death. Paimon said to the mysterious person with an angry face. Who am I? I forgot. The mysterious person replied, but I heard you said you wanted to find the ghost tribe. I can help you. Why do you want to help us? There are so many people looking for Eratakechito. Why don't you help them? Paimon asked in confusion. You are different. There is a comfortable aura around you, and you are very strong, which can save a lot of trouble. The mysterious person continued. How can you be sure that you can find Eratakechito? Paimon continued to ask. I have a keen sense of the ghost tribe. I can sense that there is a person from the Red Ghost clan who is now on Bayon Island. I guess he is the Eratakechito you mentioned? The mysterious person continued. Just tell us like that? Paimon said in surprise. Of course, if you can, take me with you. If you don't want to, go find him by yourselves. The mysterious man continued. With your abilities, you will find him soon. Aang, should we take him with us? It always feels suspicious, and his voice sounds strange to me. Just like that. Yes, the previous Teverin, who was corroded by the poisonous blood of the magic dragon, and made a painful and hoarse voice. Paimon whispered to Aang. Oh, you know? Aang asked in surprise. I sensed it, but you haven't answered my question yet. Should we take him with us? Aang thought for a while and said, take him with you. Although his voice is a little wrong, I can feel that he has no ill will towards us. Well, I can still feel that he seems to be looking for something. The previous amnesia should be true. He can't remember anything. Payman continued. Payman. Aang exclaimed after hearing what Payman said. Ah. Payman was frightened by Aang's sudden shout and jumped up again. What's wrong? Nothing. I feel like you know a lot. Aang said expressionlessly, as if she was not the one who yelled before. Payman. How is your discussion going? Can you take me with you? If not, I'll leave. The mysterious man said to Aang and Payman, who were discussing in a low voice. We have discussed it and decided to take you with us. Payman said to the mysterious man. After hearing what Payman said, the mysterious man saluted the two and said seriously, thank you. Payman. Aang. The sudden action of the mysterious man made Aang and Payman have a question mark above their heads at the same time. Although Aang and Payman were very puzzled, they did not ask the mysterious man anything, because the other party seemed to have lost his memory and could not even remember his own name. Outside in Azuma Castle, Payman said to Aang and the mysterious man, let's go to Baying Island now. By the way, can you fly? Payman, what are you asking? Yes. The mysterious man answered, before Aang finished speaking. Aang. After hearing the mysterious man's words, Payman was surprised and asked, is there anything strange? Didn't you ask me if I can fly? The mysterious man asked in confusion. No, nothing. Let's go now. Payman waved his hands hurriedly. Payman, how did you ask such a question? Aang said to Payman. I don't know. At that time, I thought of flying to Baying Island quickly, and then I asked it naturally, but I didn't expect that he could fly, which surprised me. Payman explained. Aang gave Payman a thumbs up and said, it's worthy of you, Payman. Hey, no. Payman scratched his head a little embarrassedly. By the way, how much do you know about the ghost tribe? The mysterious man suddenly asked. Payman replied, ghost tribe? We have never seen or heard of them before, so we don't know anything about them. I have some information about the ghost tribe here. Do you want to hear it? The mysterious man continued. Payman nodded quickly and said, yes, of course. Chapter 220 I don't accept. The mysterious man spoke with a hint of reminiscence. This has to start with a famous fairy tale of Inazuma. A long time ago in a certain place, there was a red ghost and a blue ghost. They were very good friends. The red ghost looked like a ghost, but was as gentle as a human, and the blue ghost looked like a human, but was as aloof as a ghost. The red ghost wanted to be friends with everyone, but people were afraid of ghosts, so they threw beans at him, and were unwilling to get close to the red ghost. So the blue ghost suggested to the red ghost that, as long as I go to the village to make trouble, and then you come to defeat me, people will accept you. The mysterious man. According to what the blue ghost said, the red ghost beat the blue ghost away. The red ghost's kindness and bravery became known, and people finally accepted the red ghost. However, when the red ghost wanted to tell the blue ghost the good news, the blue ghost had disappeared, leaving only a letter. It says, I'm going on a trip. If you come to see me again, you'll be regarded as a bad kid. Don't worry about me. No matter where I go up there, we'll be good friends. What happened later? What happened later? What happened to the blue ghost? Payman asked hurriedly. Later, the blue ghost disappeared, and now only the red ghost is left. The mysterious man said with some emotion. Payman said with some reluctance, wow, how could this happen? The blue ghost is such a good child. Does this fairy tale have anything to do with reality? Aang asked. The mysterious man replied, of course, because there is a saying that fairy tales are adapted from stories, and according to what I have heard about Arataki Ichito during this period, he should be the descendant of the red ghost in the story. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the conversation between Aang and Payman and said, yes, I didn't expect you to know so much. Although the ghost tribe sacrificed a lot in the past and finally integrated into humans, there are still unstable elements in the character of the ghost tribe. This instability is inherited from the bloodline. Arataki Ichito has not done anything bad before, but maybe one day his temperament will change drastically. Hey, Coral, why are you here? Payman scratched his head. Coral is a detective, and is also an information dealer that Aang and Payman met when they were doing a commission in Inazuma. The price he charged was extremely high. Fortunately, someone offered to pay for them, otherwise the two would definitely have turned around and left. Coral replied, "You are not far from our store. I came here when I heard the noise. I had prepared intelligence and was waiting for you. I didn't expect someone to get there first. However, I will not return the reward from Shineling fencing." Payman said to Coral, "But in this case, the red ghost would have betrayed the blue ghost's wish. That was a long time ago. The blue ghost hasn't appeared for who knows how long. It is estimated that it has disappeared long ago, so there is naturally no question of betrayal." Coral said indifferently, "And, since the parties involved have already admitted it, what else is there to doubt?" After hearing what Coral said, the mysterious man said excitedly, "No, no." Coral looked at the mysterious man covered in a black cloak with some fear, and whispered to Aang, "Your friend seems to be emotionally unstable. According to my guess, he may also be a member of the Ghost Clan. Judging from his outfit, he may be from the Blue Ghost Clan." "Why do you say that?" Payman said to Coral in surprise. This is not because I didn't observe confidently before. According to my investigation, Arataki Itto went to the southwest and may have reached Bayan Island. The Tenryo Bujayas have no way to capture him within the control area of the Coral Palace army, so there is a sufficient reason for Arataki Itto to escape there. Huh? Why is that? Payman asked in confusion. "Ah, don't you know yet?" Coral asked in confusion. Payman replied, "I don't know. We just got here today, so that's how it is. It's not a secret. I won't charge you any fees." General Raiden personally captured all the people in the Coral Palace army, including Coral Palace Zinhei, to help build Inazuma. Now Inazuma is almost built. Although there are still some minor deficiencies, it can be officially open to the public. Coral explained. So, after General Raiden finished all these, he assigned Yayan Island to the Coral Palace army. Unless the Coral Palace army resists, the Shogunate army will not interfere in their territory. Payman suddenly realized, so that's how it is. It turns out that what Ruko said about Coral Palace Zinhei being captured by General Raiden is true. Yes, many of us saw it at the time. General Raiden flew down with Coral Palace Zinhei in one hand with an expressionless face and landed directly on the castle tower. We thought something big had happened again, but we got a rumor that Coral Palace Zinhei was lazy and was exposed by her subordinates, so General Raiden went to capture people personally. Payman. Aang. After hearing what Coral said, Payman asked with a tangled face, "What happened later?" Later, there was nothing. Coral Gong Zinhei was arranged by General Lei Dan to do some things to build Inazuma. Coral spread his hands to Payman and said, Okay, thank you for your information." Aang also said with a tangled face. She didn't expect Lucy to be so cruel. Coral smiled and waved her hands and said, "It's okay, this is what I should do. Besides, I didn't say much. Wait, I have another question. If this person named Arataki Ichito changes his temperament, will he be very vicious and irritable?" Payman suddenly thought of something and asked Coral. "It should be. From his previous fights with others, he is very good at fighting and has a brute force. I don't know if you can subdue him. Then is the story about throwing beans on the ghosts useful?" Payman continued to ask. "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember that Arataki Ichito seems to be allergic to beans." After hearing what Payman said, Coral suddenly realized ghosts are all a little afraid of beans, and he is especially afraid of them. It is said that he cannot bear to touch them at all. If you can make him allergic and weak, you can bring him back smoothly. It doesn't seem necessary, right? He shouldn't be able to beat me. Aang thought for a while and said. Payman said, "No, he is a ghost. You know, in Liu, demons, ghosts, monsters, and gods can all be classified into the same category. He must be very strong. Moreover, you don't have to think too much about the Avildos. Besides, this can save you some energy, right?" Aang listened to Payman's words and nodded. "What you said makes sense. I happen to have a bag of beans here. I originally used it to make porridge. I'll give it to you," Coral said, and took out a small bag of beans and handed it to Aang. "I will ask the association to settle the money for the beans." After hearing what Coral said, Payman couldn't help but complain. Sure enough, there is no good thing when you come here, but thank you anyway. Coral smiled and said, isn't this a win-win cooperation? You got the information without any loss, and I can also make a lot of money. Paimeng said with a tangled face. Okay, then we will go to Baying Island to find someone. Thank you for your patronage. Next time you have such a good thing, continue to look for me. Looking at the few people leaving, Coral called out from behind. Paimeng. Are you okay? Aang looked at the mysterious man who was a little upset and asked in a low voice. The mysterious man shook his head and said, no, it's okay. At this time, Aang also walked outside the Inazuma castle. She looked around and said, okay, then let's set off to Baying Island now. Aang shouted again, respond to me, Alicia. After that, Aang's back gave birth to a pair of golden wings again and flew towards the direction of Baying Island. The mysterious man asked, is Alicia a new demon god? No, it's just a useless slogan. Aang likes to say that. Let's catch up quickly. Paimon explained and chased in the direction of Aang, the mysterious man. After Aang and Paimon arrived at Baying Island, they followed the mysterious man's instructions and found a tall and strong man with a red demon horn on his head. Paimon and Aang and others huddled behind a bush and talked quietly. Paimon whispered, that should be Arataki Itto, right? It should be. Aang looked at the man and said, he is the only demon here. Judging from the color of his horns, he is definitely a red demon. The mysterious man explained. Paimon suggested to Aang, well, Aang secretly sprinkles the beans on him and see if it works like in the story. No problem, I'm a professional in sneak attacks. Aang said proudly. After hearing what Aang said, Paimon couldn't help but complain. Hey, why are you so proud when you say this? This is obviously not a glorious thing. Aang tilted her head at Paimon and said, hey, Paimon. Mysterious man. Looking at the tangled Paimon and the silent mysterious man, Aang ignored them and quietly took out the bag of beans given by Shanhu and poured them all into her hand. When she got close to the position where she could throw, she suddenly threw all the beans in her hand accurately at Erotiki Ichito. Erotiki Ichito was suddenly attacked by the beans thrown by Aang and turned his head abruptly. This action made Aang quickly assume a fighting posture, but Erotiki Ichito did not attack immediately. Instead, he stayed where he was and made a somewhat uncomfortable sound with his throat clamped. Paimon quickly flew over and said to him, are you okay? Arataki Ichito. What should I do? It seems to be much more serious than expected. Looking at Arataki Ichito who was in pain and seemed to be dying, Paimon said anxiously, it's okay, don't worry, it's just an allergy. Arataki Ichito said, but his voice didn't sound like he was okay. This degree. I just need to grit my teeth. It's easy. At this point, Arataki Ichito gritted his teeth with a ferocious look on his face, as if he was suppressing something. Under the curious gazes of Aang and Paimon, the expression on the other's face suddenly relaxed, and then he fell to the ground while saying, forget it, I can't pretend anymore. I'm suffocating. We'll talk later if there's anything. Let me rest for a while first. Aang. Paimon. Looking at Arataki Ichito lying on the ground, like he was dead, Paimon said to Aang with some concern, is he okay? Should be okay. Aang said uncertainly, she didn't expect the power of the bean to be so great. It's okay, it's just that I was stimulated too much, I just need to rest for a while. The mysterious man walked over and said, that's not bad. Paimon heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the mysterious man's words and suggested, let's wait for him to get up now. After waiting for a long time, Arataki Ichito, who was lying on the ground, slowly got up. He rubbed his head in pain and said, hurrah, I finally recovered, but I still don't have much strength. At this point, Arataki Ichito looked at Aang and Paimon angrily and complained loudly, you are too despicable. You actually attacked me. If you don't accept it, let's fight again. Aang glanced at Arataki Ichito and said. After that, he took out the rock knot green he had exchanged and casually inserted it into the stone under his feet. With a bang, the flat stone was broken into pieces because of Aang's huge force. When Arataki Ichito saw this, his eyes widened and he hurriedly said, forget it. You are here to catch me, right? I've run so far, how come you still found me? Forget it. I won't go back with you anyway. If you know what's good for you, just leave. At this point, Arataki Ito glanced at Aang's weapon and said with some lack of confidence, I'm quite powerful. I don't want to attack ordinary people like you. Aang made a sword flower with the sword and said to Arataki Ito, are you sure? I'll give you a chance to reconsider. Cough, cough. I still don't believe it. You're an ordinary person without the eye of God. You're just a little stronger. Although I can't use my strength now, I can't beat you. Then, Arataki Ito held his head, which was hit by Aang with the rock not green, and squatted on the ground with a painful look on his face. After a while, he complained to Aang, You are too despicable. If you have the ability, you can fight me in an upright duel. What kind of ability is it to suddenly appear behind me and attack me? Come on, get up, let's do it again. I like your unruly look, Aang said to Arataki Ito. Aang didn't expect that Arataki Ito actually gave her a lot of combat experience, especially since the other party still looked unconvinced, which made her even happier. Pooh, 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 I'm not stupid, I won't fight with you. Arataki Ito's face froze after hearing what Aang said, and he said hurriedly. The person who looked like an ordinary little girl in front of him was really strong and very fast. The blow just now made him see stars, and it took him a long time to recover. If it happened again, Hiroaki Ichito couldn't imagine the consequences for himself. He still had things to do. Aang was a little disappointed to hear that Hiroaki Ichito would not fight with her, but she thought for a while and said, You did all the robbery and looting. Hiroaki Ichito stood up and folded his arms and nodded to Aang. Yes, that's right. I did it all by myself. We in the Hiroaki faction have no food or drink, and I'm the boss. Isn't it normal to grab some food and wine? That doesn't mean you have to arrest people. Paimon said seriously after hearing what Hiroaki Ichito said. Arataki Ichito replied as a matter of course. Then, wouldn't it be faster to make money by arresting people? The more mora, the better. The extra money. When it came to this, Arataki Ichito thought for a moment and continued, well, divide it among the brothers and spend it. After hearing Arataki Ichito's words, Aang looked at him suspiciously and said, the reason is very suspicious. What's the matter? Why are you asking so many questions? I said I won't go with you, and there is no point in asking these questions. That won't do. We have accepted the commission and we want to take you back, Paimon said. After hearing Paimon's words, Arataki Ichito showed Paimon a ferocious expression and gritted his teeth and said, look into my eyes and say it again. I have accepted the commission. I want to take you back. Paimon hurriedly pointed at Aang next to him and said, Aang, forget it. I don't want to hear you say too much. I'd better do it directly, Aang said, picking up the sword and walking towards Arataki Ichito step by step. Arataki Ito watched Aang walking towards him step by step, and his body could not help but retreat backwards. He said with a look of horror, hey, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Aang explained lightly, of course I will take you back. As long as I knock you out, I won't ask for your consent. I will just drag you away. You are breaking the law, do you know? Arataki Ito said in shock after hearing Aang's words. Aang replied, this is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. You arrested someone, and I arrested you. Isn't this reasonable? Hey, wait, I have something to say. Arataki Ito hurriedly said to Aang. I don't want to listen, fall down. After Aang finished speaking, he raised the rock not green and prepared to smash it towards Arataki Ito's head. Arataki Ito saw Aang's action and hurriedly raised his weapon to resist Aang's attack. At this time, a child's voice suddenly came from the side. Brother Yidao. Aang saw this and put away her weapon, as if nothing had happened. Seeing Aang put away her weapon, Arataki Yidao cast a grateful look at her, then put away his weapon, and then folded his arms and looked up, waiting for the owner of the voice to arrive. Then, an old voice came, don't walk so fast, be careful not to fall. Aang turned around and saw a little boy followed by a white-haired old woman walking towards her. The little boy walked up to Yidao and greeted him. Brother Yidao, why haven't you come back for so long? Didn't we agree to fight insects together? After hearing what the little boy said, Idao scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, yes, yes, oh, look at me. I haven't found a satisfactory one. After searching for a long time, please give me some more time. It seems that something unexpected has happened. Payman looked at Arataki Idao who was talking to the little boy and whispered to Aang. Aang replied, I don't know either. Let's observe first. Payman thought for a moment and asked, what if Arataki Chito is not a bad guy as Ogurumio said? If that's the case, wouldn't it be a bit bad if we just beat him up? Aang said seriously, we beat him up, and you just heard it. He admitted those things himself. Payman. Mysterious Man. Chapter 221. Why not use the holy golden bug? While Aang and Payman were talking, the child asked Arataki Chito, hey, who are they? Are they also Ichito's friends? Yeah, that's right. I told them not to come over, but they were still worried. Ha ha ha. Arataki Chito nodded. This is the, popularity. Yes, my popularity. Payman. Aang. The mysterious man couldn't help but stroke his sore forehead with his hand after hearing what Arataki Chito said, and then he put his hand down, as if he had noticed something. Aang. Although it was only for a moment, Aang still noticed the other person's reddish-brown hand with purple marks on it. After hearing what Arataki Chito said, Payman asked in confusion, why are we? Shh, don't talk, the child has nothing to do with this. Arataki Chito interrupted and reminded in a low voice. The little boy looked at Arataki Chito and asked in confusion, Brother Ito, you don't look well, and you seem a little unstable. And that bump on your head is... Haha, I was too focused on looking for bugs just now, and hit my head on a tree. It's okay, these horns are very strong. Arataki Chito laughed and scratched his head awkwardly. Of course, he couldn't say that he was beaten by the little golden-haired girl who was shorter than him, otherwise where would he put his face? After hearing what Arataki Chito said, the little boy said, that's good. Grandma and I will go back and wait for you. You have to come back soon. Arataki Chito smiled and nodded. Okay, wait. I will definitely win today. Payman looked at the little boy and the old man who left and asked Arataki Chito, who are they? The old woman is the ghost grandma who adopted me before. The child is Daisuke, who I picked up recently. They are both very important family members to me. Arataki Chito folded his arms and looked at the two people who left quietly and explained. In addition to them, the brothers of the Arataki faction also escaped with me. If I don't take them with me, they will also be in trouble with the Tenryo Bujio. I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. Aang said with some surprise. Payman nodded in agreement and said, yes, since you are worried about these things, you shouldn't do anything to make them worry. Arataki Chito. After listening to Payman and Aang's words, Arataki Chito was silent for a while, then said, how about this? Let's make a deal. You let me finish what I promised to Daisuke, and after the bug fight, we will have a heroic duel with everything at stake. If you can beat me, then I will go back to Inazuma Castle with you obediently without any complaints. Then I will tell Daisuke that I'm going out with a friend, so he won't worry. No, I refuse. Aang shook her head and directly rejected Arataki Chito's proposal. It's the same if I take you back directly. After hearing Aang's words, Arataki Chito looked at the other party in shock. Why are you the same as that Kyujo Tengu? Can't you let me finish my work? It won't take up much of your time, right? After hearing what Arataki Chito said, Payman asked in confusion. Kyujo Tengu, you are not talking about Kyujo Sera of the Tenryo Fuxing, are you? Arataki Chito nodded and said, yes, that is the Kyujo Tengu who troubles our Arataki sect every day. How about we discuss it again? I can't lose face in front of the children. Arataki Chito continued to say to Aang, mainly because the man in front of him could not be beaten or run away, and the most important thing was that this man's plan was to knock him out and take him back, which was much more difficult to deal with than Kyujo Tengu. So in order to maintain his tall and majestic image in front of the children, Arataki Chito had to admit defeat. It's not impossible to discuss it, but I have a few questions to ask you. If your answer satisfies me, I will agree to your request. Aang said after thinking for a while. After hearing what Aang said, Arataki Chito breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, no problem, just ask. Why are you being chased by the Tenryubujiyo? Aang said. Well, this is a long story. Some time ago, I heard that General Raiden said that he wanted to build Inazuma and summon all the Inazuma people. As long as they work, they will get a lot of subsidies, so I took the brothers of the Eratake faction to participate. Well, you will also participate in this project? Paimon asked curiously. Eratake Ito nodded and said, of course, not for anything else, because General Raiden gave too much, of course we can't give up the good job. Then, what are you doing now? Well, it's still Kyujo Tengu, who always makes trouble for me. There are many things that I'm not wrong, but Kyujo Tengu keeps picking on me. In the end, I couldn't stand it anymore and just quit. At this point, Eratake Ito's expression was a little angry, as if he had really encountered some unfair treatment. After hearing what Eratake Ito said, Paimon scratched his head and didn't know how to express his opinion. Then, you started doing the same thing again. Aang said. Eratake Ito raised his head and said, yes, just like I said before, I have a group of brothers under me, and I can't just leave them alone. Boom. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly knock on my head? Eratake Ito rubbed his head and said to Aang with dissatisfaction. Aang replied indifferently, you are just a gangster, be honest. Eratake Ito. Do you have any other questions? Eratake Ito asked. Aang shook her head and said, no more. Well, how about my answer? Not very good, so I'd better take you back. Aang replied. Seeing Aang preparing to pick up the weapon again, Eratake Ito hurriedly shouted, wait, let's talk it over nicely, don't use force. Aang, why don't you let Eratake finish this matter? After all, this is a child's wish, and has nothing to do with this hooligan behavior. Paimon said on the side. Eratake Ito hurriedly agreed, yes, this has nothing to do with the child. When everything is done, I will definitely leave with you, without any complaints. Aang thought for a while and nodded, okay, I agree. Okay, then let's go to another place and find the ghost beetle used for fighting insects. I just looked here for a long time, and didn't see any suitable ones. Eratake Ito suggested. Is it okay to only have the ghost beetle, not the holy gold beetle? After Aang finished speaking, he took out two huge-faced holy gold beetles from his backpack. Wait, what is this? Take it away. Take it away quickly. I can't bear to see such a horrible thing. Eratake Ito only glanced at the holy gold bug in Aang's hand, and turned his face away, covering his eyes with one hand and said. Aang didn't expect Eratake Ito's reaction to be so big. It's just two holy gold bugs with huge faces. Are they so scary? Thinking of this, Aang asked Paimon next to her, is it scary? This, how can you let me say it? Paimon looked at the two holy gold bugs in front of her, which were almost half her size, with a tangled face. Because Aang grabbed the back, the front of the holy gold bug was completely exposed in front of her. Several long insect legs kept shaking in front of her, making her feel more and more weird. I think it's okay. It's so cute, and it's not dirty. Aang looked at the holy gold bug in her hand and said. Paimon shook his head and said, forget it. The main reason is that these two holy gold bugs are too big. I feel a little scared after looking at them for a long time. Aang sighed and put the two big holy gold bugs back into her backpack with some disappointment. Since they can't be used for fighting bugs, she can only find a hot pot competition next time for Thomas to eat. Have you put them away? Eratake Ito asked Aang. After waiting for a while, Paimon replied, I have put them away. You can open your eyes now. I was scared to death. Why is there such a scary thing? This thing is like a huge moving bean. After hearing what Paimon said, Ito quietly opened his eyes and saw that Aang had put the holy gold bug away, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's go find the ghost beetle. Didn't you collect it before? Paimon asked. Aang spread his hands and said, I gave all the ones I collected before to the Coral Palace soldiers. After all, I don't know what this thing is for. It's just right to free up some space in the backpack for Mora. Okay then. Paimon nodded. Eratake Ito said to the others, let's go, follow me. I know a place with a lot of ghost beetles. We will definitely find it. So, Paimon and Aang together with the mysterious man, who didn't speak all the way, followed Eratakito to the destination to find the ghost beetles needed for the so-called insect fighting. After arriving at the destination, Payman asked Eratakito, "I wanted to ask, before we got here, what kind of game is insect fighting?" Eratakito explained, "You should often see ghost beetles in the wild. This kind of insect looks very flamboyant, but it is actually very gentle and doesn't even move much at ordinary times. But they also fight each other sometimes. How should I put it? Even they have a bottom line in their hearts that cannot be compromised." Aang whispered, "Isn't the bottom line meant to be broken?" "What did you say?" Eratakito looked at Aang with a puzzled look and asked. Aang shook her head and said, "Nothing, go on." Eratakito scratched his head in confusion and continued, "The so-called insect fighting is a game in which you use the ghost beetles you find to defeat the opponent. Is that so?" Payman nodded and said, "It sounds like a game for children. Don't underestimate it, because it sounds like a child's game. There is a lot of knowledge behind it." Eratakito said with an unfathomable look on his face, "I have fought at least 800 insects, if not 1,000. After I have gained enough experience, I can tell its fighting power just by looking at its patterns and body shape. Not only physique, but also the mood of the ghost beetle is very important. If it doesn't want to fight, or doesn't dare to fight, it won't work. Haha, but don't worry at all. Your best luck is that you met me, an expert among experts." Payman heard what Eratakito said, and said with a puzzled look on his face, "But, it's not us who want to fight insects. We just come to see you fulfill your last wish." Eratak was stunned for a moment after hearing what Payman said, before reacting and said, "That's right. But it doesn't matter. Maybe you think I'm bragging now, but you will know my strength when the time comes." Erlangachito continued, "The ghost beetle in that child's hand is very strong. We can't underestimate the enemy. We must choose the most capable one." Aang. Seeing this, Payman sighed helplessly and said, "He doesn't seem to have listened at all. Let me see." Erlangachito turned his head and suggested to the others, after seeing a place, "Let's go to the hillside over there. There may be very powerful ghost beetles hiding there. Or we should use the holy gold bug. This thing is very powerful and has a very strong body. It is definitely no problem for a small ghost beetle." Aang suggested. No, absolutely not. That thing is obviously not a ghost beetle, although it looks a bit similar. Erlangachito hurriedly shook his head. "Then diet. I'm in a hurry. Isn't it better to let you win?" Aang continued. Eratakachito. "I know you are anxious, but don't worry, that thing is really not something I can control." Eratakachito walked silently towards the hillside he pointed to, and Aang and Payman could only follow behind helplessly. Following Achito to find the ghost beetle, there were many bumps along the way, not to mention that it started to rain halfway through the walk, and there was also a lightning bolt that struck the tree, where Achito just said there might be ghost beetles. Eratakachito. Let's jump from here. My intuition tells me that there must be a lot of ghost beetles down there." After saying that, Eratakachito jumped down to the edge of the cliff. Aang. Payman couldn't help but hold his forehead with one hand and said with a headache, "Hey, let's follow him. I wouldn't have agreed to his request earlier." "It's your choice." Aang glanced at Payman and said. Payman said with some lack of confidence, "I just feel sorry for the little boy, really. We are here in the rain, catching ghost beetles, so we are not pitiful." Aang replied expressionlessly. Payman quickly assured Aang, I know, I will be a pig if you meddle in other people's business next time." Aang. "Hey, what's that expression on your face? Are my words so unreliable?" Seeing Aang's suspicious expression, Payman shouted angrily. "No, let's go." Aang said and jumped down and walked towards Eratakachito. "Hey, I'm so angry, you just don't believe me." After Payman finished speaking, he followed Aang's footsteps angrily. "Mysterious man. Look, what did I find? There must be a lot of ghost beetles gathered over there. Let's go and have a look." Eratakachito said to Aang, who came over. "There should be no ghost beetles in this weather, right?" Aang said, but Eratakachito's people had already run far away and didn't hear her words at all. "Aang, what's up? Is it a ghost beetle?" Aang followed and asked. Arataki Achito answered with some disappointment. No, it's just a bunch of violets. I can't believe I've made a mistake. Forget it, let's look for it somewhere else. Finally, under the guidance of Arataki Achito, Aang and Arataki Achito found a very small ghost beetle on a stone. Arataki Achito pointed at the small ghost beetle and said to Aang excitedly, "This is it, this is it, you see, follow me and you will definitely find a ghost beetle." "Isn't this too small? It's not as good as my holy gold beetle," Aang said with disdain. Can't you just stop mentioning the holy gold beetle?" Arataki Achito frowned and said, "This ghost beetle is a little small, but the victory or defeat of the insect battle is not entirely determined by the size." "But, that's not what you said before," Aang exposed. Arataki Achito argued, "Listen to my explanation. The little bug lacks strength, but it is more flexible and more likely to win by surprise." Aang continued, "And it doesn't look very energetic." "How can you tell if it's energetic without a fight?" Arataki Achito continued to argue, "Although it looks a little immature, it also has advantages. There is a saying that a blind man is not afraid of a snake. Bugs that have never fought are particularly fierce when they fight. On the contrary, some old hands will shrink when they see a difficult opponent." Aang continued to suggest, "Why don't you consider my holy gold bug? I can help you dye it with violet melon." No, trust my judgment. My experience tells me that this ghost beetle is already very good." Arataki Achito hurriedly refused. "Forget it, it's up to you. By the way, where is Payman?" Aang realized that the emergency food next to him was gone, and looked around with some curiosity. It stands to reason that Payman would not leave him too far. "I'm back, look what I found." Aang heard Payman's voice, turned around and was stunned. Payman was holding a huge purple-red ghost beetle and flying towards here. "Anyway, I have to accompany Yidao, and I'm free anyway. When we jumped down, I flew to the other side to take a look, and I happened to see this one." After Payman finished speaking, he put the ghost beetle on the stone, put his hands on his waist, and looked at Yidao with a proud face and said, "How is it? It's big and strong, and you can tell at a glance that it can fight." It fits Yidao's description of a strong man. While Payman was talking, Hiroaki Yidao opened his mouth and looked at the ghost beetle that Payman found with an incredible look, as if he had discovered something incredible. "What you found must be bigger than this." Payman said this, and when he saw the small ghost beetle found by Arataki Achito, his voice weakened, and he continued, "It's bigger, right?" Arataki Achito came back to his senses from the shock, and said to Payman, This. Do you also have experience in catching insects?" Payman said a little embarrassedly, "This is the first time I caught a ghost beetle by myself." Arataki Achito praised seriously, "Then you are very talented. It won't be long before you can grow into an expert in fighting insects. But you will definitely be inferior to me." After hearing what Arataki Achito said, Payman said a little disappointedly, "That doesn't seem to be a big deal." Chapter 222 The Mysterious Female Red Ghost. Arataki Achito nodded nonchalantly and said, "Very good. With this one included, our chances of winning have increased again. We will definitely win this time." After hearing what Arataki Achito said, Aang said with a look of doubt on her face, "This time, you haven't won before, have you?" Arataki Achito's expression froze after hearing what Aang said, and he argued with a vague look in his eyes, "Ahem. In this world, some people are full of talent and passion, but they may not necessarily get good results. After all, the results will be affected by many factors. There is a word that perfectly summarizes these situations. It's called coincidence." Payman thought for a while, and said with a smile, "Is it so amazing? Then it doesn't matter if I have this one or not, so I might as well." Arataki Achito noticed what Payman was going to do, and hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute. Don't you say that the agile type is more likely to win by surprise?" Aang said expressionlessly. "I think both bugs have a chance of winning, so let's keep them, and try them later, otherwise it will be a pity. Ha ha ha." Arataki Achito's words made Aang, Payman and the mysterious man hold their foreheads with one hand. Arataki Achito suggested, as if he didn't see everyone's actions, "It's time to go back and fight the bugs. It's really exciting. Let's go." Following Arataki Ichito to the place where the bugs were fought, Daisuke had been waiting here for a long time. Are you finally back? I can't wait any longer. Can we start? Daisuke urged Arataki Ichito. Arataki Ichito nodded and said, of course, the ghost beetle I brought back this time is a very powerful guy. After hearing what Arataki Ichito said, Daisuke released the ghost beetle he had prepared and shouted, I won't be afraid, go ahead, white striped demon. Arataki Ichito also struck a cool pose, released the ghost beetle he had been looking for, which was half the size of the opponent's body, and shouted excitedly, I will definitely win this time, go ahead, Nimble Ninja. Paimon said in shock, when did you name it? Arataki Ichito did not answer, and continued to cheer for his ghost beetle with a passionate face. Come on, come on. This fighting bug looks really interesting. Seeing that Arataki Ichito didn't pay any attention to him at all, Paimon said excitedly to Aang next to him. Aang folded her arms, and looked at the two fighting ghost beetles and replied, how should I know? This is not as good as the fighting Saint Gold beetle. Paimon. In the end, Arataki Ichito's ghost beetle was knocked to the ground by Daisuke's ghost beetle. Arataki Ichito held his head and shouted with an unacceptable look, ah, my clever ninja. Great, I won again. Unlike Arataki Ichito, Daisuke on the other side jumped up excitedly. Damn it, this is the 7th consecutive defeat. Arataki Ichito squatted on the ground and looked at his ghost beetle and said something that made Aang and others drop their jaws. I actually lost so many times at this time. Aang's eyes widened as if she had discovered a new world. The white striped evil ghost is invincible, even Ichito brother can't beat it. Daisuke said excitedly. Ichito Arataki stood up slowly, quickly accepted his defeat, pointed at Daisuke with an unconvinced look and said, I will remember this account, and I must beat you next time. Hey, little guy, take out your crimson cyclone, and help me vent my anger. After hearing Ichito's words, Paimon released the ghost beetle he found and said excitedly, okay, go ahead, crimson cyclone. Aang couldn't help but complain when she heard this. Have you actually accepted this name? Wow, this ghost beetle is so powerful. Daisuke looked at the two ghost beetles fighting each other nervously. The opponent's body size was obviously much larger than his ghost beetle. Can't lose, white striped demon. After hearing Daisuke's words, Paimon also shouted to his ghost beetle, hey, hurry up and use super Paimon cyclone. Paimon, what's wrong with you? How can there be such a move? Aang looked at the three people who were completely immersed in the insect fighting competition and couldn't help rubbing his aching forehead with his hand. While Aang was having a headache, Paimon won the insect fighting competition after his crimson cyclone knocked down Daisuke's white striped demon face. I actually lost. Daisuke lowered his head and said with a look of disappointment as he watched his demon face bug being knocked down. Paimon on the opposite side said excitedly, hey, I won. Crimson Cyclone is quite powerful. I didn't expect this bug to be so powerful. It easily defeated the white striped demon face. Having said this, Arataki Ichito praised Paimon with a proud face. You are worthy of being the insect fighting master I have chosen. Well, I'm so happy, my good friend. Paimon smiled and said, hey, I'm really talented. Of course, Crimson Cyclone also contributed a lot. Why don't you give it to Daisuke? Aang suddenly said. Paimon thought of something, and his originally happy smile was put away. He nodded and said, yes, after all, after the insect fighting, we have to. Daisuke, who was originally disappointed, raised his head with a puzzled look when he heard what the two said. Paimon pointed at his own ghost beetle and said to Daisuke, I'll give this to you. Hey, this, why? Is it really okay? Daisuke asked in surprise. Arataki Ichito nodded and said, take it. Now that you have such a strong bug, you can show off to your friends when we go back. Can we still go back? Daisuke suddenly asked. Of course, believe me, I never break my promise. Arataki Ichito said seriously, that's it for now. My two friends and I have something to discuss. You can play with the ghost lady for a while. Be obedient. Paimon breathed a sigh of relief and said, it seems that there is no problem now. Actually, you are sent by Tenryu Bujio, right? You are here to capture Brother Ito, right? Arataki Ito explained to Daisuke, didn't I tell you that they are all my brother's friends? They are all brothers from the Eritake faction, and we have a very good relationship. You are lying. There are only a few people in the Eritake faction. I know everyone, but I have never seen them. Daisuke shook his head. Brother Ito didn't do anything bad. Don't take him away. When Daisuke said this, he was a little excited and couldn't help but continue. Not only did he not do anything bad, he also saved my life. He is not a bad person. Oh. What's going on? Aang asked in surprise. Ito Aradaki hurriedly said to Daisuke, don't tell this to outsiders. Oh, how should I explain it? Having said that, Ito Aradaki scratched his head and said, I'm really not good at lying. The ghost woman came over and said to Ito Aradaki, Ito, be frank when you should, and don't worry about us. Thank you, ghost woman. After hearing the words of the ghost woman, Ito breathed a sigh of relief, and then explained to Aang and Paimon, there is no way to hide it. Come with me, I will explain it to you. I admit it frankly. The robbery and looting cases that the Tenryo Bujio is investigating were not done by me. I have my reasons for lying. I don't want to involve irrelevant people before solving important things. Huh? Why didn't you say it earlier? I have already beaten you, and I won't apologize. Aang said with her hands on her waist and her head held high after hearing what Ito Aradaki said. It's okay, it's me who kept it a secret from you. But, you are really good at fighting, much stronger than the Nine Tengu. Eritake Ichito waved his hand. What on earth is it that you are willing to do it, even if it means you are guilty of something? Paimon asked in confusion. Eritake Ichito sighed and explained, alas. You are from outside, right? Then I have to start from the story of the red demon and the blue demon a long time ago. Wait, if it's a fairy tale, we've already heard it. Paimon tried to dissuade him. Eritake Ichito didn't mind, but smiled and said, what? You already know it. That's much simpler, and it saves me a lot of trouble. Are all the things in fairy tales true? Paimon asked. Eritake Ichito nodded and explained. What fairy tales say about the fate of the demon clan is true. The blue demon chose to exile himself, and only the red demon survived. But the rest has nothing to do with real history. Fairy tales tell beautiful stories, and cannot mention the cruel truth. A long time ago, Inazuma was still very dangerous. At that time, if you wanted to seek the protection of General Raiden, you had to have a good relationship with humans. The demon clan is born proud, and it is not easy to ask for acceptance from others. In this process, the demon clan slowly split into two factions. The red demons are more friendly to humans, and the blue demons are more stubborn. Paimon suddenly realized, I thought they were two different races, but it turns out they are one family. Eritake Ichito nodded and said, well, there is almost no difference between us. We all rely on painting different colors on our horns to distinguish our positions. Then why must the blue demon and the fairy tale have to sacrifice? Aang asked. Eritake Ito explained, because at that time, humans were still very wary of the ghosts. The red ghosts tried hard to find a way to live in peace with humans, but the blue ghosts would have conflicts with humans from time to time. Humans don't care about red ghosts or blue ghosts. They just think that the ghosts are difficult to get along with. If this continues, the ghosts will never be accepted by humans. At this time, the most respected leaders of the red and blue ghosts stood up. They drank and swore that the blue ghosts would play the role of evil ghosts and help the red ghosts integrate into human society. But the leader of the blue ghosts also put forward two conditions. Paimon asked in confusion. Conditions? Eritake Ito continued. First, the ghosts must not have prejudices against humans. They must accept humans in their hearts before being accepted by humans. They must not bully the weak, nor give up on themselves. Second, the red ghosts must integrate into humans, but they must not please humans. The ghosts should win the respect of humans with their upright character, surging blood, and powerful strength. In other words, while continuing the bloodline of the ghosts, we must keep our pride. Aang looked at the serious Eritake Ichito and always felt that something was strange. After that, because of the decision to sacrifice themselves, the Blue Oni population became smaller and smaller and finally disappeared. Speaking of this, Eritake Ichito touched his chin and thought, I have heard the story of the Red Oni and the Blue Oni since I was a child, but I never thought that the Blue Oni clan actually survived. Payman listened to Eratakichito's words and analyzed. So you mean that these evil events were done by the descendants of the Blue Oni clan? Eratakichito nodded and said, yes, many people don't care about the color of the demon horns at all, and don't even know the existence of Blue Oni, but the brothers of the Eratake faction will not make mistakes. They saw with their own eyes the demon whose horns were different from mine. But if it is the descendant of the Blue Oni, it is a bit too strange, and I really can't accept it. Aang hesitated for a moment and said, because the Blue Oni attach great importance to pride? Yes. They always value pride more than their own lives. Eratakichito replied, I have always admired the Blue Oni clan who chose to sacrifice themselves, and I understand what expectations my ancestors have for the future of the demon clan. Robbery and pillaging are not things that the proud demon clan would allow. I think that blue demon must have been deceived or threatened to do such a thing. But I have no evidence. Aang said, so, are you buying time? Eratakichito nodded and said, yes, if I hadn't confused the public, that guy would have been caught by the Tenryo Bujio. Is Daisuke also related to this? He said you saved him. He should know what you did. Payman asked. Eratakichito explained, because I fought hard to snatch him away from the scene, after I drove away the wandering samurai. When the gang robbed his house, he was playing outside. When he came back, his parents had been captured. I want to investigate this matter to find his parents. So, you were lying from the beginning, and you made up the story about Kyujo-sera, right? Aang said to Eratakichito. This is forced by the situation. Although the Nine Tengu are hateful, she will still follow the orders of General Thunder to the letter. As long as I don't provoke her, she will certainly not make things difficult for me. Besides, I can make so much money just by doing some things, and I'm not stupid. I didn't intend to say this at the beginning. My original plan was to knock you out cleanly and then take my family and escape to another place. You want to knock me out? Aang said to Eratakichito, rubbing his fists. No, it's because you're too strong. You disrupted my plan. Not to mention knocking you out, it's still a question whether I can get out by myself. Eratakichito hurriedly said, this matter not only involves the Blue Oni, but also involves dangerous groups involved in robbery and looting. I can't involve irrelevant people. Aang nodded and said, I see. That's all my explanation. If you are not convinced and want to take me back, then I will do my best to fight you to the end. Eratakichito said to Aang with his head raised and eyes closed. So, you are very brave? Aang said with a surprised look on her face as she looked at Eratakichito who had become tough again. Eratakichito raised his head, opened one eye, looked at Aang and said, are you kidding? I'm very brave. This is the dignity of a ghost. I will fight to the end. Aang said to the unruly Eratakichito with excitement. Then let's have a fight. No, I've said so much, but you still don't want to believe me. Eratakichito hurriedly dissuaded him. Aang shook her head and said, I didn't say I didn't believe you. It was you who said you wanted to fight me to the end. Eratakichito grasped the keywords and hurriedly replied, since you are willing to believe me, give me some time. Wait for me to find the blue ghost, and I will take him to surrender. I still like your unruly look before. Looking at Eratakichito who suddenly admitted his fear, Aang said with some disappointment, well, isn't there an old saying in Liu that goes, he who knows the times is a hero? Eratakichito said seriously, since you are willing to believe me, I'm not an ungrateful person. No, ghost, I will prove it to you. Aang spread his hands and said, okay, since you said so, I would feel embarrassed if I don't help you. Payman echoed from the side, well, we will help you, because we can't wrongly accuse good people, nor let bad people go. Just think of it as us supervising you. After hearing what the two said, Eratakichito immediately forgot about the previous unpleasantness, and said with a smile, as expected, you are also reasonable people, willing to pursue the truth and justice. I felt that I could get along with you from the beginning. Let me make it clear first, things are very dangerous next time, you all have to be prepared. Don't say I didn't remind you then. Payman nodded and said, don't worry, we are very strong. Then come with me to investigate the whereabouts of the blue ghost. There is a victim who is temporarily staying in the Coral Palace military camp and has seen the blue ghost with his own eyes. Let's go find him now. Arataki Ito suggested. No need, I can find where he is. The mysterious man spoke again at this time. Wow. Who are you? You didn't say a word all the way, but you scared me when you spoke. Arataki Ito was frightened by the strange voice suddenly emitted by the mysterious man and jumped up. Who am I? I don't know either. The mysterious man shook his head and said. Wait, this breath is, you are also a ghost. Arataki Ito suddenly noticed something and said to the mysterious man with a surprised face. Payman asked in confusion. Huh? Is he really a ghost? No mistake, although it was only a moment just now, his breath was exposed when he opened his mouth, and I noticed it. Arataki Ito said. Payman thought of something and said, could it be that he is a blue ghost who caused the rebellion? It's very likely. He is wearing a cloak like this and doesn't want to see anyone. He must be a blue ghost. After hearing what Payman said, Arataki Ito touched his chin and nodded. I'm not from the blue ghost clan. The mysterious man said. After the mysterious man finished speaking, he lifted the black cloak on his head. The other person's long brown hair, the exposed skin on his neck, and the pair of horns on his head all showed that this mysterious person who spoke gloomily was a female ghost. Wow. Payman exclaimed. Arataki Ito touched his chin and nodded. Well, it seems that she is indeed a ghost clan, and also a red ghost, but I can't see her face clearly. I don't know that she exists in my impression. Although the cloak was lifted, Payman and others still did not see the true face of the mysterious person, because the other person was still wearing a hideous red mask, but the red ghost horns on her head were similar to those of Arataki Ito. Chapter 223 The Famous Eyeing. With Eyeing and Payman, Arataki Ito realized that things could be solved so easily. When the so-called wandering warriors saw Eyeing, they were like mice seeing a cat. They left the man with green demon horns who had not yet reacted, and the others quickly slipped away. Wow, you are the famous blonde stranger and white floating spirit? I was wondering why you look so familiar. Arataki Ito said in surprise. After hearing what Arataki Ito said, Payman put his hands on his waist and raised his head with a smug look on his face and said, empty name, empty name. Wait, don't run. Arataki Ito was about to say something, but he suddenly saw the green demon trying to escape from the corner of his eye and hurriedly chased after him. It's me, the descendant of the red ghost, Arataki Ito. After hearing what Arataki Ito said, the blue ghost stopped and said, I already knew your name a long time ago. Every blue ghost has remembered his mission since birth, and knows the so-called fate of self-sacrifice. But what about the red ghost? Whether it's my name, Zuoyi, or the names of my people, you don't know anything about their tragic experiences, and you don't care at all. Having said this, Zuoyi became more and more excited and continued, because the victims should be forgotten, right? Arataki Ito hurriedly explained, no, I just didn't expect that the Blue Ghost clan still exists now. The first moment I knew about this, I made up my mind to come to you. Since you still remember the agreement between our two clans, then you must remember the pride of the Ghost clan. How could the arrogant Blue Ghost bully the weak and plunder the innocent? Why do you want to break the promise you have kept until now? Hahaha. After hearing what Arataki Ito said, Zuoyi couldn't help laughing out loud. Arataki Ito asked in confusion, what are you laughing at? With your reputation, you are not worthy of making promises to me. Talking about pride, Zuoyi said to Arataki Ito with disdain, the Blue Oni clan gave up everything just to let the Red Oni survive in human society. But you, Arataki Ito, what have you done in human society? You are muddle-headed, not doing your job, and often become a laughingstock. During the eye hunting order, your god's eye was snatched away. You never thought about winning pride for the Oni clan. You have already disgraced the Oni clan. Facing Zuoyi's accusations, Arataki Ito said with a headache, this kind of thing doesn't matter. You have to give me some face. Zuoyi continued, it doesn't matter, because you can do whatever you want, and no one can restrain and supervise you. But do you know, when you were living in human society, what kind of life did my people live? We are isolated from the world, and have cut off our contact with the world with our own hands. We have no fixed residence, and no stable source of food. Not to mention clothes and medicines, we have nothing left, except the will to stick to our oath and the pride of the so-called ghost tribe. Hearing this, Aang wanted to say, "Isn't this what you chose?" But she didn't say it, because she thought it would arouse too much hatred. "So, you joined the robbery gang?" Arataki Ichito said. "Yes, because I don't accept it." "Why?" "Can I keep my family and friends alive by sticking to those insignificant things?" Zuo answered, "As a matter of course, I won't be obsessed with pride anymore. These things are worthless compared to being alive. I send all the things I snatched from humans to my tribe. These things can stop them from starving and relieve their pain. This is the most meaningful thing for me." After understanding it later, Aang also knew the general situation. The green ghosts wanted the tribe to survive, but they couldn't save their face, so Zuo made a decision to do evil himself, send the things back to the tribe, and take the responsibility alone. But what he didn't expect was that Arataki Ito stood up and took all the responsibility on himself, which he couldn't understand. While Arataki Ito was talking fiercely with Zuo Yi, the people of Tenryo Bujio also arrived here. "They are here. Quick, catch them." "Oh no, the people of Tenryo Bujio are here." Payman shouted anxiously. "Why are you in a hurry? Isn't it just right for the people of Tenryo Bujio to come?" Aang glanced at Payman and said. Payman was puzzled and said, "Huh." Zuo Yi took this opportunity to slip away, leaving Aang and Arataki Ito in the place. "We can't be caught in this place." Arataki Ito looked at the Tenryo Bujio who were surrounding them, and said to Aang and Payman, "Don't do anything to the Tenryo Bujio, otherwise you will be involved. Sometimes force can't solve the problem, just look at me." Aang said to Arataki Ito who was about to fight with the Tenryo Bujio. After hearing Aang's words, floated above Arataki Ito's head. Aang once again hung the amulet given by Yikamiko on her chest, and said to the Tenryo Bugio with her head held high, "This is the amulet given to me by the beautiful and intelligent Yikamiko." The Tenryo Bugio looked at each other, and did not step forward again for a while, because Aang's previous behavior was obvious to all the Tenryo Bugio, so now they did not doubt the authenticity of the amulet. "You are worthy of you, Aang, to think of this." Payman praised Aang. "Excuse me, Lord Yi Palace Master, what do you want?" A small captain of the Tenryo Bugio asked Aang. Aang said with a serious face, "I am now entrusted by Lord Yi Gongzi to investigate the matter of the ghost tribe. Now the matter is not yet completed. Your intervention will disrupt my plan, so just follow us from a distance and wait for the result." The Shinling Bugsingshang listened to Aang's words and agreed at the same time. "Yes, Arataki Ito. Why are you standing there? Chase him quickly." Aang looked at Arataki Ito, who was staring at him with his mouth wide open, and said expressionlessly, "Wait a minute, why can you mobilize the Shinling Bugsingshang and make them so obedient?" Arataki Ito asked Aang, after he came to his senses. Aang said to Arataki Ito with an unfathomable face, "It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning." Arataki Ito, "Sir, are we just letting them go like this?" A Shinling Bugsingshang who didn't understand the situation said to their leader, "Otherwise, that is the amulet given by Lord Yuji himself. Seeing the amulet is like seeing Lord Yuji himself." The captain replied, "Could it be fake?" The man continued, "Impossible, because this amulet is very recognizable." The captain paused and said with a strange look on his face, "Because this blonde traveler has often used this amulet before, the soldiers of the Tenryo Bujio know it. It's normal that you are new and don't know it. I see. Let's go, let's catch up. With her around, things can be solved quickly," the captain ordered. "Yes." At the same time, the few people who were moving forward encountered many wild ambush people and wandering samurai on the way. When they saw Ying Hao, they ran away without saying a word, leaving Arataki Ito, who was about to take action, frozen in place. "How did you do it?" "I have defeated many wandering samurai, but they still attacked me when they saw me," Arataki Ito asked puzzledly. I can't explain this either." Payman scratched his head and said, "Did he tell Arataki that when Aang came to Inazuma, she went to Inazuma to find the wandering samurai Karangui to complete the illustrated book?" With Aang's speed, Inazuma had basically searched all the places except Inazuma Castle during this period. When she met Karangui, she would fight them directly and play with them while fighting, so that they would collapse before they had even finished collecting the illustrated book. Aang swept through like a locust, and these Karangui would certainly be impressed by her. These wild wandering samurai had also summoned many colleagues to encircle Aang, but Aang was not an opponent that could be defeated by numbers. On the contrary, she would become more and more courageous. Until she defeated everyone, she was still not red in the face and out of breath. This kind of inhuman enemy was not something that the wandering samurai could provoke. Later, there was an unwritten rule among the wandering samurai, that is, run directly when they saw these two. The most important thing was that these two blonde strangers and the white floating spirit saw them, as if they saw prey, and they rushed towards them from a distance with green eyes like evil spirits. Who could resist this? Well, I've decided that I will be like you guys in the future, relying on my reputation to intimidate everyone. Ha 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 ha. At this point, Erate started laughing like a fool again. Erate sudden insane behavior made Aang, Paimon and the mysterious man sigh. Because of Aang's reputation, after entering the base of the wandering samurai, a group of wandering samurai saw Aang, as if they had seen a ghost, and they didn't even have the courage to draw their swords, and quickly evacuated in all directions. Oh no, the blonde stranger and the white floating spirit are here. Run. What? Those two evil ghosts are here? When was our base exposed? It must be the man with the green ghost horns. If it weren't for him, we would be fine here. How could it be exposed? Pack anything quickly. If you can't pack anything, just leave. Hurry up. If you get caught, you will have a hard time. Erate looked at the wandering warrior base that was like a boiling pot. They were packing up in a hurry. Some of them didn't pack anything. They just put on their clothes and ran towards other secret passages. After a while, all the wandering warriors in the base were gone. The base that originally looked very lively suddenly became empty. What did you do? Erate asked Aang again. Isn't the reaction of this wandering warrior too abnormal? It's just like seeing a real monster. No, I'm also a ghost. Why don't I have such a deterrent power? At this point, Erate fell into deep thought again. Paimon scratched her head, and she could only smile awkwardly but politely. Erate, who was carefree, did not ask again, and walked towards the depths of the stronghold. After a while, he saw the people imprisoned by the wandering warriors, and Zoi was here to help open the cell where everyone was imprisoned. Hey, Zoi, what are you doing? Erate shouted at Zoi. No, I didn't do anything. Zuoyi answered, but he didn't stop his movements. He opened the door of the cell and bowed his head to apologize to the people inside. The prisoners did not respond to his behavior as Erate imagined. Instead, they responded enthusiastically, indicating that they didn't take it to heart. All this made Erate even more puzzled. Erate, what's wrong? Paimon followed and said. Erate explained. Nothing. Things are different from what I expected. What's different? Paimon asked in confusion. Let's talk about it later. Let's save people first. After Erate finished speaking, he walked towards the cell on the other side and broke the locked cell door with brute force. Seeing this, Aang also went to help. When Erate and Aang were rescuing people, a couple came over. The woman asked Erate anxiously, "Thank you for saving us, but have you seen my child here? We are worried about him." The man next to her comforted her. "Calm down, we don't know if he has been caught here yet." But Daesuk. Are you Daesuk's parents? Paimon asked after hearing the woman's words. The woman still asked anxiously, "Have you seen Daesuk? Where is he? Is he okay now?" Hearing the noise, Erate came over, took out a map, and showed it to the two of them, saying, "Don't worry, he is safe. Let me show you the map. He is here on Yabu Island and someone is taking care of him. You should go see him quickly. He is also worried about you." After hearing what Erate said, the woman thanked the people in front of her. "Did you save him?" Thank you so much. It has nothing to do with me. You should thank him," Aang said. Hearing what Aang said, Erate couldn't help but put his hands on his hips again, raised his head, and said with a smile, "Haha, don't be so polite. This is what I should do. How can a good man watch others die without teaching them a lesson?" Seeing Erate reveal his true nature again, Paimon spread his hands and complained helplessly, "Alas, you get carried away by a few words of praise. Why did they arrest so many people? Aang asked puzzledly. The man sighed and explained, alas, these people are extremely greedy and will do anything for money. No one dares to disobey, because if they do. Payman was surprised after hearing what the man said. Will they really attack the people here? The man thought for a moment and replied, not really, because there is a man with devil horns who has been protecting us. Having said that, the man pointed at Ichito and continued, oh, yes, it looks very similar to this man's devil horns. The woman also said, that man will secretly send some food and water here at night, and I don't know what he is thinking. Are you his friend? Or his relative? In response to the woman's doubts, Ichito nodded and said, I guess so. The woman continued to ask, does he have any secrets? I don't think he is a bad-hearted person. He is more like a child who did something wrong in a moment of confusion. How should I put it? It's just that there are some things he hasn't figured out yet, and I'm just about to give him some pointers. Ichito replied. I feel relieved to hear you say that. Fortunately, he has relatives like you. Ichito nodded and assured, haha, don't worry, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will definitely make him understand. You guys go quickly, Daisuke is still waiting for you. After hearing what Ichito said, the woman smiled and thanked him. Well, thank you again, you are the savior of our family. In the end, without the interference of wandering samurai, Ichito successfully persuaded Zuoyi with his passion and let him return to the right path. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he went out, he was caught by the Tenryou Bujayoshu who stayed outside. Is this the rebellious Aoki? The captain of the Tenryou Bujayoshu said to Aang. Yes, take him away. Aang nodded. After hearing what Aang said, Ichito said in disbelief, you still want to arrest people? Of course, this is to complete the commission. If I hadn't heard you say there was a hidden story, I would have knocked you out and taken you away. Aang replied indifferently. Okay. Ichito sighed and said to Zuoyi, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about the Tenryou Bujayo clan. It doesn't matter, this is my own problem after all. I'll trouble you to take care of our Kinki clan in the future. Zuoyi shook his head and said, don't worry, I will help. Ichito nodded. What are you talking about? And you attacked us so many times before, and you were also arrested. The captain of the Tenryou Bujayo clan said to Ichito. Haha, is that so? Ichito scratched his head and said, it doesn't matter, then let the brothers of the Arawak faction take care of the Blue Oni clan on my behalf. The team leader of the Tenryou Bujayo said, they have all been arrested. Seeing Ichito's reaction, Payman couldn't help but complained, hey, what did you do? The team leader of the Tenryou Bujayo explained, Ichito had been making trouble everywhere with the brothers of the Arawak faction. After you left, Ichito's brothers appeared again. We took this opportunity to arrest them. Seeing this, Ichito could only say to Aang, then I can only ask you to tell the ghost lady about the Blue Oni for me. I'm going to cause trouble for her again. Then you should reform yourself. Aang nodded. After hearing what Aang said, Ichito smiled and said, I see, it's not the first time, although I guess it won't be the last time either. Then we'll leave first, and you too, if there's anything, tell us. A few people who didn't know you almost took the initiative, and ruined the plan of Lord Yi Gongxi. The captain of the Tenryou Bujayo said to Aang and Payman. Hey, isn't this a temporary commission? Payman scratched his head. Ichito turned his head again, and asked the captain of the Tenryou Bujayo, wait, are there some great people? And the Yi Gongxi you mentioned, why does it sound so familiar? Nothing great. Aang said. Hahaha, that's right, I'm still more great. After hearing what Aang said, Ichito no longer bothered about this question, and said with a smile, okay, we'll see each other again, when we have a chance. After Ichito and Zuo were taken away, Aang and Payman also returned to the ghost lady, and learned a lot of information from her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 An Unexpected Journey. Finally I can play games. I've been really busy these days. Aang sat on a chair in the hotel, stretched, and took out the game console, and said to Paimeng, yes, I don't know what the plot of Zumi will be like later. I'm so looking forward to it. However, a world without tassels is not beautiful at all. Paimeng said at the end, a little sad. Yes, there is no gap without comparison. Our current life is compared to the self in the game. It's like heaven and earth, and I don't know how much stronger it is than the me in the game. Aang said happily. Yes, he then continued to do the plot. It turns out that there are also legendary tasks about characters here. I didn't find them before, because I was busy exploring. If I knew it earlier, well, it doesn't seem to make any difference. Paimeng said this, and scratched his head uncomfortably. Paimeng, why do I feel a little sleepy? Aang was playing, and suddenly felt that his eyelids were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and his vision was a little blurry. Go to sleep, if you are tired. You haven't had a good rest for a while. Paimeng said on the side. Aang yawned and said to Paimeng, well, I'll go to sleep first. Yeah, you go to sleep first. I'll play some games. Paimeng nodded. Aang listened to Paimeng's words, lay on the bed, and slowly closed her eyes. As time passed, Aang also fell asleep completely. In her sleep, Aang felt very comfortable and light, as if flying in the air. There was also sunlight shining on her body, and her whole body was warm. Wait, how can there be sunshine in the middle of the night? Thinking of this, Aang wanted to open her eyes, but her eyelids were heavy. Indistinctly, she seemed to hear Paimeng talking to someone there. Thinking of this, she suddenly opened her eyes, but what she saw was Kang and Paimeng talking about something with their backs to her. Aang silently took out her divine body sword and stabbed it into Kang's back. Puff. Kang was stabbed by Aang's divine body sword again. He stared at the golden blade that appeared on his chest, because it pierced through his body. Wow. Kang, she Paimeng stared at Aang's backstabbing Kang with his eyes wide open, and said to Kang in horror, Sister, why? Kang endured the pain, and turned his head to Aang and asked, no reason, I just wanted to stab you with a sword. Aang said, and suddenly pulled out the divine body sword. Kang knelt on the ground again, because of the severe pain. A familiar face looked pale, because of the severe pain, and sweat kept pouring out of his forehead, because of the pain. Kang, are you okay? Paimeng hurriedly flew to Kang's side, and said with a worried look, Aang. Paimeng, what are you doing? You actually asked Kang if he was okay at this time. What could happen to him? And I just slept for one night. How come you are so familiar with each other? Thinking of this, a series of question marks appeared in Aang's head. Paimeng checked carefully and was relieved when he found that Kang was not in great danger. Then he shouted to Aang, what are you doing? Although you were so cold before, Kang is also your blood brother. Why did you do such a heavy hand to him? And we saw you suddenly fall from the sky, and we saved you after we saw it was you. Kang was very worried about you, and kept asking me when you would wake up. As a result, you stabbed him with a sword as soon as you woke up. Wait, what are you talking about, Paimeng? Aang's brain was still confused at this time, and she didn't understand Paimeng's behavior at this time. Huh? What do you mean I'm talking about? Why do you look so familiar with me? Paimeng asked puzzledly. Aang, it's over. After one night, Kang, this guy, kidnapped his best friend Paimeng. Thinking of this, Aang was very uncomfortable, and looked at Paimeng with a pair of resentful eyes. If she had known that you would betray so easily, she should have made you into emergency food earlier. Wait, Paimeng, she is not Aang. Kang said after a while. Kang, you are not hurt, are you? If I'm not Aang, then who am I? You were not like this last time either. Aang could not help but ask. Kang. This time it was Kang's turn to be full of question marks. Kang shook his head and said, no, you are not. Although you look exactly like Aang, this is just an illusion of Zumi. You don't have the flower of Teyvat on your head. I didn't notice such an obvious flaw, because I was too worried before. Wait, Zumi? What are you doing in Zumi? Aang had a bad premonition and asked Kang. Hey, you haven't explained why you suddenly stabbed Khan with a sword. Why are you asking us back? Tell me, who are you? Why do you look like Khan's blood sister? Payman said angrily after hearing what Aang said. That sword won't cause substantial harm to people, it just hurts a little. Aang answered. Khan, is that so? Payman hurriedly asked Khan, who was still in some pain. Yes, although I felt my heart was pierced by the sword just now. Except for the pain, I didn't feel any discomfort at all, just like I wasn't injured. Khan nodded and said. Even so, you can't attack others out of the blue. Payman said angrily. I'm sorry, I was too nervous just now. Aang decided to apologize to CI. She knew Payman's character very well. Sure enough, after hearing Aang's apology, Payman's face looked much better, and he said to her, well, since Kang wasn't injured either, I'll forgive you this time, but there can't be a next time. Yeah, so, what are you doing in Zumi? Aang continued with the previous doubts. Of course we are here, to find the little Lucky Grass King, and by the way, to inquire about the news of Kang's sister. Payman said without hesitation. Little Lucky Grass King? To inquire about the news of my sister? Aang heard Payman's words, and the storm in her head began to run violently. What about Dane? Aang thought for a while and asked. How do you know Dane? This time it was Payman's turn to be dumbfounded. Payman said to Kang loudly, Kang, what do you think is going on? Could she really be your blood sister? No, she is not. Look at the area around her waist, it is golden, and what we saw before was white. Kang looked at Aang and said, gold, could it be the elemental force of rock? Payman thought for a while and asked. No, the elemental force of rock is yellow, and hers is golden. If you don't pay attention, you really can't tell. Kang said, and then he transformed his elemental force from grass element to rock element, and said to Payman. After listening to the conversation between Kang and Payman, Aang also reacted. Did she travel through time? She hurriedly looked up, and saw that there was indeed no golden tree that could be observed around Teyvat by Skynet. Liusu, can you hear me? I have traveled through time again. What should I do now? Aang hurriedly used Skynet to communicate with Liusu, but the message she sent was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response. Seeing that her message could not be delivered, Aang's face suddenly became ugly. If she could not contact Liusu, she would probably have to stay in this world and never go back. What's wrong with you? Your face suddenly became sad. Payman asked quietly when he saw Aang's sudden change of expression. Nothing, I thought of something. Aang shook her head. Payman continued to ask, okay, then, what's your name? My name is Aang. Is there any problem? Aang glanced at Payman and answered. After hearing Aang's answer, Payman turned to Kang and spread his hands and said, it seems that she is not lying. Her name is indeed Aang. Does this count as finding my sister? Kang, where are you going now? Aang suddenly asked. Of course, I'm going to Zumi City, and then ask for information about the little auspicious Grass King. Payman replied. I see. Aang nodded, and then suddenly thought of something, and said to Kang and Payman, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first, and I'll come to you when you arrive in Zumi City. Ah, what's the matter? Payman asked curiously. It's not a big deal. Aang said, and a pair of golden wings grew from behind, and flew towards the direction of the layered abyss. Fly away. Payman said in surprise as he looked at Aang, who disappeared into the sky like a golden meteor. That is. Kang looked at the familiar wings that grew from behind Aang, and memories flooded into his mind again. He looked at the direction where Aang went away, and murmured, sister. Is it really your sister? No way. Then who was the one we met before? Payman couldn't help but exclaimed. Kang shook his head and said, I don't know, but I can be sure that the two we met were Aang. Well, but, so strange, why are there two Aangs? Payman scratched his head in confusion. After thinking for a while, Payman threw these ideas out of his mind, and suggested to Kang, forget it, don't think about it. Let's go to Zumi City first. When the Golden Aang says that he has something to do, he will come to Zumi City to find us after he finishes it. Well, that's the only way. Kang nodded. Because he was flying in the air, Aang could tell the direction very well. He found the abyss in a short while, and then he started to walk down along the familiar path. Sure enough, he saw the infected places and a new pool hanging upside down on the roof. Aang looked at the pool and murmured, "It seems that I have really traveled to another world. I have absorbed all the energy of the water in the previous pool, but this one is still full. But it's good this way. It's a good deal for me. It seems that absorbing it like this won't work. I remember that the Abyss Cult has a device." Aang said and activated the device left by the Abyss Cult again according to the method in his memory. Suddenly, the power of purification spread out again. The surrounding hill people and Black Snake Knights groaned in pain again, but Aang didn't care about it. He raised his sword and slowly guided the power of purification into his body to strengthen his strength. "Where have you been?" Suddenly, Liusu's voice sounded in Aang's mind. Aang replied with a look of surprise, "Liusu?" Liusu said, "It's me. Where are you?" "I don't know. After sleeping, I inexplicably appeared in another world. Here I also met Kang and Payman, but they appeared as travelers." Aang replied, "Do you know how I was suddenly teleported here?" "I don't know either. When you left, the time of the whole world slowed down. No one except me could move." Liusu replied, "Ah, how could this happen?" Aang asked puzzled. "I told you that my time is synchronized with yours. When you left, the world almost stopped because the world revolves around you." Liusu explained. Aang, "So I'm so powerful? The world revolves around me? The world can't revolve without me? Don't be so proud. No matter how long you stay there, it will not affect the world because they can't detect that you have traveled through time. It just makes me suffer." Noticing Aang's pride, Liusu couldn't help but complain. "Then how do I go back?" Aang put away her playful mood and asked seriously, "I'm studying it. Studying it. You've caused me to work overtime again because of this trouble. It's really hard." Aang. Liusu continued, "Your world is a parallel world, and the golden tree cannot extend to it for the time being. It's not easy for me to find your location accurately among a bunch of folded parallel worlds." "Then how did you contact me?" Aang asked puzzledly. Liusu explained, "This is simple. After I sensed your power, I sent messages to all the points in the folded parallel worlds. This way I can save a lot of energy. If you hadn't suddenly burst out with the power of transforming your divine body into a sword, I wouldn't bother to check. If I do this, only you who are wearing Skynet can receive my message. Then you can still find me." Aang said in a low voice. "I can find it, but how long will it take me? Let me give you an analogy. There is a book with countless pages, and it is very huge, but it looks like it is only as thick as your finger. You want to find a page in it with the content you want, but you only know where it is in the book, but you don't know which page it is on. In this way, you need to find it page by page. So, it won't work if I find it alone. You need to highlight the page of paper that belongs to your world. Well, you are worthy of it, but you call this simple. It's simply an omnipotent god. Well, Liusu, you are indeed my god. What should I do now?" Aang asked. "Let me think about it. You can ask the God of Wisdom there for help, because the God of Wisdom controls the world tree. With her help, I can also quickly locate your information. But what?" Aang asked curiously. "But without me, the Zumi there might be a little difficult to deal with. After all, Nashida in that world is stupid." Liusu continued. Aang thought for a moment and asked, "Can't I just force my way in?" Liusu heard Aang's bold words and said with a smile, "If you have the ability to force your way into the inner space of the world tree, that's fine." Aang. "Okay, I'll try my best." Aang sighed. "Okay, let's stop chatting. This chat has cost me a lot of energy. When you reach your destination, activate the sword again, and I'll contact you." After saying that, Liusu hung up the voice. Alas, what is this? Why do I encounter these every time I take a break? Can I still have a good rest? After Aang absorbed the power of the pool water, she couldn't help but complain to herself. "Now my strength has risen again, but why am I not happy at all?" Aang complained while looking for filthy energy in the direction of her memory. These are good things for her. Aang walked everywhere in the depths of the layered rock abyss. The power in some places was purified by Kang, which was completely different from her own world and used by herself. When Aang thought of this, she secretly said it was a pity. As Aang walked, she returned to the place where she saw the image of Sora in the previous world. There was only a bouquet of flowers left by her in this world, but there was no second flower left by her. Aang looked at the flowers and fell into deep thought for a while. She couldn't help but think of Sora in her own world and her active friends again. "Who are you?" Suddenly a voice sounded behind Aang, interrupting Aang's thoughts. Aang slowly turned her head. The other person was exactly the same as herself, but this time the other person was wearing the flower called Teyvat on his head. "Me?" Aang pointed at herself and asked in confusion. Aang said to Aang expressionlessly, "Yes, why do you look exactly like me? What is your purpose in approaching my brother?" "I'm Aang." Aang replied. "It seems that you are not going to tell the truth. In this case, I have no choice but to get rid of you." Aang looked at Aang and said, "Anyone who approaches my brother with a purpose will die. The most intolerable thing is that you are still using my appearance." Aang. After hearing the fierce words spoken by Aang expressionlessly, a question mark floated above Aang's head. "No, can you not be so aggressive? Is this me as a villain in the other world? Why does it feel a little wrong? And, what good is there in Khan? Why are you so blind at such a young age? Just you?" Aang said with a disdainful look at the other party. "Go." Aang said to the back, and suddenly a group of Abyss Apostles and Abyss Mages appeared from behind her and attacked in Aang's direction. What's the use of having more people? They are just useless ants. Aang looked at the other party and chose to summon the Abyss Cult to fight. She was immediately unhappy and sneered at Aang on the opposite side. "Or is this all you have?" Aang ignored Aang's words and stood there looking at the other party expressionlessly. It was not until Aang took out the divine body sword and the golden flame on the sword rose that Aang felt a strong sense of crisis. Something is wrong. Leave quickly. Aang hurriedly ordered his subordinates. "Princess, this..." Before the members of the Abyss Cult could finish their words, Aang's attack had already swept out. The golden flames rushed towards the Abyss Cult like ripples. Some Abyss Apostles who noticed something was wrong quickly turned on the teleport and slipped away. But more than half of them were forever burned into nothingness by the golden flames. Aang watched the members of the Abyss Cult turned into nothingness under Aang's attack, gritting his teeth and staring at the other party. Aang spread his hands at Aang who was glaring at him with gritted teeth and said, "I told you, these are ants you summoned. They are useless to me. Look, I just hit them, and they all melted." Chapter 225 An Unexpected Journey, Part 2. Aang did not respond to Aang's ridicule, but summoned her own weapon. The deep blue energy gathered on the golden blade and swept towards Aang. Aang saw this and quickly activated her shield. The golden spherical shield completely wrapped Aang's body. Aang's attack fiercely bombarded the generated shield. The huge explosion made the rock abyss tremble. The energy storm raged towards Aang in the center, but this seemingly strong energy storm did not cause any damage to Aang and the shield. On the contrary, the power directly sank into the shield after hitting it, as if it was absorbed by the golden shield. After the energy storm completely dissipated, Aang realized that the energy maintaining the shield had not been weakened at all, but had a tendency to increase. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and continued to talk to the other party. "That's it?" Seeing this, Aang threw 2 more attacks at Aang, and the result was the same. It had no effect on Aang who had a shield. On the contrary, she felt that the other party's shield became more solid because of her energy attack. Seeing that the energy attack was ineffective and would only strengthen the opponent, Aang stopped using it and instead rushed towards Aang with her sword. Seeing the opponent's move, Aang thought to herself that it was a pity. If the opponent attacked a few more times, she could become stronger. However, close combat was her specialty, and Aang was really not afraid of anyone. The result was the same as Aang expected. Although the opponent was very strong, she had a shield, while the opponent did not, and the opponent's fighting style was obviously not as fast as hers. In this kind of battle, where one's strengths were used to attack the opponent's weaknesses, even if the opponent was very strong, it was gradually defeated by Aang over a long period of time. She was an old hand at fighting a protracted war. No monster's close combat was more torturous than the boss in Genshin Impact. This battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, and neither of them used any other means of attack except skills. Aang could not use it because her strength could strengthen the opponent, and Aang had no means to effectively restrain Aang. The opponent was not a person who was completely infected with the abyss, so the holy attribute had no effect on the opponent. As Aang was knocked back by Aang's last blow and could no longer get up, the battle that lasted for 7 days ended with Aang's victory. Alas, I didn't expect you to be so weak. I'm so disappointed. Aang dispersed the shield on her body and walked towards Aang, who was struggling and kneeling on the ground. Why are you so strong? Aang looked at the person who was walking towards her step by step with an unwilling look. Aang, how to explain this to the other party? Could it be that your attack is ineffective against me, or what I have practiced before? Why don't you run? Aang asked in confusion when she saw Aang, who had lost her ability to fight. Why run? There is only one winner in this battle. If I run, you will also attack my brother. Aang explained to Aang calmly. Floated above Aang's head. Is this the reason why the other party fought with her for 7 days and 7 nights? Forget it, these are not important. Now I have lost, and have no power to resist. You are here to kill me, and take my place, right? Seeing that the other party did not speak, Aang could not help but sigh. Aang. After hearing the other party's words, Aang had more and more question marks on her head. Aang continued, I didn't expect that the throne in the sky would use such means. This time I'm in trouble. Brother is innocent. He knows nothing. I did the Kanruaya thing. If possible, don't implicate him. Aang. Finally, seeing Aang looking at her with a sad face and saying something she could not understand, Aang could no longer bear it and imitated Liusu's method and hit the other party on the head with a sugar roasted chestnut. Boom. Ouch. After suffering the ultimate blow, Aang held her head in pain, then raised her head and looked at the other party in confusion and asked, what are you doing? Looking at Aang, who was hit by a slap and kept rubbing her head with tears in her eyes, it formed a sharp contrast with her previous cold and ruthless appearance, which made Aang feel a strange feeling in her heart at this time. Why do you think that the person in front of you who is the same as herself is so cute? Thinking of this, Aang slowly squatted down, gently lifted the other party's smooth chin with her hand, looked directly into the other party's golden eyes that were staring at her unconvinced, and said with a joking face, I heard that the people of the Abyss cult called you Her Royal Highness the Princess before. Yes, it's a very nice name. You can kill me, or cut me up. Anyway, you are here to replace me. Aang gritted his teeth, and glared at Aang, who was exactly the same as himself. After hearing what Aang said, Aang asked with a puzzled look, why should I kill you? After hearing what Aang said with a surprised look, why don't you kill me? Killing you will not benefit me. You are me from another world. I killed you because my brain is rusty. Aang glanced at the other party and said, me from another world? After hearing Aang's explanation, Aang said with an incredible look, is a me from another world so powerful? Have I defeated the law of nature? Darn. Ouch. What are you doing? Aang covered her head and looked at the me from another world with some anger, not understanding why the other party hit her head again. Let you wake up a little. What kind of questions are you asking? Why is the me from another world so stupid? Aang said while rubbing the other party's cheek with regret. Shouldn't I ask? You are me from another world. Since you can come to this world without being noticed by the law of nature, it means that your strength must be very strong. Aang said. Don't you doubt it? What do you doubt? Aang asked doubtfully. Aang replied, I said I was you from another world, didn't I? Aang explained, at first I suspected that you were arranged by heaven, because you are exactly like me, even the aura and details are exactly the same as mine. In my opinion, no one can do this except heaven. Since you said you are me from another world, it makes sense. Is that so? Aang scratched his head. But you haven't answered my question yet. How is your world? You are so strong. Have I accomplished my goal? Aang continued to ask. No. Aang shook his head. After hearing Aang's answer, Aang murmured in disbelief. How could it be? Obviously you are so strong. Aang explained. Of course not. Our situations are different. I exist as a traveler in another world, not as the princess of the Abyss cult, so it is not my job to overthrow heaven. A traveler like Sora, with a little thing beside him? Aang asked in surprise. Yes, that little thing is called Payman, and in my case, Kang is the prince of the Abyss cult. When talking about Kang, Aang's expression was somewhat disdainful. No, since you are a traveler, why are you stronger than me? Have you finished your journey? Aang shook her head and replied, no, I just came out of the stratum abyss, and I haven't traveled as much as Kang in this world. Aang. So, Kang is also stronger than me now? Aang asked in disbelief. No, he is very weak, just an ordinary person who can use the 4 element. Aang replied. Aang thought for a while and asked, then what kind of power is this? This power is not included in the 3 power systems of Teyvat. There are 3 major power systems in Teyvat? Aang asked curiously. Aang replied, yes, the current Teyvat includes the force of the light world, the force of the void world, and the force of the human world. Among them, the force of the human world did not exist in ancient times, because the force of the human world is the purest elemental force, and the human world is an absolutely ordered light world. Aang asked, you mean, the force of the human world is differentiated from the force of the light world? Just like light can be refracted into a rainbow, and thus differentiated into the current 7 elemental forces? Aang nodded and said, your understanding is actually not wrong. I see. I don't know what my power is. It was taught to me by a god. The attribute of this power is called the holy attribute. As for the origin of this power, I don't know either. Aang said. A god who created a completely new power system? If there really is such a god in Teyvat, how could I not know? If the god has such a power, how can I overthrow the law of nature? Aang comforted. Don't worry about this. This power only exists in my world, not in yours. Aang. After you said that, I became even more worried. If this power only exists in your world, and you can still use it after coming to this world, doesn't that mean that my world is a derivative of your world? I should leave too. I have to find a way back. After all, this is not my world. Aang said. I'm leaving? Aang said reluctantly after hearing Aang's words. Aang smiled and said, of course, and this separation does not mean forever. Maybe we will meet again later. Okay then. Aang sighed. Okay, don't be so sentimental. This is not my character. Don't you think so, my princess? Aang reached out and wiped the tears from Aang's eyes and said with a smile. Aang. At this moment, Aang had never felt so embarrassed to hear the words princess spoken out loud. She felt her blood surge up, her heart beat violently, her pale cheeks quickly flushed, and her hands were in a panic. Aang was also very embarrassed to see the other party's actions. She didn't expect that she had made the other party feel wrong, and the other party was herself in another world. Thinking of this, Aang couldn't help but blame Kang in her heart. She must have been influenced by him to do such a thing to a female character. What, your princess? Aang stuttered. Aang replied with a serious face, no problem, we are all Aang. But here, you are the princess of the abyss, and I'm the traveler, so it's right for me to call you that. Is that so? Aang asked doubtfully. Aang nodded seriously and said, that's right. Oh, after hearing the other party's words, Aang couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in her heart. The two were silent for a long time. Aang finally thought of something and took out the golden tree branch that Liu Tassel had given her and handed it to Aang, saying, by the way, keep this. What is this? Aang looked at the golden tree branch and asked in confusion. A unique gift. If we meet again in the future, I will be able to know your existence through this branch. Aang explained. Well, but why don't you have that flower? Aang asked in confusion. No, you are a traveler in that world. It's normal not to have a flower. No, I had one before. Aang replied. Well, had one before. Yes, it may be that Kang in my previous world put it on me, but I took it off when I was in the layered abyss. Aang explained. So that's it. Aang suddenly realized. I think this flower is not beautiful, and there is an unknown sense of mission. I just want to be myself. Aang continued. After listening to Aang's words, Aang shook his head and sighed. Be yourself? This is not something I can decide. Then let me decide for you. After all, you are the loser. Aang said. Then, under the puzzled gaze of Aang took off the flower called Teyvat on her head and put it in her backpack. So, your mission was taken away by me without your consent. Aang said to her with a smile. Zaing didn't care about it, but whispered, "But, once you leave, I will continue my mission. I know this too. After all, I know my character myself. Things that have been determined cannot be changed in a short time. However, this is also an agreement between us, an agreement to meet again after I leave." "Well, okay." Zaing nodded seriously. "Aren't you curious about what the agreement I'm talking about is?" Aang looked at the other party who agreed with her words without hesitation, and asked with some doubts. Zaing smiled at Aang and said, "Curious, but you will tell me, right?" "This, I won't tell you. You have to find it yourself." Aang shook her head and replied. Aang. "Okay, this golden tree branch, you first." Aang hadn't finished speaking, and the golden tree branch in her hand suddenly turned into a beautiful golden tree crown. That's good, since you are the princess, how can you not have your own crown?" Aang said, and put the golden crown on Aang's head. After doing all this, Aang touched her chin, and looked at herself in front of her, smiling and praising. "Not bad, this is much more beautiful than that Teyvat flower. I didn't expect that I would be so beautiful. No, I have to get one when I go back." Aang was a little at a loss for what to do with Aang's actions. She had never felt such a strong heartbeat accompanied by an inexplicable emotion before. Aang looked at Aang, who was at a loss and dazed, and said jokingly, "Okay, come back to your senses, my princess." Aang. At this moment, Aang found that her brother didn't seem to be that important. The other self in the world before her was too capable. If there were no unfinished business, she would have wanted to follow Aang in front of her and leave this world. "I'm really leaving this time. We'll meet again if we are lucky," Aang said, got up and left, leaving Aang with a chic back. Aang. "Your Highness, are you okay?" After waiting for Aang to leave for a long time, the space behind him suddenly opened, and two abyss apostles came out of it, kneeling on one knee beside Aang, and asked, "It's okay." Aang eased her mood and shook her head at the abyss apostle. The abyss apostle continued, "Sorry, Your Highness, the power she exerted can completely restrain us. All those who failed to escape successfully before were purified in the golden flame." "Purified?" Aang asked in confusion. The apostle of the abyss nodded and said, "Yes, purification, just like the pool water before, can completely purify the abyss cursed souls. This is also a relief for the cursed people." Aang shook his head and said, "It's not your fault, because the holy attribute can completely restrain us. Your Highness, if she is here, our goal will be hindered. Do we need to?" Aang shook her head and said, "Even I can't do anything about her. No matter how many of you go, the situation will be the same. That is, you will be purified by the golden flame. Although you can be purified by the golden flame, our goal has not been completed. Before that, we cannot be purified by her." The apostle of the abyss was silent for a while after hearing what Aang said. Aang continued to say to the apostle of the abyss, "Her goal does not conflict with ours. On the contrary, it is a line that cannot intersect. Are you curious why she is exactly the same as me?" "Yes, but we can feel that she is not you," Aang said expressionlessly. "Your feelings are not important." "Then, Your Highness, what do you mean?" "We can't take action against her. On the contrary, we have to help her when she is in this world, because she is me in another world. So, when you see her in the future, it will be like seeing me, understand?" "I don't quite understand what you mean," said the apostle of the abyss. "It means that she is now also the princess of the abyss cult. You should address her the same as me. Do you understand? Otherwise, you will be purified by the golden flame when you see her." The abyss apostle suddenly realized. "Follow your instructions, Your Highness. Your decision is an honor to our abyss cult. I will inform all the members of the abyss cult of your intention." After the abyss apostle left, Aang stood there blankly, recalling what happened with Aang before, and reached out to touch the golden tree crown tightly on her head. "Your Highness, then, I will give you this title as well. I think you will be surprised, right?" A sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth and continued, "Since you said that we are one person and don't care what you call us, then it is reasonable for me to do this, my princess, Your Highness. I will add another chapter today about the sequel of the Red Ghost. Well, I'm still looking up information. I will pause for a while and write something else that will not affect the original world. I also plan to write about other worlds and consider which world is fun. If you don't want to read any of them, then I won't write them. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.